Chapter 488, Bloody Training. At this time, everyone understood the true power of having 9 stars and 10 palaces. This was a miracle that allowed the eternal and perfect kingdom to unleash an absolute power capable of crushing everything. Kill him. At this time, the 8 Buddhas that were still alive came again. Another shadow flashed, and the Nightwalker King bared his fangs once more. Everyone go together, cut him into pieces. At this moment, someone shouted. Many weapons and treasures began to attack as several thousand experts rushed to attack. Those who wanted to take his life were surrounding him like a pack of wolves. They now understood that no one could kill him one-on-one. Even a heavenly king would find it difficult to kill this 9 stars and 10 palaces miracle. This brat was already too heaven-defying, so others could no longer remain patient. They all jumped out to attack Wuxia. This is even better. Wuxia wildly laughed. He kicked away the armored heavenly sovereign beneath his foot. The Terra's root that grew like a divine tree sucked up the boundless worldly energy, the kingdom's energy, and the energy from the stars and gave it to Wuxia in the form of a heavenly waterfall. Wuxia utilized the 1,000 hands technique to its limit as all of his hands raised the 3,000 worlds behind him. Kill. He did not cower in the face of the gigantic army and instead was excited to see blood. One hand held a saber while the other one held an iron sword. One was channeling the Kunpeng's 6 variants while the other was creating an inescapable net. Roar! The Kunpeng flew into the sky while creating a noise that shook the 9 heavens. The primordial Kunpeng swept everywhere, causing a downpour of blood. Wuxia's foundation turned into this primordial Kunpeng that wildly swung its wings to kill several hundred royal nobles, enlightened beings, and ancient saints. We have to go together in order to flay him. Against Wuxia's domination, a little sovereign crazily cried out and then took the vanguard. He was immediately followed by several thousand experts to enter the battlefield. Calm River Ghost Monarch, Netherwell Bone Demon, Onyx Mountain Corpse King, 8 Slaughter Heavenly Sovereign. All of these famed great characters in the sacred nether world joined the battle. Very good. Wuxia became fiercer as the battle progressed. The sky-traversing 8 saber came for the Zen Ghost 8 Buddhas while the Trinity Sword made the Nightwalker King flee in shame. A sky-covering hand captured the armored heavenly sovereign while another plucked out a bundle of dry grass. This bundle of grass suddenly turned into heavenly swords that were surrounded by stars. This was the grass sword attacking immortal law. One grass sword to sweep through 1,000 enemies. A single swing of this grass sword caused the heads of enlightened beings and ancient saints to roll, creating a scene of carnage in the sky. One wouldn't be able to know whether the Nightwalker King's sneak attack was successful or if it was just a trap by Wuxia, but this was no longer important. The only thing that remained of the Nightwalker King was his bisected corpse. Murder him. More crazed enemies rushed forth. I'm going to kill all of you. Wuxia let out a long laugh and screamed. He then soared forward with an incomparable and domineering presence while chasing after the escaping armored heavenly sovereign. No, the armored heavenly sovereign let out a scream in horror. However, Wuxia, with his world power, crushed the sovereign into a pulp. Even his grand completion diamond physique could not stop Wuxia's tyrannical kick. The yin-yang sea of blood exuded a blood energy that towered millions of meters high. This blood energy caused Wuxia's Trinity Sword to kill all in its path with its 3 variations. The Earth Sword devoured the sky and swallowed the earth, the Heavenly Sword showed no mercy in its massacre, the Mortal Sword was a style filled with life essence, but it was completely merciless in ending the lives of its enemies. Swoosh! Although the Calm River Ghost Monarch managed to cut off one of Wuxia's 1,000 hands, the newly grown hand tore off the monarch's head. At this time, Wuxia was a monstrous butcher. Although he was injured, none of the injuries were fatal. The endless vitality from the yin-yang sea of blood and power from the 9 stars and 10 palaces continued to strengthen him. Even a heavenly sovereign with a virtuous paragon true treasure would not be able to give Wuxia a fatal blow in a short amount of time. Momentarily, Wuxia had massacred countless enemies as he made his way in and out of the battlefield. Sounds of bones breaking, Dao shattering, pitiful screams, and battle cries all wove together like a creepy symphony from hell. At this minute, all the experts and masters had joined the battlefield. This front line was a black hole that devoured countless lives. Once one stepped inside, no one would ever think about escaping because Wuxia would not let anyone leave this battlefield. He was determined to slay them all. Wuxia was bathing in many types of blood. There was ghost blood that shone a purple color and also the blood race's blood that was shockingly beautiful. All of these types of blood mixed together and no one could tell who they belonged to. Which was Wuxia's and which was his enemy's. At this time, his shoulders were pierced, but he only became more ferocious as the war went on. His hands swept through innumerable enemies while his feet stomped on the corpses of the fallen foes. Right now, Wuxia resembled a fiend god with his invincible and domineering attitude. He would kill until the sky collapsed without a care for his own mortality while basking in the endless blood of his enemies. At this time, some people slowly became aware that even the gods and devils would not be able to hold back Wuxia. Many were astounded by this scene. Earlier, many young ghost experts did not like Wuxia, and some of them didn't put him into their eyes. But now, any genius would have to shrink their arrogant neck after watching this sky-shattering battle. Those who previously held him in disdain would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of his presence. In the horizon, some great characters from the ghost race changed their expressions. One of them quietly murmured, "This brat is too terrifying. Who will be able to stop him if he also has an invincible weapon?" Chapter 489, Massacring tens of thousands of enemies from the beginning until now, Wuxia had not used any powerful weapons. Even his sword and saber were cast from ordinary iron. The majority of the time was spent killing his enemies with his bare hands. He annihilated countless enemies with just his hands alone, and these enemies were not trivial characters either. All of them were young and famous geniuses or prestigious predecessors, including hundreds of heavenly sovereigns that ruled over lower realms. How frightening was the scale of this battle! And yet, Wuxia still managed to create bloody rivers and forced even ghosts and devils to lament. If this was the case without using weapons, then how ferocious would he be with a heaven-defying weapon? Wouldn't he be able to massacre all of them in the blink of an eye? From seeing Wuxia's weaponless style, a previous generation ghost king realized something and murmured with a changed expression, "To him, this is not a life and death battle. He is refining his merit laws with blood. He wants to drive his arts to their utmost culmination." What is more amazing than understanding the ultimate profundities of a technique during the heat of battle? What is more appropriate than reaching a new level with a single punch or fist in actual combat? So far, Wuxia had used different merit laws, such as the Trinity Sword, the Kun Peng's 6 variants, and the Heaven-Traversing 8 Saber. All of these merit laws were reaching their most sublime state after continual usage. After killing these enemies, there were minute changes to them as they reached a new height. This kid is too vicious. Seeing Wuxia rampaging without batting an eye despite his numerous wounds, an old undying that was hiding in the shadows commented with a dimmed expression. These old undyings didn't want to show their faces even more since they understood what Wuxia wanted to do. They didn't wish to be his sharpening stones. If they got buried by him here, then their lifetime's prestige would become ruined in the hands of this human junior. Thus, they maintained their hidden state. Plus, there would still be opportunities to kill Wuxia later, as long as he doesn't escape the sacred netherworld. As for the younger generation, the young ghosts turned pale while their hearts throbbed after seeing this scene. They absolutely couldn't demonstrate the same domineering attitude and succeed in such an aggressive task. Those amongst the younger generation who were capable of fighting against tens of thousands till the sky rend and rivers started to flow with blood could be counted with one's fingers. Imperial descendants such as the ghost insect Evil Child and the Titanic Crescent Saint Child had an extremely ugly expression as they watched this battle. They glanced at each other and knew that without an immortal emperor life treasure or true treasure, they would not be able to match Wuxia. This human brat was too terrifying. Tian Luanhui loomed in the horizon and had a serious expression. Intuition told him that this human junior carried a great threat. Tian Luanhui was at the top of the younger generation where even jewel sovereigns and world sovereigns from the previous generation would be wary of him. But now, Tian Luanhui, one of the three heroes, couldn't not take Wuxia seriously and had to consider him as a formidable opponent. In the crowd, no one knew Wuxia better than Lan Yunju. She gently sighed after witnessing his carnage. She knew that Wuxia had extremely heaven-defying items that were no weaker than Emperor's weapons. She understood that he had the confidence to be the last man standing after seeing how Wuxia didn't take out any treasures. After all, she knew that he had absolute confidence when he threatened to start a massacre in the Thousand Carp River. No matter how powerful the enemies were, the end result would still be the same. The combined strength of several thousand experts was for naught since they were turned into puddles of blood by this arrow regardless of their strength and treasures. This arrow gathered all the power of the heaven and earth and instantly created a rain of blood. This one arrow that killed several thousand experts left the survivors shivering in fear. Wuxia was already undefeatable without a weapon, and now he had an invincible divine bow in his hands. To what horrifying extent would he unleash his wrath on his enemies? At this minute, the combatants on the battlefield realized that they couldn't kill Wuxia, so their new goal was to leave this place alive. While these lucky survivors decided to retreat, the divine spark Phoenix Maiden in the sky thunderously commanded, "Begin." In an instant, the giant army that protected the Phoenix Maiden rushed onto the battlefield. Each person held a tiny stove. Once opened, these tiny stoves spewed out a sparkling black light. With a pop, these small stoves sucked up all the blood and flesh on the battlefield. The corpses here formed mountains and the blood ran like rivers, but this army with their stoves were able to suck up everything. Seeing this scene, many people in the horizon lost their minds in fear. An expert shouted to the others that were still on the battlefield, "Run, run now. It's the divine spark blood burn." Boom! A giant blood cauldron was created after a deafening explosion. This huge blood cauldron devoured the entire battlefield, including the army of the divine spark country. Ah! Miserable screams emanated. The blood cauldron sucked up unprepared experts and instantly refined them into mists of blood that were drained into its body. Rumble! At this time, the blood cauldron roared with curling crimson mists swirling around it, causing others to feel chills. Divine spark blood burn, this is a method where both sides are destroyed. The enemy or the user, one of these two will perish. It's on a whole new level compared to sacrificing one's blood to fight the enemy. A ghost expert felt his skin tingling as he exclaimed. At this time, the blood cauldron became even more strangely beautiful. It was like a blood-sucking demonic furnace that caused all spectators to shiver. The great characters that were watching instantly knew what happened after seeing the cauldron's new form. The several thousand people on the battlefield have probably been sacrificed already. They quietly whispered. This is a forbidden technique of the divine spark country, blood sacrifice. A sect master from a ghost sect said, "The divine spark Phoenix Maiden is too cruel." The divine spark blood burn was the most terrifying and forbidden technique of the divine spark country. It used one's own blood or the enemy's blood as the blood offering. At this moment, the divine spark army had turned into this blood cauldron, devouring the battlefield alongside several tens of thousands of ghost experts. They would keep using this blood sacrifice until they killed Wuxia. If necessary, even the army itself would sacrifice themselves. The Phoenix Maiden has made her move. Chapter 490, Divine Spark Bloodburn. A member of the ghost race scowled in disagreement. This Phoenix Maiden has zero regard for other people's lives. She even dared to sacrifice the blood of members of the ghost race. However, this was only to express their dissatisfaction. No one actually dared to touch the Phoenix Maiden since she was Dee's fiancée. Her cruel method garnered discontent, but great characters of the ghost race were reluctant to fall out with her because of this. Bang, bang, bang. The blood cauldron rocked back and forth. A huge palm print emerged on the surface. It was apparent that Wuxia wanted to break through the wall from inside the blood cauldron to escape. This blood cauldron was powerful beyond imagination, so even though Wuxia was destroying everything inside to the extent where he managed to deform the cauldron, he still couldn't break through the walls. After waves of attacks, the noises in the blood cauldron quieted down before eventually disappearing altogether. It seemed as though Wuxia couldn't break the cauldron and had finally been refined inside. Noticing the silent atmosphere, a person murmured, "Wuxia probably lost." This move was too cruel and Wuxia could only die before this blood ceremony. Another ghost member's heart was thumping fast as he uttered, "The Divine Spark Bloodburn is really terrifying, what a vicious move." At this time, many human experts held their breaths. They knew that something was wrong when the blood furnace turned quiet, but they were still convinced that Wuxia was not dead. At the end of the day, a ferocious person like him was the pride of the human race in the sacred nether world, and this notion would be further emphasized after this battle. Wuxia turned pale while shaking her head in disbelief after seeing the immobile blood cauldron. "No, it can't be." In contrast to her shock, Lan Yunzhu was very calm. Lan Yunzhu then consoled her, "Don't worry, if this ordinary method could kill him, then how could Wuxia oppose an emperor's lineage? The emperor's lineages that could influence the entire sacred nether world still haven't come out yet, so how could a single Phoenix Maiden and the Divine Spark country kill him? How can he fight against the rest of the world if he can't make it through this?" Wuxia took a deep breath and finally managed to calm her emotions. She then gazed intensely at the blood cauldron and hoped that Wuxia could come out alive more than anyone else. The Phoenix Maiden's method was quite impressive. Seeing the quiet cauldron, a ghost expert emotionally stated. Although using tens of thousands of ghost experts to obtain this result made many ghost experts unhappy, they had to admit that this was a good move. Perhaps, in the beginning, the Phoenix Maiden had predicted the worst possible outcome. The great bounty that she issued was only to call in more lackeys. At the end, once necessary, she would use them as a blood sacrifice to kill Wuxia. Maybe everyone here were just pawns in her plan. Both Wuxia and the experts that sought to claim the bounty had been played. Even the great characters from the ghost race shuddered. The Phoenix Maiden's method was brilliant. She was not all brawn and no brain. Dee's invincibility was already a source of dread, and with such a virtuous wife like the Maiden as his strategist, he would become even more formidable. In the future, their combined strength would push the Myriad Bones throne to the peak and usher forth a new golden era. Many people suddenly realized that the Phoenix Maiden becoming Dee's fiancée was for a reason. It wasn't just because of her great beauty. In fact, amongst the billions of lives in the sacred nether world, there were countless lovely women. As the descendant of the Myriad Bones throne, Dee's was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the current generation. He had many options to choose from if he wanted to get married. Countless golden daughters and princesses from the ancient kingdoms and great sects were willing to marry him. They would even go to the throne to propose in person. However, Dee's and the Myriad Bones throne chose the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden from the Divine Spark country. Although it was still a first-rank country, this status was far from being comparable to the monstrous existence that is the Throne of Bones. It was now obvious that this was due to the Phoenix Maiden's great talents as well as her wisdom and strategic mind. The maiden sat in her phoenix carriage while coldly gazing at the blood cauldron. There was no emotion on her charming and beautiful face. It was as if everything was within her expectations. Such a worthy wife for Sir Dizwa. A person sighed and continued, this was not only to take revenge for her little brother but also to eradicate Dizwa's biggest threat in the future. Everyone today saw that, although Li Qiye's cultivation was not as powerful as Dizwa's, he would become the biggest threat to the three heroes if he was given enough time. In the future, the human Li Qiye could have been the person to end the Myriad Bones Throne's invincible prestige. But now, all of this would just be mere speculations. Li Qiye had died and would no longer be a threat for Dizwa. Pluff, pluff, pluff. A series of faint sounds appeared. Right when everyone thought that Li Qiye was certainly dead, flowers suddenly bloomed from the blood cauldron's wall, flowers of blood. Seeing how the cauldron suddenly became filled with wreaths of dense, bloody mists, many spectators started to exclaim, "What is happening?" The cauldron suddenly began to burn furiously with crimson lights. A great ghost character emotionally uttered after seeing this sudden change, "No, Li Qiye is not dead." The divine spark disciples were offering themselves. The maiden's expression quickly changed as she stood up and glared at the cauldron. Clank crack. At this point, the blood furnace began to crack while issuing cracking noises. It then shattered into pieces and fell down to the ground. The bloody mist inside the blood cauldron was burnt dry as universal laws in the form of red chains sealed the sky. Once Li Qiye's shadow appeared, a series of snapping noises resounded as the bright red chains retreated. They turned into a huge lock that latched onto Li Qiye's body before disappearing. Everyone noticed that all of his wounds had vanished as if he was never hurt in the first place. Quite a bit of blood has been sacrificed to refine my fire universal law. Pretty good supplement. Li Qiye cheerfully smiled as the 9 suns behind him disappeared when he landed on the ground. In the past, the 9 sun locking heaven law was an extremely vicious sealing technique. A forbidden technique like the divine spark blood burn was nothing compared to this ancient law. The blood ceremony was incinerated by the 9 suns, and all of the essence from the ceremony was refined into fire universal laws to enrich Li Qiye. Qiurong Wanxue was jubilant to see Li Qiye fine and well. With tightened fists, she exclaimed, "Good." Lan Yunzhu already knew that this outcome would be inevitable, so she shook her head to say, "Everything is over since Dizwa didn't come." The human experts couldn't help but cheer after seeing that Li Qiye was alive. "Ha, I knew it, how could our human race's fiercest be killed so easily?" The ghost cultivators, on the other hand, felt that this atmosphere was suffocating them. A great character murmured, "This brat is too heaven-defying. To actually stay alive after that. If he has an emperor's weapon in his hand, then what? Who would be able to stop him?" Li Qiye comfortably stood on the battlefield while gazing at the Phoenix Maiden in the far distance. Then, he smilingly said, "Use whatever schemes you have left while you still have the chance." Boom! A thunderous sound exploded. 18 experts that were guarding the maiden's carriage rushed forward to stop Li Qiye's path. These 18 were different from everyone else. They wore masks that were decorated with insects, and they exuded a cold aura that made it clear to everyone that all of them were battle-hardened veterans. An emperor's power suddenly erupted around them as hovering universal laws appeared. The 18 of them were about to turn into an immortal emperor true canon. The 18 beasts. A great ghost murmured in shock after seeing them, "This is the last and most powerful line of defense for the Phoenix Maiden, the 18 guards from the Myriad Bones Throne." The 18 beasts were not from the divine spark country but from the Throne of Bones. All of them were powerful grand sovereigns, but what made others wary was that they cultivated emperor's laws. There would be a certain gap between grand sovereigns from an ordinary sect and grand sovereigns from an emperor's lineage. Those who cultivated emperor's laws had an advantage and were much stronger than their lacking counterparts. Was there really a need to say more about the Myriad Bones Throne? A one sect, 3 emperors' lineage, it had more emperors' laws than any other sect. Heavenly sovereigns from this sect cultivated several emperors' laws each. Other sects could not afford such luxury. This was the difference between them and weaker lineages. The 18 beasts. Rumor has it that their defense is extremely strong and that they can stop the full-on onslaught of a heavenly king. A person couldn't help but murmur. A great ghost nodded his head in agreement. Their defense is indeed very strong, even a heavenly king would be unable to breach it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to protect the Phoenix Maiden. Chapter 491, The 18 Beasts. The 18 beasts blocked Wuxia's advance. Although they were few in number, the 18 of them gave the feeling of an impenetrable bastion and had the momentum of a grand army. The leader gravely said, "Junior, leave here to avoid making a big mistake." Wuxia looked at them and replied with a grin, "Interesting. Your master wants my life, but now you guys are telling me to leave. What should I do?" The leader coldly spoke, "We are only responsible for the miss's safety and do not want to interfere with other matters." Wuxia waved his hand then laughed before speaking, "It is difficult for you all to not become involved. Tell her to come out and fight, my patience is limited." Wuxia's words were light, but they carried an aggressive momentum that was even more overbearing than those of the Phoenix Maidens. It was not surprising anymore. No one thought that he was still blustering after the recent events. He had the qualifications to say such things after killing so many enemies. This was a battle that would shock the world. Everyone understood that he was catching up to the 3 heroes of the sacred nether world. After this battle, imperial descendants like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child would barely be able to walk side by side with Wuxia at best. "Junior, you are indeed amazing for having such an accomplishment at a young age. I'm sure that this is not easy." The leader replied to Wuxia's aggressiveness, "But killing tens of thousands does not mean you are invincible. The sacred netherworld is a land with crouching tigers and hidden dragons and numerous wise sages. When you say wise sages, are you referring to your myriad bones throne?" Wuxia asked with a smirk, "I wonder how many wise sages your sect has and whether or not they are actually that amazing." "The wise sages of my myriad bones throne are numerous enough to deal with all the crises in this world. They are comparable to all the other great existences." The leader of the 18 beasts spoke with gravity. The words of the leader were very bold and arrogant, but they were also the truth. No individual or lineage in the sacred nether world dared to underestimate the throne of bones. One sect with 3 emperors was a power capable of holding all in disdain. It was not the oldest inheritance nor was it the most heaven-defying ancient sect, however, it was the most powerful and terrifying lineage at the eastern nether border. Just like what the leader had said, its true power was enough to deal with all the dangers in this world. They carried enough confidence to sweep through all of their enemies. Such dauntless words. Wuxia touched his chin and said, "But even if everyone in your myriad bones throne came today, it would still not be able to move my determination." The leader coldly refuted, "The truth is hard on the ears. Your cultivation right now is not something common and you yourself are a dragon and phoenix amongst men, but opposing the throne of bones and Sir Dizwa will not end well. Even if you are a genius amongst geniuses, you will still die in the end. Be smart and accept your defeat, for it is not too late. Maybe we can even change this state of war into peace. Our Sir Dizwa is benevolent and appreciates talents. If you are willing to acquiesce and follow Sir Dizwa to create an amazing achievement, then Sir Dizwa," the leader's words caused the cultivators standing in the far distance to glance at each other. His actions contradicted what the Phoenix Maiden ordered. One was playing nice while the other was playing rough. However, after having thought about it, this made perfect sense. Wuxia was so heaven-defying that even Dizwa would easily let go of their grievances if Wuxia was willing to be his follower. Many people looked at Wuxia, especially those of the younger generation whose hearts were sinking. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child felt that this was not going to end well. Meanwhile, even the profound gaze of the mysterious Tian Luanhui became serious. The Myriad Bones Throne actually decided to recruit Li Qiye right now. Whether this was the Phoenix Maiden purposely trying to recruit a great talent for her fiancé or if it was the throne's personal decision, none of it mattered because this was a grand matter that could affect many people. After today's events, everyone had seen what Li Qiye could do and they understood that his future potential rivaled that of the three heroes. If Li Qiye joined Dizhua, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Dizhua alone was dreadful enough, so if Li Qiye joined him, they would be unbeatable in the 9 heavens. Creating an unparalleled accomplishment in the future would be as easy as child's play. "You're trying to recruit me?" Li Qiye laughed after hearing the leader's words and then slowly spoke, "This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. The Myriad Bones Throne is actually trying to recruit me? Is this the cat weeping for the dead mouse?" Li Qiye's response caused the leader to look back at the Phoenix Maiden in the distance. Just looking at the Phoenix Maiden's expression was enough to tell the leader what was on her mind. "Our Myriad Bones Throne is benevolent and is willing to work with the wise sages in this world to build a better future," the leader said in a serious manner. "As a cultivator, our blades being stained with blood is a normal occurrence. Carrying out revenge is also common, and smiling to dispel previous feuds occurs even more frequently. As the proverb says, an exchange of blows may lead to friendship. It also says that it is better to squash enmity rather than to keep it alive. Our Myriad Bones Throne loves new talents, and our Sir Dizhua will be happy to become friends with you." "I'm really touched." Li Qiye laughed and shook his head to say, "These words are very finely crafted, but the truth points to a different conclusion. Earlier, I've just killed tens of thousands of the Divine Spark Army along with your future queen's little brother, but now you say you want to become friends with me. I simply cannot believe these words." The leader then repeated, "Enemies should loosen the knot, not tighten it. Our Myriad Bones Throne truly wishes to discuss the Grand Tao with friends and all the wise sages in this world. Moreover, you are a great hero, so you need a big state to achieve your grand vision. Our Myriad Bones Throne is the forerunner in the search of the Grand Tao. We are an immemorial lineage and all the Tao in the 9 worlds have something to do with our throne. I trust that we will have something suitable for you." The Phoenix Maiden who was sitting in the sky slowly added, "Great cultivators in this world can let go of all feuds with a smile. If you are willing to help our ghost race prosper, then we will be happy to accept you as a friend and let bygones be bygones." Even the Phoenix Maiden was open to mediation in order to recruit Li Qiye. This caused many people to shudder. Many ghosts were unhappy with the maiden's words. Earlier, it was a sky-shattering battle till death, but now she was happy to make peace with Li Qiye. This exasperated many ghosts. However, after carefully thinking about it, they would also be happy to do the same. 1,000 troops were easy to come by, but a general was hard to find. Just like what the 18 Beasts leader said, the Throne of Bones has enough power and strength to deal with all dangers. However, they needed talents, especially a talent like Li Qiye. Dizhua aspired to become an immortal emperor, so if they could have a matchless talent like Li Qiye, Dizhua would have an invincible general under his wings to open the path to his eternal legacy in the future. The leader gave Li Qiye steps to climb down from, and the Phoenix Maiden did as well. As a matter of fact, the Phoenix Maiden tried to make peace with Li Qiye in a natural manner. The Phoenix Maiden is really a wonderful wife. A ghost sect master was annoyed after listening to what was being said, but he had to admit, those who accomplish grand matters do not care for trivial details. Tens of thousands to trade for one general is worth it. Tens of thousands to trade for one general was a common occurrence. Since time immemorial, many invincible generals were once rivals to the immortal emperors in their youth but later on discarded their feuds with a smile. The Phoenix Maiden is indeed formidable. Even Lan Yunzhu, who was standing in the far distance, couldn't help but sigh while watching this scene. Li Qiye killed her country's army along with her blood brother, but in order to gain a general for her fiancé, the Phoenix Maiden was willing to let go of these grievances. Dizwa choosing her was the right choice. At this time, those who came wanting to earn Dizwa's favor were very uncomfortable, but they could only sigh while trying to stomach this turn of events. They knew that they were used as cannon fodder, but if they were given the same situation, they would still make the same choice. Dizwa and Tian Luanhui both had a lot of followers. These followers knew that they were not strong enough, so they would not enjoy preferential treatment from these two. However, all of them dreamed of the day when one of the two became an immortal emperor. Then, these followers would be the founding heroes. It would not be as simple as going back to their hometowns in silk robes, they would have the power to rule the world. This was the cruel truth. As long as one had enough strength, they would be respected no matter where they went. Meanwhile, some felt a great amount of pressure, especially those who had great ambitions, such as Tian Luanhui. As part of the three heroes, both Dizwa and Tian Luanhui wanted to become an immortal emperor. Their strength was well matched, so if Dizwa managed to recruit a heaven-defying talent like Li Qiye, he would become a tiger with wings. Tian Luanhui didn't want to see this happen at all. Chapter 492, Resplendent Break. Different thoughts ran rampant in everyone's mind. Some were annoyed while some were envious that Dizwa had found such a virtuous wife. The Phoenix Maiden eradicated enemies and recruited talents for Dizwa. One turn of her hand could summon rain and storms as she schemes against the whole world, truly formidable. She already has the style of a queen. Many ghosts did not like how the current events were unfolding, but they had to admit that she had the abilities. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Another cultivator couldn't help but gently sigh. Sometimes, it was necessary to hold hands with one's mortal enemies. Reality was extremely cruel at times. Countless eyes were on Li Qiye. Everyone knew that Li Qiye was ferocious. If he actually joined the Throne of Bones via the Phoenix Maiden's recruitment, then he would become an invincible general for Dizwa in the future. Many palpitated. If it was them, they would happily accept right away. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Li Qiye only laughed at the Phoenix Maiden's effort to levy him. He waved his sleeve, then said, "Becoming friends? Sorry, I don't have the habit of becoming friends with enemies, unless they are willing to submit to me. The only thing we do have in common, though, is a love for talents. If Dizwa agrees to swear loyalty to me, then I can think about forgiving his companions." Li Qiye's words caused the leader and the Phoenix Maiden to suddenly change their expressions. The Phoenix Maiden took it rather well, but the leader's eyes shot out a cold glimmer as he lightly spoke, "You should think carefully before speaking." Li Qiye replied with a smile, "I have never thought carefully before speaking." "Huh, Dizwa? So what? Want me to plead loyalty? He barely qualifies to be a low-ranking general in my ranks. And wanting to recruit me? Maybe when your immortal emperor Wangu comes back to life." Stubborn fool. The Phoenix Maiden coldly declared, "Don't blame us for being ruthless when you are picking the difficult path." Failing to recruit him naturally meant elimination. To the Phoenix Maiden, whether it was revenge for her little brother or destroying a threat, she didn't mind using all the possible methods to destroy this promising genius in order to pave the immortal emperor path for her fiancé. Many became relieved after hearing this, while others stared at the battlefield with bated breaths. A life-and-death battle would ensue for sure after a failed negotiation. "I have experienced your ruthlessness already." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Come. Sending your many pawns to their deaths is a waste of both my time and yours. I really want to see how great Dizwa's fiancé is." The Phoenix Maiden remained seated in her chariot while gazing at Li Qiye without taking any action. The 18 Beasts leader blocked Li Qia's path and coldly stated, "Unless we die, you are not qualified to make the mistake action." Grand Sovereigns? Li Qia laughed and asked, "You guys think you can stop me by yourselves?" These words were very arrogant, but listening to Li Qia's laughter, even those who considered themselves as the strongest Grand Sovereigns would shudder. Today, there were around 80 to 100 heavenly sovereigns who died in his hands, including a dozen famous Grand Sovereigns whose names could turn others pale from fear. Numbers are not everything. Those who don't even know Emperor's laws only wasted their cultivation even if they reached peak sovereign. The leader of the 18 coldly said. At this point, the 18 emitted a sky-piercing blood energy. Immortal Emperor runes appeared around their bodies, causing them to turn into a great iron wall that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Immortal hymns appeared as if it was a city of an emperor. Nothing could take even half a step past them. The leader's words were hard to hear, but they were also true. Emperor's laws were priceless for cultivators. Grand sovereigns that came from the great powers who had never seen or cultivated Emperor's laws would have limited knowledge no matter how great their own laws were. There was a big gap between these two types of sovereigns. The 18 beasts were experts from the throne of bones and each of them cultivated several Emperor's laws. They also cultivated an extremely powerful Emperor's formation, so despite only being 18 strong, they should be able to stop several hundreds or even more Grand Sovereigns. Many people's hearts thumped while they stared intensely at the dancing immortal Emperor's runes around the 18 beasts. A person whispered, "I wonder if the rumors stating that these guys cultivated an Emperor's formation are true or not?" Li Qia looked at these imperial runes and nonchalantly said, "This is really just a waste of time. Unfortunately, I am no longer in the mood to play with you guys, so let this be quick." Li Qia then bent down to take a virtuous paragon life treasure from the battlefield. It was a broken weapon left behind by a ghost king that was killed by him. This treasure was shot by Li Qia's 9 words true arrow, so a corner was chipped off. It was considerably damaged, so it would be difficult to exert its true power. With the passage of time, this life treasure's divinity would eventually wither away and the base would end up as scrap metal. Li Qia carried this damaged virtuous paragon life treasure and smilingly said, "Game's over." He then utilized Resplendent Break in an instant. In that moment, time itself suddenly became brighter. Li Qia's right hand that was holding the life treasure suddenly became transparent and radiant, strands of immortal chains began to twirl around his arm. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sky lost its brilliance and the earth trembled. The life treasure in his hand exploded as countless virtuous paragon universal laws came out and interweaved together as if a living virtuous paragon had arrived. The brightness was reaching its limit as Li Qia unleashed an invincible virtuous paragon's attack with this broken life treasure. This attack held absolute power. It was as if the attack utilized all of this virtuous paragon's power that was culminated throughout his entire life in this one shot. Not good, activate the formation. This attack not only shocked the spectators, even the 18 beasts were aghast. At this point, they had no choice but to engage. Boom! With a loud detonation, the formation that had just been activated by the 18 beasts was instantly shattered by this strike. The formation could not handle the ultimate attack from a virtuous paragon. The trajectory of this attack reversed yin and yang, shattered the 6 Tao, and even froze the fabric of time and space. Chapter 493, Phoenix Maiden. To battle a person who used a virtuous paragon life treasure at a lower realm would only be able to create a proportional force. However, even another virtuous paragon would not be able to use someone else's life treasure to 100% of its true potential, let alone unleash its ultimate and strongest blow. This was an impossible matter. To cultivators, their own weapons were always the most powerful. But now, this invincible attack's extreme brilliance stunned everyone. Such a thing had never happened before. An old undying who was hiding behind the curtains of night shuddered in fear after seeing this scene. What is that, merit law? This attack was too heaven-defying and too terrifying. Even the ghost insect evil child and the titanic crescent saint child who hailed from emperors' lineages held their breaths. Not to mention emperors' laws, they had even cultivated heaven's will secret laws. However, no matter how powerful these secret laws were, they still couldn't unleash such a brilliant and ultimate strike like this. Tian Luanhui also lost his colors. He hailed from the Allira's ancient kingdom and was called the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, so how could he not have seen invincible techniques and emperor's laws? However, Li Qia's attack was something he had never seen before. He who was always calm in the face of all diversities couldn't help but become lost in bewilderment as well. Sitting high above in her chariot, the Phoenix Maiden stood up at once in amazement. This invincible blow was both awe-inspiring and shudder-inducing. Many suddenly became aware of something terrifying. Li Qia's potential was not just close to the three heroes, he had already caught up. At this point, many drew in cold breaths while the human cultivators exploded with cheers of excitement. Some old men hiding in the darkness gazed at Li Qia and wondered, what is this secret technique? To them, that strike from earlier was too dangerous. Even the ancestors of great powers felt a sense of danger. Resplendent break was a very ancient technique with an untraceable origin. When immortal Emperor Fei Yang was young, this technique helped him create many illustrious military exploits. It wasn't until after he carried the heavens will that he seldom used this technique. The years were long and immortal Emperor Fei Yang, back in the desolate expansion era, did not pass down this technique so future generations didn't know what it was. We need Emperor's weapons. The saint child and evil child looked at each other simultaneously and spoke. They instantly came to the same conclusion, that they had to ask their sects for Emperor's weapons. Whether it was a life or true treasure didn't matter, but it was better if it was a true treasure. They realized that they could not oppose Li Qia without an Emperor's weapon, so this had become a necessity. And it wasn't just these two, even Tian Luanhui tilted his head in contemplation. Perhaps Tian Luanhui was just like these two and needed an emperor's weapon to suppress Li Qia. Weapons, no matter how powerful, would break after being used with resplendent break, outside of emperor's weapons. The truth was that even immortal emperor life treasures would be harmed and would need a very long time to recover its emperor's power. Only an immortal emperor true treasure would be unaffected. Of course, with regular and repeated usage, even these would be damaged. Li Qia chuckled after massacring the 18 beasts with a single move, then he slowly headed towards the sky where the Phoenix Maiden was. Meanwhile, the maiden only coldly glared at Li Qia without showing any fear. Li Qia trod on the sky then gazed at the maiden and smilingly said, "Well. Now I can test you." At this point, the scene froze since everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths with extreme tension. Prior to this, no one had thought that the situation would develop to such a point. It could even be said that with the maiden's words, all the heroes in this world would come to her aid, so killing a human junior was easy. But now, Li Qia easily killed tens of thousands and had finally reached her. Her situation was quite precarious at this moment. She stepped down from her chariot while maintaining the grace of a queen and then coldly said, "I have to admit that you are quite formidable. However, with one wrong move, you will lose the entire board. My husband will rule this world and nothing can change this or block his path towards becoming an immortal emperor." If anyone else said these words, they would be considered madmen, but the Phoenix Maiden could say them because Dizhua was indeed the person with the highest chance of reaching the peak in the sacred nether world. Tian Luanhui didn't refute her claim. Even the ancestors hiding in the shadows didn't think that this declaration was mere boasting. Everyone in the sacred nether world all agreed that Dizhua was indeed the most promising. Lose? Li Qia laughed and continued, "If I do face defeat one day, it will absolutely not be because of your husband. Moreover, the path towards becoming an immortal emperor is boundless. Wait until your husband becomes a real immortal emperor, then you can boast. However, I'm afraid that won't happen. With me here, who else can become an immortal emperor? The heavens will belong to me alone, and the same could be said for the throne. The Phoenix Maiden's rhetoric was bold enough, but Li Qia's declaration was even more domineering. Although others felt that he was a bit outrageous with his hubris, they had to admit one thing: after his battle record today, Li Qia indeed qualified to vie for the throne. Quite bold. The Phoenix Maiden sneered and retorted, I want to see just how strong you are. Use your best moves, I'm ready to deal with all of them. The Phoenix Maiden's strong attitude surprised many people. Li Qia killing so many people and using resplendent break had alarmed many people. They agreed that the Phoenix Maiden was powerful, but they also knew that she wouldn't be able to kill Li Qia. She would not be able to reverse the situation unless she had an overwhelmingly powerful killing move. After this battle, everyone knew that geniuses and descendants from the emperor's lineages, like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, would not be able to compete with Li Qia without emperor's weapons. Thus, the maiden choosing to fight without retreating was a source of surprise. Truly a heroine. Li Qia smiled and said after hearing the maiden's decision to accept his challenge, You want to test and learn more about me? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that you will be let down since I won't use any killing moves, my bare hands will be enough. Li Qia then stretched his arms after saying this. Li Qia's answer woke many people up from their ignorance. Many admired her even more. Li Qia was very heaven-defying, but the maiden chose to fight him not out of impulse, it was to purposely test him. Since the beginning, he was fighting without any weapons. Even though he had used amazing merit laws, others still felt that he was only training and did not show his real potential. Especially when he unleashed Resplendent Break, everyone understood that he was hiding a lot of means, and this made them shudder. Now, the maiden boldly meeting him was to test his limits in order to pave a straight path for her husband. Since this has come this far, there was no chance for reconciliation between the two of them. One side must die. At this time, no one knew much about Li Qia. Although Dizhua was considered invincible, he didn't have the advantage in this situation. The Phoenix Maiden wanted to fight this battle for her husband and to investigate Li Qia in his stead. One should marry a woman like the Phoenix Maiden. Many people emotionally thought this in their minds. Whether she was unbeatable or not was up to debate, but one had to admit that she was a virtuous and intelligent wife. She didn't only act as a strategist for him, she would also wipe out his opposition, greatly contributing to his emperor's path. Dizhua and the maiden really are the perfect couple. At this point, countless spectators were envious of Dizhua. A sect master from the previous generation couldn't help but sigh, wonderful, truly worthy of being Dizhua's fiancée. Both her wisdom and courage are worthy of him. Today, after seeing her means, everyone found that she indeed had the style of a queen. Everyone was looking at her and secretly speculated how this battle would end. It's pointless to say any more, make your move. The Phoenix Maiden coldly declared. At this moment, blood energy exuded from her body as her life wheel appeared brightly behind her body like a divine phoenix spreading its wings. At this moment, she exuded an emperor's power as imperial Dao runes circulated around her figure. Everyone was surprised to see the emperor's power around her. One person shouted, "How could this be? It's an emperor's law." Although it was unknown whether this was a merit law or longevity law, it was definitely an emperor's law. The exact law and which emperor it belonged to was also unknown. A person who used a virtuous paragon life treasure at a lower realm would only be able to create a proportional force. However, even another virtuous paragon would not be able to use someone else's life treasure to 100% of its true potential, let alone unleash its ultimate and strongest blow. This was an impossible matter. To cultivators, their own weapons were always the most powerful. But now, this invincible attack's extreme brilliance stunned everyone. Such a thing had never happened before. An old undying who was hiding behind the curtains shuddered in fear after seeing this scene. What is that, merit law? Chapter 494, Coming of the Phoenix. However, it was impossible. Although the divine spark country was a first-rate great power, it couldn't have longevity laws or merit laws of immortal emperors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep it hidden until now. After seeing this, everyone realized that her emperor's law didn't come from the divine spark country, but rather the myriad bones throne. Having thought to this point, they became quite agitated. The myriad bones throne greatly invested in this and gave her an emperor's law even before she officially married into their sect. Passing a merit law to an outsider was not something one person could decide, not even the descendant. Without a doubt, the Phoenix Maiden had been accepted by the elders of the myriad bones throne. This meant that the throne had extreme trust in and greatly valued the maiden. Wuxia looked at the imperial runes hovering around her body and smilingly said, "Interesting, but emperor's laws are nothing to me. Use your best moves before it is too late." Having said this, he then activated the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. At this minute, Wuxia's 1,000 hands supported myriad worlds. No matter how vast the world was, he would still be able to lift it. Everyone had seen this technique before. With this, although he was alone, he was even stronger than 1,000 others. Anyone who faced this technique would instantly fall into a disadvantageous situation. The Phoenix Maiden didn't dare to take it lightly and quietly shouted as her divine rings opened. 41 divine rings clearly hovered around her, giving her an even more sacred appearance. A jewel sovereign. Even the older generation was moved after seeing the maiden's power. Becoming a heavenly sovereign at this young age was difficult even for cultivators who came from great powers. A young heavenly sovereign was a genius amongst geniuses. And now, the Phoenix Maiden had 41 divine rings. 50 was the number for the grand change. Once a sovereign had 50 rings, they would be a grand achievement jewel sovereign. Although she was still very far from grand achievement with 41 rings, it was still very heaven-defying. Even imperial descendants at this age would not necessarily reach the realm of jewel sovereign. Even the saint child and evil child might not be stronger than the maiden. Kind of interesting. Wuxia chuckled and commented. Wuxia's life will also appeared with the roaring yin-yang sea of blood behind it. Tidal waves of blood soared high into the sky as if it was about to drown out the stars. People's legs shivered after seeing Wuxia's eruption of power. The sea of blood was too dominating. With such a longevity treasure, he would be able to stop any invincible merit law. The maiden's expression couldn't help but change after Wuxia's provocation, but she was still unperturbed. She dryly said, "Having an invincible longevity treasure does not mean that you yourself is invincible." With that, her forehead suddenly blazed. Screech! A phoenix cry rang throughout the 9 heavens. A phoenix flew out from her forehead. A monstrous nether energy filled the sky as this immortal phoenix carried an ominous and evil energy. Ein Phoenix. Many people were startled by the sight of this soaring phoenix. There was a rumor stating that when the maiden was born, Ein Phoenix accompanied her, but no one had ever seen it. Now, this Ein Phoenix carried an ominous energy as if it came from the land of the dead, sending chills to all spectators. This thing was very terrifying. Buzz! And this was not the end, a life treasure flew out. This was the maiden's life treasure. She used her fiery essence to refine this treasure into the shape of a jade pendant. She used 4 grand Tao treasure metals with golden runes to refine it. The moment she took it out, mantras instantly fell down. The pendant became bright as a phoenix flew out from inside. A series of mantras were pouring down, creating a vast and obscure scene. The moment the mantra reached the Ein Phoenix, its body suddenly caught on fire. Phoenix cries came out continuously. It was as if the phoenix was being reborn through fire. In the blink of an eye, a countless amount of fire essence was being burnt. This nether energy phoenix actually transformed with the help of the pendant. At this time, there was no phoenix and no phoenix maiden. There was only a phoenix before everyone, a fire phoenix that was devouring the refined flames of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The phoenix usually referred to by cultivator was nothing more than a symbol. At best, these birds only carried very little of a real phoenix's bloodline. A true phoenix was a mythical beast. It was said that they were the invincible mounts of immortals. The moment this fire phoenix appeared, everyone felt that it was a real phoenix since it sent out the extremely ancient atmosphere of a real divine beast. It seemed to be able to devour the entire world and refine the 6 Tao as if it was the only undefeatable being in existence. Many couldn't help but shiver with weakened legs at its appearance. Weaker beings had always feared divine beasts. Even the ancestors hiding in the shadows became alarmed. Even though they clearly knew that it was not a real phoenix, its divine beast aura was very real and terrorizing. Coming of the Phoenix, a pretty incredible grand Tao treasure medal. Although it is only a 4 words mantra, it is still very rare. 4 words becoming an inseparable one. This treasure medal is more precious than even a 9 words treasure medal, truly priceless. Wuxia couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Grand Tao treasure medals contained Grand Tao runes. The more runes it contained, the more precious it would be. However, if they had runes that became a complete phrase, then this was no longer the case. A single mantra treasure medal was sometimes even more precious than a 9 runes treasure medal. Coming of the Phoenix was the mantra phrase of the Phoenix Maiden's treasure medal that was refined by her. Although there were only 4 words, it was still extremely heaven-defying because the 4 words became an inseparable one. The power of coming of the Phoenix was countless times stronger than an ordinary 4-rune word. It was as if this refined pendant was specifically tailored to the Phoenix Maiden because it allowed for her Phoenix to instantly be reborn from the flames. The Phoenix was already very powerful, but after obtaining the mantra from the pendant, it became a legendary fire phoenix. The mantra gave it the same divine aura of the legendary bird. Just think about it, how terrifying was the aura of a divine beast. No one had ever seen one, but they knew that it was an existence comparable to immortals. No wonder why Wuxia couldn't help himself from being amazed at this fire phoenix before him. This treasure medal was absolutely priceless. RMMBBBB. The fire phoenix's claw was coming. Under its wings, the heaven and earth seemingly became small as the stars in the sky were only specks of dust, not enough to reach the apex. Go! Wuxia didn't retreat at all against the incoming phoenix's claw. The yin-yang sea of blood soared and drowned the sky with its bloody ties. In this instant, Wuxia used the 1,000 hands to its maximum potential. The hands lifted 3,000 worlds while shining brightly. An endless amount of life essence filled the sky as a gigantic hand came to meet this encroaching claw. Boom! However, no matter how heaven-defying Wuxia's 1,000 hands were, they couldn't stop the legendary divine beast's aura. This fire phoenix was too tyrannical and incredible. Because of this, Wuxia was dragged down from the sky by this claw and trampled on the muddy ground. This tyrannical claw caused everyone to gasp. An ancestor from a great power uttered, "The myriad bones throne intends to train her into becoming an unparalleled queen." The prowess of the Phoenix Maiden could not be satisfied by the training potential of the divine Spark country. The country definitely couldn't have a priceless treasure like the coming of the Phoenix. This had to be given to her by the throne of bones. Rumble. Wuxia burst out from the rubble, blowing away numerous bits of debris with extreme speed. Screech. Phoenix cries filled the sky. Although Wuxia was fast, the fire phoenix was even faster. Wuxia had just flown up, but the phoenix, with its wings spread, struck him again with an incomparable speed. Li Qiye was blown away once more and spurted out blood. How terrifying! Is this an invincible divine beast? An ancestor exclaimed after seeing the fire phoenix's perfect combination of speed and power. This thing was unbelievable. Boom! Li Qiye heavily slammed into a mountain range and knocked down several peaks while his blood painted the ground red. Many people drew in cold breaths at such an impactful scene. Now, they finally understood what the divine aura from a divine beast was. After knocking Li Qiye away with its wings, it hovered around in the sky as if it was staring at its prey while exuding its monstrous divine aura that caused people to shiver. Everyone knew that this was not a real fire phoenix or a real divine beast, but this divine aura was very real. Even a heavenly gaze would not be able to tell its fake properties. Crash! Li Qiye climbed up from the collapsed peaks. Although bloodied, his spirit was still lively. He didn't look like a wounded man at all. However, it was impossible. Although the divine spark country was a first-rate great power, it couldn't have longevity laws or merit laws of immortal emperors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep it hidden until now. After seeing this, everyone realized that her emperor's law didn't come from the divine spark country, but rather the myriad bones throne. Having thought to this point, they became quite agitated. The myriad bones throne greatly invested in this and gave her an emperor's law even before she officially married into their sect. Passing a merit law to an outsider was not something one person could decide, not even the descendant. Chapter 495, Kunpeng vs. Phoenix. Unfortunately, you're not a real phoenix. Li Qiye climbed up in high spirits and said with a smile, "You're truly fierce, but that is not enough to kill me. If this is your divine beast aura, then I'll show you the style of the king of myriad beasts." Boom! At this moment, all of Li Qiye's blood energy appeared and turned into a sea of blood that covered the sky. Primordial energy surrounded his body and suddenly mixed together with his surging blood energy. At this time, he seemed to have opened the primordial chaos, causing it to flood the world. His fate palace opened so his true fate floated out with its Tao foundation. With a long roar, the Tao foundation harmonized with the true fate and a gigantic Kunpeng appeared. This Kunpeng's wings blotted out the sky and then opened its mouth to suck in all of the primordial energy. It then flapped its wings, causing the endless primordial force to pour down like a waterfall. At this point, Li Qiye was no longer there and only a primordial Kunpeng remained. Li Qiye's real body, true fate, and his Tao foundation had turned into this gigantic primordial Kunpeng. This primordial Kunpeng directly flew up for thousands of miles in the sky and covered the 9 heavens. Its wings blotted out the sun as if the entire sacred netherworld could not contain its monstrous body. A Kunpeng. Many people couldn't help but look up. They all felt that its wings alone could cause the entire earth to collapse. This is not a regular Kunpeng. A great character with deep insight murmured. Seeing the primordial energy descending from the Kunpeng caused others to have the illusion that this Kunpeng was creating a new heaven and earth. The fire phoenix did not retreat in the face of this Kunpeng and made the world know of its roar, screech. It then flew up into the sky with its wings, leaving behind a blazing trail. In the high firmament, its tail created a gigantic fire tornado that incinerated the entire world. Countless refined flames turned into a fiery storm, engulfing the primordial Kunpeng. The Kunpeng retaliated with a shriek and flapped its wings. It was the largest existence of all beasts. Legends of mythical beasts regarded the Kunpeng as the one that had the largest body, something that was capable of swallowing the heaven and earth. The moment its wings flapped, the 9 firmaments shattered. The fiery storm was fanned out by its wings like a tiny spark dying out. Buzz! The void fragmented as the Kunpeng's wings assaulted the earth. It then soared downward and instantly hit the fire phoenix despite the fiery bird counterattacking with its most powerful blow. After a resounding blast, the fire phoenix was blown through layers of clouds in the sky and was sent all the way down towards the ground. Although the fire phoenix was extremely fast, the primordial Kunpeng was even faster. As the phoenix was still falling, the Kunpeng chased after it with an incalculable speed. Its claws from the high sky grabbed onto the fire phoenix. The phoenix wanted to escape, but it couldn't avoid the primordial claws. Exeshich. A tearing sound resonated throughout the sky. The fire phoenix's wings were forcefully torn apart by the Kunpeng. In an instant, the Kunpeng succeeded in landing a fatal blow. This scene was truly too brutal, and many shuddered at such a sight, as if the wings that were torn apart were their very own limbs. Boom! The fire phoenix, with its wings torn asunder, fell from up high and heavily slammed into the ground, causing many mountains to collapse. PFFB. Blood sprayed everywhere. The fire phoenix disappeared and the divine spark phoenix maiden appeared again in everyone's eyes. She sprayed out a mouthful of blood as she tried to get up with her bloodied body. "This won't do, you alone are not enough to test me." Wuxia was in the form of the Kunpeng and floated in the sky like a tyrant, causing others to shiver at his declaration. Kunpeng 6 variants. This law was created by immortal Emperor Min Run after observing a Kunpeng. Wuxia used this technique to turn his Tao foundation into a Kunpeng and then refined it with the worldly prime liquid into a primordial Kunpeng. This would be considered an existence before the creation of the heaven and earth, so if one truly existed, then it would be an invincible being across the eons. The maiden's fire phoenix was indeed heaven-defying, as it was a mythical bird, but even a mythical bird would still have a huge gap when compared to a primordial Kunpeng. Crash! The phoenix chariot of the maiden came and instantly took her to escape. It had a very fast speed, nearly without equal. However, even a swifter speed could not be as fast as the primordial Kunpeng. You want to escape? It's too late. The Kunpeng chased after the carriage and caught it with its sharp claws. Enough with your arrogance. The maiden rushed out from the carriage and channeled all of her merit laws. Endless divine flames like those from a fire phoenix rushed before the Kunpeng's chest. Boom! She was quite impressive, but the Kunpeng simply flapped its wings, making her seem like a kite with its string cut as she fell down from the sky. The Kunpeng soared right after her and caught her in its claws. Not good, it is over for the maiden. The crowd exclaimed after seeing the gravely wounded maiden falling into Wuxia's hands. In his Kunpeng form, Wuxia looked at her in his claws, but his expression suddenly soured because it was not the maiden in his grasp but a wooden puppet. Fake. He immediately understood what was going on and quickly flapped his wings to give chase to the chariot. Whoosh whoosh. The phoenix chariot was destroyed by the sharp claw, but there were no signs of the maiden being inside. There was a small gateway in the carriage, so when she entered the chariot she must have escaped to a different location. The maiden who rushed out to fight was only a scapegoat. Since she had escaped through the Tao gateway long ago, Wuxia couldn't give chase even if he wanted to, since he didn't know her destination. So it is only a puppet. It seems that the maiden was well prepared from the beginning. Everyone immediately understood after seeing this scene. The maiden had already prepared for the worst-case scenario and had a plan for escape. Her calculations were ingenious and flawless. Even in the face of defeat, she managed to escape safely. Truly a wonderful woman. Planning out all possibilities and having everything completely under her control. Such cleverness is admirable. Although she was defeated and fled this battle, her performance today garnered respect and admiration. Although she came with a menacing momentum and no one expected her to lose today, she still revealed the style worthy of a queen by demonstrating her wisdom. It could be said that although she had lost, this was still a glorious defeat. This woman had made many people exclaim in admiration with reverence. It was no wonder why Dizhua chose her. After today's battle, anyone would feel like she was the perfect match for him. The primordial Kunpeng disappeared and Li Qiye appeared before the crowd. He hovered in the sky while gazing down below. At this minute, his presence alone was enough to suffocate people. There was no need to speak. Li Qiye's imperious attitude right now was not a posture for show and instead was a confident bearing. Anyone else want to fight? Li Qiye's cold gaze not only swept through the battlefield, he also glanced at those who were standing far on the horizon, watching the fight. At this point, the world stood still in silence as a response to Li Qiye's arrogant provocation. No one dared to come out. The ghost geniuses lowered their proud heads before Li Qiye's cold-as-ice glare. Imperial descendants such as the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child didn't dare to meet the challenge. Without Emperor's weapons, they had no chance of victory even if they worked together. Tian Luanhui hid in the void and emitted a mysterious breath. No one could see his expression or tell what he was thinking. Great characters from the previous generation didn't want to mess with this calamity. Today, Li Qiye killed off tens of thousands of enemies alone with a monstrous momentum, so who would want to bring about their own destruction? No one was willing to come out to challenge Li Qiye at this moment. Even the divine Spark Phoenix Maiden had already fled in defeat. Only the three heroes of the sacred nether world had the ability to challenge Li Qiye now. Then we'll end this here today. Li Qiye slowly spoke, of course, I welcome anyone who is dissatisfied with me to come at me any time. However, it is best to prepare your own coffins beforehand. This overbearing sentence didn't put anyone in his eyes, he simply stood above the world. However, no one dared to defy Li Qiye at this moment since he had proven himself worthy to act in such a cavalier manner. Damn! He really is too brilliant. After Li Qiye left and everyone regained their composure, the first to cheer was the Snow Shadow tribe. Instantly, a storm of applause and cheers exploded everywhere in the tribe. The army of the Phoenix Maiden had entrapped them for some time, so the entire tribe was scared out of their minds. They had all felt that they would not be able to escape this time and might have to suffer genocide. Even after Li Qiye undertook the battle, they didn't carry a lot of hope. After all, the maiden had the ability to bully the world, not to mention the tens of thousands of enemies before them. In their eyes, even if Li Qiye had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the maiden. Chapter 496, Worldwide Fame. However, in the end, Li Qiye alone killed all of his enemies and the Phoenix Maiden suffered a decisive defeat. The black clouds that loomed over the Snow Shadow tribe were dispelled. This narrow escape caused the Snow Shadow disciples to be excited beyond words as they jumped up cheering. Qiurong Wanxue, who had been watching the fight from afar, was emotionally speechless. Suddenly, a teardrop dripped down from the corner of her eye. Li Qiye didn't fight against so many just for himself, but also for the Snow Shadow tribe. Meanwhile, the other human cultivators were ecstatic as well. One of them couldn't help but crazily laugh and say, "Ha ha ha ha. Our human race will sweep through all of the enemies in this generation and reach the apex." Many human monks clapped in unison and excitedly exclaimed, "That's right. From now on, there is a genius of our race who is comparable to the 3 heroes of the sacred nether world." Those who were saddened the most by the result of the battle had to be the ghost race. Being defeated by humans in the southern distant cloud was understandable, after all, humans had some formidable powers there. However, this was the eastern nether border. Tens of thousands of experts joined together only to be annihilated by Li Qiye in the end. Li Qiye had now established his fame with this battle and shattered the pride of the ghost race. Ghosts had always considered themselves to be the rulers of the sacred nether world, especially when the 3 heroes in the current generation were so absolutely brilliant. All of them assumed that the immortal emperor of this world would definitely be a ghost, so they look at the other races, like humans and demons, with disdain in their eyes. But today, Wuxia swept through his enemies and defeated the Phoenix Maiden. This in turn also struck the ghost's arrogant momentum quite hard. It could be said that the ghost race had lost all face after this battle. Once Wuxia met up with Lan Yunju's group, she said with a cheerful smile, "Hey, uncle, you will become famous overnight after this battle. From now on, only the three heroes will be comparable to you." Wuxia looked at her and replied, "Girl, you are really looking down on me. Putting the three trash heroes on the same level as me. Who do you think I am?" Despite his overbearing attitude, Elder Ji and the other Snow Shadow disciples didn't think that he was boasting. Lan Yunju angrily glared at him and then playfully said, "Oh, uncle, don't you know that humility is a virtue? Just a little bit of praise and you are already in over your head, have you no shame?" Wuxia burst out in laughter and then told Qirong Wanxue, "Go back and check on the situation, your disciples need a chief to take care of them." Qirong Wanxue was too emotional to speak as her eyes became all teary. In the end, she only gently spoke, "Thank you." Peng Zhuang's group of 6 looked at Wuxia. In the beginning, they thought that he was only an ordinary human cultivator. They didn't expect that Wuxia would eventually sweep through the world and be someone on the same level as the three heroes, so they felt quite proud to have known Wuxia. Peng Zhuang gave him a thumbs up and said, "Young noble, no, big boss, you are truly invincible. You're so amazing." The 6 of them couldn't help but take pride in having become friends with Wuxia, walking shoulder to shoulder with him during their time together. Existences like the three heroes were people that little characters like them could only look up to. After thanking Wuxia, Qirong Wanxue quickly brought Peng Zhuang's group and Elder Ji back to the Snow Shadow tribe. After having survived this storm, the disciples were still anxious and needed Qirong Wanxue to run the show. After she left, Lan Yunju told Wuxia, "Master's group will arrive tomorrow at the latest, will you open the prime ominous grave right now?" Wuxia shook his head and replied, "No, I'm not in a hurry right now. I learned quite a lot and must reflect on it. I have a new perspective on battles and maybe I'll be able to create an invincible technique." This bloody battle refined everything Wuxia had learned and combined them together, especially his 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. It had reached a new apex. The seed of a supreme merit law had been formed in his head, so he needed time to try to understand the fruits of this battle. "I'll keep a lookout for you." Lan Yunju didn't say anything else and immediately prepared a safe place for him. She would act as his Tao protector. As Lan Yunju had said, Wuxia became famous overnight from this one battle. His fame spread across the nether border and he became a hot topic for many cultivators, especially those who saw the battle with their own eyes. These people had the chance to retell the events in a grandiloquent manner. Fierce Wuxia, this title resounded everywhere in a short period of time with a thunderous magnitude no less than tales of the three heroes. Fierce Wuxia is the pride of our human race. Some human cultivators even came up with a slogan for him. While people were discussing this battle, there was also another matter to note, the prime ominous key. It was hard to avoid this issue when Wuxia was brought up. When will Wuxia open the prime ominous grave? No one dared to ask him directly, so they could only speculate. However, people would wait until he opened the grave. After the battle, even more people from various sects went and camped right outside of the prime ominous grave. In a matter of days, a multitude of groups from all over the world camped in this location, waiting for Wuxia to open the grave. They wanted to follow him inside, but whether anyone would have any success or not was up to their own fortune. The news that the grave would be opened was momentous and quickly spread throughout the sacred nether world. Countless lineages sent experts and masters to the nether border. Even little sects and vagrant cultivators rushed here immediately without minding the cost. The prime ominous grave was filled with boundless temptation to the sacred nether cultivators. The legendary method to everlasting life, king medicines and immortal elixirs, ancient treasures and sacred artifacts, any of these creations inside the grave would pave the future path of just about anyone. Many reclusive sects and clans came out after hearing the news. They even sent a message to inform their masters. The Thousand Carp River was one of the earliest sects to arrive at the prime ominous grave. The moment they came, a huge carp could be seen swimming in the horizon above the 9 heavens like a dragon creating ripples of waves. The Thousand Carp River is here, is it to back up Wuxia? Many sects were very wary to see Daoist Bao Gui and the other elders with their majestic blood energies. The Thousand Carp River had proudly traversed the sacred netherworld with a smile for a long time due to their substantial power. Yesterday, Wuxia's battle could be considered a challenge to the ghost race, so today, when Daoist Bao Gui brought along this many experts, it was probably not for the prime ominous grave but instead to lend Wuxia a hand. Perhaps the river sect wanted to let the sacred netherworld know that it was a lineage not to be underestimated or looked down upon by anyone. Daoist Bao Gui and the elders quickly came to see Lan Yunzhu right after they arrived. The old Daoist was a bit worried and asked, "How is young noble?" After hearing Wuxia's challenge to the world, the old Daoist became quite startled. He not only brought the high elders along, but he even invited an ancestor to come protect him. He is fine and is in isolated cultivation at the moment. Lan Yunzhu reported Wuxia's situation to her master and the elders. After hearing her report, the old Daoist was both relieved and shocked. Even a high elder from the river sect couldn't help but murmur, "Truly formidable. Being able to kill so many enemies alone. It is no wonder why the patriarch chose young noble to be our guardian." Venerable Yang praised, "Our Thousand Carp River is one sect with 2 geniuses. Yunzhu is already brilliant enough, and now we also have someone like young noble. This is more than enough to compete against the likes of Dizhua for the heaven's will." He already knew that the dream tree picked Wuxia for a reason, so now that Wuxia showed his talents, he was very optimistic. The elders were quite ecstatic. They placed high hopes in Lan Yunzhu, although she, as the descendant of the river sect, didn't sweep through the world like Dizhua. She had cultivated the secret law at a young age and could communicate with the heaven's will. The elders believed that, in the future, Lan Yunzhu would not be any weaker than Dizhua, Tian Luanhui, and Chan Yang. Now, with the addition of a heaven-defying genius like Wuxia, the Thousand Carp River became even more confident about competing for the heaven's will. A sect with 2 geniuses was quite rare. The river sect didn't mind coming from the far southern distant cloud all the way to this place. Meanwhile, the other nether border sects had also congregated right outside of the grave. Amongst them, the arrival of the Myriad Bones throne was especially grand. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a divine mountain that resembled an imperial crown suddenly landed right outside the prime ominous grave. An immortal energy surrounded this divine mountain with faint celestials around it as if this mountain was the center of the heaven and earth. Even the ancestral mountain is here. Seeing this divine mountain appearing caused many people to become shocked. Any person and even any sect would feel fear and awe in front of this ancestral mountain. Chapter 497, Bronze Carapace Insect Tribe. This must be to support Dizhua, otherwise, the throne's ancestral mountain would not descend so easily. Many people gasped at the sight of the mountain. Another whispered, "Since the Thousand Carp River's elders came, the Myriad Bones throne, being the strongest existence in the nether border, will not back down either." The 2 sides must be quite tense right now. Wuxia and Dizhua being enemies was something that everyone knew about. Dizhua would absolutely not forgive Wuxia for defeating the Phoenix Maiden and killing so many ghost cultivators, thus a fight between these 2 would be unavoidable. Now, the throne's intentions were too clear with the appearance of its ancestral mountain. If it was a one-on-one fight, then the Throne of Bones would not interfere. However, if the Thousand Carp River wanted to play a numbers game, then the throne would not idly sit by. Buzz, When everyone was still surprised from seeing the ancestral mountain, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared. The sky promptly turned dark and the cultivators who looked up noticed something blocking the sky. "Oh God, it is the bronze carapace insect tribe, run away." After seeing the densely packed creatures that blotted out the sky, countless people lost their minds. Zietziai, at this moment, countless winged insects came together to form a human-shaped existence the size of a mountain. The moment all the insects' bronze wings came together, the bronze giant's outline became clear to all. Despite it only being an amalgamation of insects, it was difficult to tell that this bronze giant wasn't a real being. The giant let out a menacing laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. No need to be so alarmed. My bronze carapace insect tribe is here for the prime ominous grave, not to massacre the innocent." Having heard this, many people who were fleeing paused, but they quickly resumed their retreat since they got the creeps from looking at the bronze giant from afar. The bronze carapace insect tribe was an extremely frightening branch of the ghost race. Anyone would feel a chill when their name was brought up in the sacred nether world. This tribe had existed for a very long time, and some even speculated that this tribe was born before the Desolate Era. Although it had never produced an immortal emperor, legends say that an ancestor of this tribe from an archaic era had eaten an existence that rivaled an immortal emperor. And this was not the most terrifying aspect of this insect tribe. Instead, it was their ability to reproduce. As long as the conditions were right, they would immediately reproduce. This meant that the tribe could produce millions of offspring within a very short amount of time. Therefore, opposing the insect tribe meant opposing a force that could never be killed off completely. The lands that were ravaged by them appeared to have been devoured by locusts since they devoured absolutely anything. Their bodies were extremely tough and difficult to kill. In other words, the members of this tribe were like cockroaches. One cockroach was tolerable, but 1,000,000 unkillable cockroaches would be quite terrifying. There had been a saying in the sacred netherworld, "It is better to offend an emperor's lineage than to create a feud with the bronze carapace insect tribe." The arrival of these insects alarmed many people. No one hoped to become the meal of these insects. They would eat just about anything, even the dirt on the ground. Once eaten by these insects, they would not even spare a single bone of your body. Many people shivered and fled after imagining such a fate. So the bronze carapace king didn't mind the far distance and came from the misty field all the way here. At this time, a scholarly voice appeared. A yin-yang aura appeared in the sky as several thousand masters rode this energy to approach. The moment this yin-yang energy arrived right outside the prime ominous grave, it turned into a huge yin-yang symbol. Then everyone finally saw a middle-aged man who sat in the middle. He wore a robe with a yin-yang pattern while exuding a transcendent scholarly aura. It was easy to tell that he was a dashing man in his earlier years. Even the bronze carapace king didn't dare to neglect the proper cordial procedure as he quickly asked, "Ah, so it is the yin-yang master, excuse my delayed greeting." Yin-yang master, the father of Chanyang and the yin-yang gate's sect master. People shuddered after hearing the name. The yin-yang gate was a great lineage in the eastern nether border established by immortal Emperor Yin-yang. In contemporary times, when it came to the yin-yang gate, one had to talk about two people, the yin-yang master and Chanyang. Plenty of approbation could be heard regarding the yin-yang master since he was the father of Chanyang. Just who was Chanyang? One of the three heroes, someone comparable to Dizhua. However, the most dreadful part about Chanyang was that he was chosen by the ancestral realm to be their inheritor. The ancestral realm was at the zenith of the sacred nether world. It was the origin ground of the ghost race, the holiest and sacred location. A legend stated that in a very distant era, the ancestral realm led the ghost race to glory. Many ghosts believed that there wouldn't be any ghost tribes today if it wasn't for the ancestral realm. For millions of years, most ghost immortal emperors more or less had something to do with the ancestral realm. For example, Immortal Emperor Yi Shi, Immortal Emperor Er Shi, Immortal Emperor Yin Yang, and Immortal Emperor Chong Huang. All of them were inextricably linked to the realm. Being the descendant of the ancestral realm was a very shocking matter because even if the person couldn't become an immortal emperor in the future, being the master of the ancestral realm meant that he would be the highest existence in the sacred netherworld, an uncrowned king of all ghosts. All the ghost tribes understood the significance behind this matter. Becoming the ancestral realm's descendant signaled a lifetime of glory and granted the ability to order the rest of the world. Such a throne was coveted by countless geniuses. Because of this, the Yin-Yang Gate became a kite that met the right course of wind. Overnight, the Yin-Yang Gate's status in the sacred nether world became slightly higher than the Myriad Bones throne. As his father, the Yin-Yang Master naturally took pride in having a son like Chan Yang. Nevertheless, he was not someone who became famous just because of his son. During his youth, he was already a brilliant genius renowned across the plains. At the age of 20, he had become an ancient saint. This was during the difficult Tao era, so becoming an ancient saint at that age was an incredibly shocking feat. Someone even said that if the Yin-Yang Master had not been born during the difficult Tao era, then he would have had the chance to strive for becoming an immortal emperor. Later on, the Master forcefully began his tribulation during the difficult Tao era, so he was wounded and his cultivation stopped. If it wasn't for this, then even with his current age and majestic blood energy, maybe he would still have the chance to compete for the heavens will with the younger generation. The arrival of the Yin-Yang Master caused a huge commotion. Since even an existence like the bronze carapace insect tribe had to be courteous towards the Master, other sects obviously came to greet him as well. A group of sect masters began to converse with him. May I ask when Chan Yang will return? Many people in the sacred netherworld had always been attentive to Chan Yang's situation, even more so than Di's was. Dizwa had a bright future with a high chance of becoming an immortal emperor. The Myriad Bones throne, a sect with 3 emperors, was also a terrifying lineage. However, Chan Yang was different. As the descendant of the ancestral realm, even if he didn't become an immortal emperor in the future, he would still be a supreme existence that ruled the ancestral realm. One must keep in mind that the ancestral realm represented the entire ghost race and could order the world. The throne of bones really couldn't compare to the ancestral realm, the origin of the ghost race, despite its prestigious status. Because of this, even more ghosts valued Chan Yang higher than Dizwa. After all, it was not certain if Dizwa would become an emperor while Chan Yang's grasp over the ancestral realm was already written in the stars. The Yin-Yang Master smiled in response and said, "My son can't return right now from the ancestral realm." His immortal physique made some progress after just having surpassed his minor tribulation. Right now, he is in isolated cultivation in order to reach grand completion. Minor completion immortal physique. The group gasped after hearing the Master's answer. The world all knew of Chan Yang's talents. He surely cultivated unparalleled techniques and merit laws as the ancestral realm's descendant. His treatment would be no worse than that from any emperor's lineage. So now, after finding out that his immortal physique was at minor completion, how could people not be moved? This must be to support Dizwa, otherwise, the throne's ancestral mountain would not come so easily. Many people gasped at the sight of the mountain. Another whispered, "Since the 1,000 Carp River's elders came, the Myriad Bones throne, being the strongest existence in the nether border, would not back down either. The two sides must be quite tense right now." Chapter 498, Yin-Yang Master. When Chan Yang first entered the ancestral realm, his fame, talents, and accomplishments had already rivaled Dizwa's and Tian Luanhui's. Now, with his minor completion immortal physique, how many people would be filled with dread after knowing this? If his immortal physique reached grand completion, then even if he couldn't become an immortal emperor, he would still be a terrifying existence capable of competing with one. After hearing this, the ghost tribes recognized the Yin-Yang Gate's potential. The Yin-Yang Master's son was too excellent. Not only would he be the descendant of the ancestral realm, but he would also have a grand completion immortal physique in the future. The master and his sect's position rose higher once again. Minor completion immortal physique. In fact, after this news came out, many people shuddered. Both ghosts and people from the other races were clamoring non-stop. Maybe Chen Yang will overshadow Tian Luanhui and Dizhua. Will he be the leader of the three heroes? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Ever since Chen Yang entered the ancestral realm, he faded away out of the sight of the world. At that time, Dizhua was sweeping through his enemies with prestigious battles, so he became more famous than Chen Yang and Tian Luanhui. But now, after the news about the minor completion immortal physique spread, people recognized that although he went to the ancestral realm, it didn't mean that he had become weaker than Dizhua or Tian Luanhui. Maybe his minor completion immortal physique would even widen the gap between him and the other two. This news then came to the ancestral mountain right outside of the prime ominous grave. Having heard this, an ancient voice only laughed and commented, "It's only at minor completion. Wait until it becomes grand completion, then talk." It is not like the myriad bones throne never had a grand completion immortal physique. It would sound arrogant and foolish if this came from others, but not when it came from a grand character that hailed from the throne of bones. They didn't only produce immortal emperors, they also had a grand completion immortal physique. It was one of the rare sects who had a complete immortal physique merit law. As for Tian Luanhui, who was right outside of the grave, he simply smiled in an unreadable manner after hearing about Chen Yang's minor completion. This enigmatic smile alone already proved his confidence despite Chen Yang's accomplishment. The Yin-Yang master provided some more news that shocked others. The elders of the ancestral city will visit. This time, the grave's opening is different from the past. The ancestral city was a stronghold built by the ancestral realm in the sacred nether world. It was the stopping point for this power and normally represented their ideologies and intentions. The ancestral city rarely cared for mundane matters or conflicts between ghost tribes. They rarely came to the previous prime ominous grave's openings, but this time was different, which garnered a lot of surprise. Many had a foreboding sensation with this news since they felt that it wasn't so simple. The Yin-Yang master and his sect camped right outside of the grave. After settling in, the first group he visited was not the Myriad Bones Throne or other ghost tribes, but the Thousand Carp River. The river sect put on a very grand ceremony to meet his visit. The master sat in a comfortable palanquin as he was being carried into the sect's camp. He didn't even get off when Daoist Bao Gui met him, he only nodded his head for the greeting. The river sect's elders were quite dissatisfied with the Yin-Yang master's attitude, but Daoist Bao Gui was quite magnanimous and still cheerfully smiled at his guest. The master was then invited into a room. While still seated on his palanquin, he looked down at Daoist Bao Gui with his chin held up high. The master then spoke, "Fellow Daoist Bao Gui, I want to see Wuxia, your guardian." The elders were very unhappy. They would have already thrown him out if he wasn't a guest. The Yin-Yang gate was an emperor's lineage, but so was the river sect. It had absolute confidence that it was only stronger and not weaker than the Yin-Yang gate. The Yin-Yang master had a great son that became the descendant of the ancestral realm, but the river sect was not afraid of this. The ancestral realm was only dominant over the ghost race, and since the Thousand Carp River was a lineage of humans and demons, it didn't give the ancestral realm any face. This was why the elders were unhappy with the master while other ghosts would find this attitude as a matter of course. Nevertheless, Daoist Bao Gui had a good temper and shook his head before replying with a smile, "I'm sorry, Gate Master Yin-Yang, our guardian is in isolated cultivation and will not see any guests. He has to even if he doesn't want to." The Yin-Yang master sneered and ordered people by pointing his chin. He then declared, "This is not up to him to decide." This attitude enraged the elders even further, especially Venerable Yang, who had always been a staunch supporter of Wuxia. Venerable Yang smiled and said, "Gate Master Yin-Yang, regarding status, our guardian is much higher than a sect master or royal lord. It is not difficult if you want to meet our guardian, but tell your sect's ancestor to personally come. Maybe our guardian will personally see him. Perhaps your Thousand Carp River wishes to become enemies with our ghost race? The Yin-Yang master coldly said with a darkened expression, I came while representing the ancestral city. Venerable Yang's expression also turned cold. As a high elder of the river sect, he was one of the rare masters in the present times and was not easily perturbed. What about the ancestral city? At this time, a laid-back voice slowly appeared, I don't put it in my sight at all, and opposing the entire ghost race is nothing crazy either. It is not something I haven't done before. I'm the type that kills all those who oppose me, so even if your ghost race has billions of cultivators, I don't mind killing billions. What now? At this time, Li Qie had come out with Lan Yunzhu accompanying him. The elders immediately stood up to greet his presence. Daoist Bao Gui smiled and said, Young noble is finally done with your cultivation. I'm only out to take in some fresh air, but I heard that there was a person boasting shamelessly in this place, so I came to take a look. Li Qie then sat directly opposite of the Yin-Yang master. The disciples who were holding up the Yin-Yang master's palanquin shouted at Li Qie, Jr., cease your cocky attitude. Li Qie was too lazy to look at this disciple and commanded, a porter daring to shout in my presence? Slap him. Pa, pa. 2 loud slaps clearly resounded. Lan Yunzhu, who had been standing by Li Qie's side, went to slap the porter disciple twice. The Yin-Yang master couldn't stop it in time. The master's expression became extremely ugly. Although it was only a porter disciple, it was still someone within his jurisdiction. Now, Lan Yunzhu had slapped the porter in front of him, this was not showing him any face, thus prompting the master's strong response, you don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Li Qie rudely interrupted him, the height of the heavens cannot disturb me, and no matter how thick the earth is, I can still crush it with one stomp. He calmly continued his declaration, in this 9 heavens and 10 earths, your father can come and go wherever I please. If you don't have anything else to say, then scram. Don't act audaciously within my territory. Quickly spew out your garbage. Li Qie's crude and dominating words caused the river sect's elders' jaws to drop to the ground and their eyes to open up wide. People with their status really shouldn't speak in such an arrogant and vulgar manner. The Yin-Yang master angrily shivered while pointing at Li Qie and shouted, Junior, you. Li Qie became tired of the master, so he stood up to tell Daoist Bao Gui, Sect Master, see our guest out. My time is precious, don't let this mouthful of arse waste it. Daoist Bao Gui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Qie's aggressive style did not befit a great power's etiquette, but the elders were happy to see the Yin-Yang master become so angry. They were very unhappy with the master, but because of their status, they couldn't just mouth him off. Li Qie's words relieved them of their exasperation. Stop. Seeing Li Qie leaving, the Yin-Yang master hurriedly exclaimed. His blood energy soared as waves of bright lights condensed, it seemed that he was about to attack. Seeing the master's posture and how he was aiming to attack Li Qie, Venerable Yang stood up and smiled, Oh? Gate Master Yin-Yang wants to do something? This old man will be happy to entertain you. I wonder if a new talent like Gate Master Yin-Yang has reached the virtuous Paragon realm yet. Venerable Yang was a high elder of the river sect, so his power was quite mighty and could even be considered at an unfathomable level. A sect master couldn't provoke him, not even a sect master from an emperor's lineage. The Yin-Yang master suddenly felt quite oppressed. This was the river sect's territory and all of their elders and even high elders were present. He would absolutely be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out, but he still found it difficult to swallow this anger. All of you listen carefully. The Yin-Yang master dryly said, the ancestral realm wants the prime ominous key. If the Thousand Carp River doesn't hand it over, then it means war. Chapter 499, Simple Precious Tree, Scram. Li Qiye didn't bother to give the yin-yang master a glimpse as he dismissively spoke, "While you are still a guest, scram immediately. Even if you are a virtuous paragon, annoy me and I'll cut off your head to use it as my chamber pot. The ancestral realm ain't shit. I don't give a damn about a bunch of ghosts hiding underground. Go back and inform those old geezers that if they threaten me, I'll go and dismantle their nest." These aggressive words left everyone silly, including the stunned group of Daoist Bao Gui. Too domineering. This was the ancestral realm. Since time immemorial, no one had ever talked about dismantling it. Even an immortal emperor had to think twice before saying these words. Now, he had done it. Li Qiye opened his mouth and talked about destroying the ancestral realm. This sentence was too overbearing and was capable of creating a total mess of everything. "Gate Master Yin-yang, please take your leave. Our guardian will not hand the prime ominous key over. Since the key is in the possession of our guardian, it is also the Thousand Carp River's possession. We will not hand the key over with both hands extended." As they reached this impasse, Daoist Bao Gui came forward to force the guest to leave. The yin-yang master's expression kept on changing colors in an unsightly manner. Today, being yelled at by a junior left him in an extremely humiliated state. He coldly scowled before saying, "When the ancestral realm's punishment descends, you all better be ready." Having said that, he started to walk away without waiting to sit on his palanquin. Staying any longer would only result in further humiliation. After he left, Daoist Bao Gui forced a smile and said, "Did we need to make it so tense? We could have just refused to hand it over." Forcing the Thousand Carp River to hand over the key was absolutely out of the question, but there was no need to break all pretense. A polite refusal could have worked. "It is fine. Sooner or later, we would fall out with them anyway." Li Qiye said with a smile, "Sooner or later, I'll dismantle the ancestral realm." "You are talking about the ancestral realm." The elders and venerable Yang couldn't disguise their astonishment at Li Qiye's words. "So what?" Li Qiye continued on, "Even immortal emperors will disappear one day, let alone the ancestral realm. As long as it is my will, tearing it down isn't a big deal." The group from the southern distant cloud couldn't help but awkwardly smile. This was too crazy. Even an immortal emperor would not say such a thing, but Li Qiye had declared it so. If anyone heard this, they would think that he had gone insane. Lan Yunzhu finally got the chance to ask now that Li Qiye left his cultivation session, "Do we open the prime ominous grave now?" "Not yet. For the last several days, I've been busy cultivating a new merit law. In the future, it will be an emperor's law or something even better." The older group couldn't help but shudder inside. They knew that Li Qiye was not speaking nonsense. He was at such a young age with a low cultivation, yet he was already able to create his own merit law, and one that was on the path of the emperor at that. How heaven-defying was this? Lan Yunzhu was quite curious. Her dual saint talents were quite formidable no matter which era it was. She was the type that would always garner attention. However, she couldn't take the same steps as Li Qiye. The myriad bones throne and the yin-yang gate both came, as well as the bronze carapace insect tribe from the far misty field. All the other ghost tribes in the sacred netherworld came one after another. There were even some ancient and reclusive clans. Among them, the one that received the greatest fanfare was the Alira's ancient kingdom. A huge continent flew from the horizon and swept through the sky. It was majestic and the size of an entire country. On this continent were towering pavilions and ancient buildings, both mysterious and powerful. This giant landmass was a source of shock. The unknowing would think that it was an entire country. It landed right outside of the prime ominous grave, and Tian Luanhui himself came to greet its people. He trod on sky and flew upward. A mysterious aura that spanned for miles like an endless grand Tao paved the path below his feet. People couldn't help but swoon at his style. As one of the three heroes and someone called the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, Tian Luanhui's style was no less than anyone else's. With the arrival of these great powers, the grave became filled with people eagerly awaiting for Li Qiye to open the prime ominous grave as soon as possible. If it was like before, these people would have already taken action to seize the key. But now, anyone who wished to do so would have to think very carefully. People shivered at the thought of Li Qiye killing tens of thousands by himself in one battle. Moreover, the elders of the river sect were also here and they completely supported him. Even an emperor's lineage wouldn't want to declare war on the Thousand Carp River just for the prime ominous key. So in the end, everyone waited for Li Qiye to quickly open the grave. Many smaller sects were nervous at the sight of so many great powers. A weaker sect master began counting and gasped, Hidden Earth Ghost Tribe, 100 Saints Clan, 9 Dragons Peak. Even the War Clan is here. This is a reclusive clan that produced an immortal emperor once. Someone else added, not only the War Clan, but even an ancient ghost tribe like the Iron Ghost also came. The prime ominous grave was opening, but there was ample time so even the reclusive clans of this world came out to play. All the smaller powers became frightened by their auras. This was the biggest event in the recent years. All of the most powerful tribes and sects in the sacred netherworld were here. Rumble. While many people were still stunned, the earth suddenly shook. A tree suddenly grew from right outside the grave and instantly pierced up to the sky, covering half of the horizon. The fog lingering above made it difficult for others to see what was happening up there, but there were faint shadows on the tree. Simple precious tree. A person took a deep breath and exclaimed. Even the simple mountain immortal kingdom came. Countless people were stunned once they saw this tree. Even great characters inside the throne of bones ancestral mountain and the elders above the giant Alira's continent were surprised. Inside the ancestral mountain, a great character murmured, they moved the simple precious tree here, just what are they trying to do? Many people were jealous of this huge tree. Simple precious tree, this is something left behind by the legendary immortal Emperor Du. The simple mountain immortal kingdom was just like the Thousand Carp River, a lineage erected in the southern distant cloud. It could be said that it was the number one power in this region, a one sect, two emperors lineage. At a certain level, both the immortal kingdom and the river sect represented the human race. The kingdom's first emperor, as well as its founder, was immortal Emperor Du, and he was a charming spirit. Its second immortal emperor was immortal Emperor Fan Chen, a human. Because of this, they had produced many powerful human experts that had reached the peak in the past. In the southern distant cloud, human cultivators considered the Thousand Carp River and the immortal kingdom as the two main human lineages. Because of them, human cultivators had a place to stay in the sacred nether world. All were shocked to see this precious tree, including the throne of bones, the Alira's ancient kingdom, and even the reclusive clans. This precious tree came from immortal Emperor Du, and there were many speculations about its origin. Some thought that immortal Emperor Du used his blood energy to cultivate this tree, but later on, people thought that he obtained the tree from the prime ominous grave at a young age. All the way to the present day, this tree was a very powerful treasure of the immortal kingdom, and it rarely left the kingdom's territory. The sacred nether inhabitants even considered this tree to be the ancient kingdom's defining and protecting treasure. Its mysterious wonders were on par with immortal emperor true treasures. In fact, it might even be greater than such treasures. Now that the immortal kingdom decided to bring their precious tree right outside the prime ominous grave, many became alarmed at the kingdom's intentions. What does the simple mountain immortal kingdom want to do? It is understandable if they bring an immortal emperor true treasure, but to bring this tree along. Is it that they actually want to find the mythical method for everlasting life? An ancestor standing on top of the Alira's continent exclaimed. All the emperor's lineages brought along emperor's weapons to this grave opening. This was no secret since everyone knew the dangers of the grave, but the immortal kingdom bringing its defining treasure caused others to become shocked. A big storm is brewing. Everyone eventually came to this conclusion. All of the powerful forces of the sacred nether world were here, and all of them brought along Emperor's weapons, so when a fight broke out, even the earth would be rent. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous sound came about as a sea of scarlet flames incinerated the heaven and earth. Everyone started to run, but after a while, they began to calm down. The flames shot into the sky but didn't burn anyone at all. When the scarlet flames subsided, everyone saw a divine beast standing proudly in the air, a Qilin. Its entire body was golden and covered in fiery sparks. It had an incomparably gallant figure as it stood above the 9 heavens like a descending divine god. Stealing this from another novel, but it is quite apt here. Chapter 500, D's was a rival, a scarlet flame Qilin. Many people were moved when they saw this Qilin. A scarlet flame Qilin was not a real divine beast, it was a descendant with some of the Qilin's bloodline flowing through its veins. In spite of this, the sight of the scarlet flame Qilin standing in the sky still caused many people to palpitate. It emitted an aura that caused even heavenly sovereigns to tremble. Its domineering aura was not just for show, since it actually had the strength to back it up. This was an auspicious beast that had appeared only once in the last 30,000 years. It usually showed itself in many places in the sacred nether world and would make nests to rest for years in each of its domains. Anyone would want an auspicious beast like this with divine blood running through its veins. Many people chased after it, but no one was successful, not even heavenly kings. Even some reclusive ancestors came out, but the Qilin managed to evade all of them. Later on, there was a legend that spread throughout the sacred nether world. It stated that this scarlet flame Qilin was the descendant of a divine beast, so only the future immortal emperor would be able to tame it. Only a future immortal emperor would make this Qilin willing to become a mount. Look! It is Sir Dizwa. A person with keen eyes saw the person mounted on this Qilin and loudly screamed. Everyone looked up and saw a young man sitting on the Qilin's back. He sat straight as his back carried the blue sky, making time stand still. The young man was not overly handsome, but he had a pair of divine eyes that were seemingly capable of seeing through eons. With a cloak on his back, he exuded a mighty imperial aura. There were no signs of affectation, this aura seemed to naturally radiate from him. What was even more dreadful was the golden door that appeared right behind the young man's back. This golden door acted like a divine gate that opened a path to the heavenly Grand Tao. It exuded an eternal breath that surrounded Dizwa's body. Dizwa, the descendant of the Throne of Bones, a legend in the sacred nether world, the pride of the ghost race. One of the 3 heroes with even greater prestige than Tian Luanhui and Chan Yang. Despite the 3 heroes all having great backgrounds, Dizwa was different from Chan Yang and Tian Luanhui. It was undeniable that both Tian Luanhui's and Chan Yang's talents, efforts, and lineages were no less than Dizwa's, but they were born with a golden spoon and were already fated to become extraordinary. Tian Luanhui was presumed to be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, while Chan Yang was chosen by the ancestral realm during his youth. Fate itself had decided that these two would be able to reach the peak while stunning the world. However, Dizwa's achievements and glories were hard-earned by him. It was indisputable that coming from the Throne of Bones was great, but Dizwa was not the only genius there. He faced a plethora of competition from a young age. Nevertheless, he used his talents and hard work to prove his worth and eventually sat on the descendant's throne. Dizwa once continuously challenged the world and his own limits, using blood to cast his fame. When he was 10, he was able to defeat royal nobles. When he was 15, ancient saints were placed beneath his feet. And when he was 18, he used an invincible momentum to kill an entire country in an earth-shattering battle that caused rivers of blood to flow. Dizwa's battle record was worthy of pride no matter which era one looked at. While Tian Luanhui and Chan Yang were enveloped in an aura of extraordinariness since birth, Dizhua fought his way through bloody battles to earn his reputation. Thus, he exerted a greater and more tangible pressure compared to the other two. As a result, many of the young and old generations in the sacred netherworld called him Sir Dizhua. The legendary Imperial Gate. I heard that when the young immortal Emperor Wangu reached a certain level, he also had an imperial gate just like this. This is a symbol of being enlightened by a supreme grand Tao. The group emotionally uttered after seeing the golden gate behind Dizhua's back. Immortal Emperor Wangu was the progenitor of the Myriad Bones throne, the first emperor of the ghost race. He originated from a great clan where its members, after having learned a supreme grand Tao, would have a golden gate behind their backs. Because of this, the Golden Gate represented the supreme grand Tao as well as the opportunity to reach the peak in the future. Maybe they could even become an immortal emperor. Dizhua's visit caused a huge commotion as the crowd gazed at him with anticipation. Even Tian Luanhui above the Alira's continent suddenly stood up. His arrival caused the descendants of emperors' lineages, like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child, to be unable to sit still. Dizhua. Their hearts sank after seeing Dizhua in the far distance. Both of them were imperial descendants and were geniuses among geniuses. They expended countless amounts of blood and sweat to finally become imperial descendants. It could be said that their type was not willing to accept defeat to anyone, and very few people could cause them to bow their arrogant heads. Therefore, they became quite dejected to see Dizhua. They realized the gap between them and him. Even the most egotistical genius would have to accept their shortcomings in the face of Dizhua. In fact, bowing before Dizhua was not a shameful thing in the sacred netherworld, for countless geniuses had already done so after being convinced by his might. Tian Luanhui, who was standing on his continent, stared at Dizhua in the far distance with his profound gaze. Tian Luanhui was a person shrouded in mysteries, and his eyes were very frightening. The sun and moon inside his pupils became dark then bright again. It was as if there was a universe inside his eyes that was forever undergoing the samsara cycle. His expression became more serious after seeing Dizhua. After all, as one of the three heroes, Dizhua was a powerful rival. The three heroes had never broken the friendly posture and no one had heard of them fighting before. In fact, rumor has it that the three of them were good friends. However, all three knew very clearly that the path to the heavens was destined to be brutal. There was only one heaven's will, so one day, the three heroes of the sacred netherworld would have to fight each other. This was why the three of them had always considered the others as their strongest rivals. Even members of the previous generation had to click their tongues approvingly after seeing Dizhua riding the Scarlet Flame Qilin. Sir Dizhua has tamed the Scarlet Flame Qilin. This Qilin had appeared in the sacred netherworld many times over a long period of time, but it had never submitted to anyone before, so how could people not be amazed now that Dizhua had accomplished this feat? A group of sect masters and royal lords clapped their hands and applauded. Sir Dizhua is indeed a young immortal emperor. It is not too strange for him to be able to do so. Moreover, divine blood flows in that Qilin, so it knows how to pick its master. Boom! With a deafening blast, the Qilin trod the sky and instantly appeared right outside of the Thousand Carp River's camp. Its aggressive aura alarmed all the elders inside, prompting them to rush out. Although the river sect only had one emperor, Immortal Emperor Qian Li's fame still ran strong in this generation, so they had a strong position in the sacred netherworld. However, Dizhua rode the Qilin above the river sect sky today. How aggressive and domineering was this? This action caused those right outside of the grave to glance at each other. The ghost cultivators were especially excited. One cultivator whispered, "A battle is about to break out." The crowd was eager and many ghost cultivators ran there to watch the fun. Everyone knew that Wuxia had killed tens of thousands of ghost cultivators several days prior, resulting in the Phoenix Maiden fleeing in defeat. That battle caused many ghosts to choke with resentment, for it was a huge slap to their faces. Prior to that, the ghost tribes had always looked down on humans. The eastern nether border was the world of ghosts, and many ghost tribes declared their intent to kill Wuxia. The result was that they were all massacred by Wuxia, so how could ghosts show their faces now? No one dared to challenge Wuxia afterwards. Even imperial descendants like the Saint Child and Evil Child were very cautious and didn't dare to speak recklessly. Everyone understood that Wuxia was on the same level as the three heroes, so those who challenged him without sufficient ability were just courting death. Right now, Dizwa was riding his Qilin above the river sect, so his purpose was as clear as day. The ghost tribes couldn't hide their excitement because the ghost race was finally going to regain their pride. They waited for Sir Dizwa to kill Wuxia. Dizwa looked down at the river sect as his voice traveled far. Where is Wuxia? Issuing a challenge right above the sky of the river sect was a very overbearing move. What is your business, fellow Daoist Dizwa? Daoist Bao Gui still managed to respond with a smile in the face of Dizwa's imposing momentum. Sitting up in the 9 heavens, Dizwa's voice thundered like a god. Tell Wuxia to come out and fight, one battle till death to decide the victor. A life and death battle. Dizwa's words traveled very far. Many people took a deep breath. This was the final showdown between cultivators, a way for cultivators to solve grudges. Since it was one-on-one, the loser could only blame their lack of skills. No sect would take revenge after a life and death battle, lest they risk becoming a joke to the rest of the world. A scarlet flame Qilin. Many people were moved when they saw this Qilin. A scarlet flame Qilin was not a real divine beast, it was a descendant with some of the Qilin's bloodline flowing through its veins. Because of this, the sight of the scarlet flame Qilin standing in the sky caused many people to palpitate. It emitted an aura that caused even heavenly sovereigns to tremble. Its domineering aura was not just for show, since it actually had the strength to back it up. Chapter 501, Xiaofan. Everyone was aware that the Phoenix Maiden was Dizwa's fiancée. She fled in defeat, so it was understandable that Dizwa, as her fiancé, would take her side. However, no one expected for it to escalate to a life and death battle. But then again, it was not too strange either. Wuxia didn't only defeat the maiden but also killed the divine Spark Prince. The two sides had reached an irreconcilable point, so Dizwa would take revenge for his little brother-in-law. The crowd eagerly held their breaths, waiting to see if Wuxia would accept the challenge or not. The truth was that everyone was looking forward to this fight. Fellow Daoist Dizwa, our guardian is training in seclusion. Daoist Bao Gui shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't meet your demand at this moment. If you want to fight, then wait till our guardian comes out. This answer invoked a rowdy commotion from the unhappy ghost cultivators. One of them scowled and said, Humph. That Li guy is definitely too afraid to show up for the battle. Another one sneered, that is just what a human ant does, only picking on the weak. Well, Sir Dizwa can slay that Bratli as easily as turning his palm. At the moment, that ant is probably cowering in fear. Actually, he might have already run away. He doesn't have the choice to refuse. Dizwa's overbearing voice came again, it is better to tell him to come out, or else bear the consequences. What consequences? A lazy voice appeared, a wild dog like you will come and bite me? Wuxia leisurely appeared with Lan Yunzhu right behind him. He furrowed his brow at Dizwa and asked, You want to fight? Wuxia's arrival immediately shut the ghost cultivators up, while the human cultivators instantly became excited. A human cultivator looked at the ghost cultivators who were yelling earlier and quipped, Who is this Dizwa? Wuxia is our human race's young immortal emperor. You think someone like Dizwa can stop our young immortal emperor's path? In the sacred nether world, the relationship between the humans and ghosts was quite poor. It was especially obvious since a few ghost tribes relied on their numbers and strength to bully the humans, causing resentment to form in the hearts of many human cultivators. Wuxia's sudden rise to fame and killing of ghost cultivators elated many humans with pride. The ghost cultivators became annoyed from the remark and refuted, "That Junior Li is nothing. Just wait and see, our Sir Dizwa will kill him within 3 moves." And this was met by an instant rebuttal from the humans. "What's so great about Dizwa? He isn't much compared to our young emperor. Our young emperor can also kill him within 3 moves." Suddenly, a bunch of cultivators began to argue, and many people joined both sides. The ghost race despised the humans while the humans also hated the ghosts. Dizwa sat in the sky above the Thousand Carp River's camp to look down at Wuxia as he gravely said, "I'm just afraid you won't fight." Wuxia cracked his knuckles. It was obvious that he was itching for a fight as he said, "We can fight any time." Recently, he had created a new merit law and he wanted to test its strength. Dizwa would make a great sharpening stone. "Very well. You choose the time." Dizwa said in a very domineering manner, "I shall take your dog life for sure. From now on, I shall be the only one to kill you, and I will use your head to warn the human ants that those who oppose me shall be slain without mercy." He then took out his flag and threw it towards the river sect's camp. His flag's power was quite formidable. Once it pierced the ground, it would mean that those in its vicinity would become his enemies and outsiders must not intervene. Clank. However, Dizwa's flag did not reach the Thousand Carp River's camp and instead was struck by a ray in midair. This ray was a golden plume that shattered the flag into pieces. Everyone was startled. Someone actually destroyed Dizwa's flag. This was akin to opposing Dizwa, and very few in the sacred netherworld would dare to do this. At this point, everyone saw a person standing in the air. This individual was adorned with a full set of divine armor. The golden plume then flew back into this armored person's hand and revealed itself to be a piece of golden armor. No one saw when this person got there. The person was covered in divine armor from head to toe and one couldn't see their face nor determine their gender. This divine armor was huge. It was half again the height of an ordinary man and decorated with bright colors. Within these bright colors were 5 strange images. There was a divine tree that towered into the sky, a flame that burned the air, an immense earth that stretched far and wide, a vast ocean that spanned the horizon, and an open treasure trove glistening with wealth. These 5 images floated up and down and were very spectacular, moving as if it was the opening of an immortal world, as if this armor was originally from said world, or perhaps it was even the tool to reach this immortal world. The sudden appearance of this armored person caused everyone to look at each other and murmur, "Who is this person?" It didn't matter if many cultivators didn't know this person, and nobody daring to destroy Dizwa's flag was too arrogant. Dizwa's eyes became as bright as a divine lamp after seeing the person. He then exclaimed, "Xiaofan." 2 divine lights shot out from his eyes and flew towards the divine armor as if he wanted to see through it. "Lan Yunzhu," exclaimed by Wuxia's side, "they finally came out. This person is really heaven-defying. Who is Xiaofan? What's his background? How come such an unknown person dares to challenge Sir Dizwa?" Many confused ghost cultivators looked at each other. No one knew who Xiaofan was because they had never heard of this name before. Is this a human expert? Even the human cultivators were lost. This person named Xiaofan was clearly backing the humans, but even they themselves had never heard of this fella before. Xiaofan. A great character from the southern distant cloud clapped his hands together and said, "I remember now. More than 10 years ago, the simple mountain immortal kingdom had a descendant named Xiaofan, but the person disappeared later on and never showed their face again." The descendant of the immortal kingdom? The crowd was shocked and the ghost cultivators no longer dared to look down on the newcomer. The Immortal Kingdom was a lineage with 2 emperors, so it had one less emperor than the Myriad Bones throne. However, it was not any weaker than the Throne of Bones. Keep in mind that there was a legend about the young immortal Emperor Du obtaining a grand creation from the prime ominous grave. Some people later on speculated that he even opened a supreme treasure trove inside. Because of this, many people believe that the Immortal Kingdom had quite a great secret reserve. The descendant of the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom? A person murmured. Not too many had heard about this particular descendant. For a very long time now, the Immortal Kingdom's prestige stood strong over the world, but they kept a very low profile and rarely participated in external matters. Many didn't know the Immortal Kingdom's sect master or the next descendant because ever since the Immortal Kingdom became reclusive, it slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Come to think of it, the Immortal Kingdom really did have a descendant. I heard that, at that time, a few lineages attended the ceremony. In addition, only emperors' lineages in the distant cloud were invited, including the Thousand Carp River. A sect master from the distant cloud suddenly recalled. Xiaofan, this was the descendant of the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, but this very mysterious person was not famous in the sacred nether world. No one knew Xiaofan's background or gender. In the past, at the successor's appointment ceremony, the Immortal Kingdom didn't declare it to the world and instead only invited a few people. Only emperors' lineages like the Thousand Carp River were invited, and no ghosts were present. At this point, Dizhua and Xiaofan were at an impasse in the sky. Dizhua was glaring at the divine armor while Xiaofan, within this armor, had their expression shrouded. As the main character of this turmoil, Wuxia was suddenly forgotten by everyone. He was quite surprised to see the 5 wondrous images inside the divine armor. This guy is pretty good, what is his background in the Immortal Kingdom? Wuxia asked Lan Yunzhu who was standing by his side. Lan Yunzhu glanced at her master. Daoist Baogui also participated in the successor ceremony that year and knew some secrets. He then replied, I don't know the exact details, but they're most likely human. The Immortal Kingdom kept Xiaofan's background a secret, and Xiaofan maintained a low profile as well. However, one thing is certain, after the ceremony, Xiaofan did an amazing deed. Chapter 502, 5 Elements Immortal Armor, they must have entered the Immortal's domain. Wuxia looked at Xiaofan in the sky and said. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but be taken aback, and even Daoist Baogui was astonished as he said, how does young noble know? Keep in mind that this matter was highly confidential. Moreover, characters like Daoist Baogui knew how to keep a secret, so this matter couldn't have spread easily. Wuxia chuckled and said, it's no big deal, the 5 elements immortal armor on Xiaofan's body makes it very obvious. This thing had always been hidden in the Immortal's domain and no outsider had seen it before. One must go into the deepest parts of the Immortal's domain and come out alive, then, they would also be able to get some items, such as this 5 elements immortal armor. Young noble knows about the Immortal's domain? Daoist Baogui couldn't help but ask in amazement, this is very secretive, very few outsiders know about it. Others are different, and I'm not included in this group. Wuxia smiled and continued, future generations assumed that Immortal Emperor Du uncovered a supreme treasure inside the prime ominous grave, but the truth was far from this. The Emperor instead obtained an immortal land, the Immortal's domain at the mouth of the Immortal Kingdom. He then smiled at the old Daoist and arched his chin towards Xiaofan who was dealing with Dizhua, asking, what does Sect Master know about this person? Very little. Although I participated in the successor's ceremony that year, I didn't meet Xiaofan. Very few know about Xiaofan's background and identity, including the Simple Mountain disciples. I only know that Xiaofan was dubbed the Descendant and the kingdom continued to keep Xiaofan's identity a secret. The old Daoist shook his head and responded. A bit interesting. Li Qiye then stroked his chin while looking at Xiaofan, who was entirely shrouded by the 5 elements immortal armor. Keep in mind that when a great power chooses their successor, especially an emperor's lineage, it was to be a grand and formal occasion. The descendants must successfully undergo rigorous assessments. Xiaofan becoming the descendant yet still being able to keep their identity a secret was a very rare thing amongst the great powers. I heard there was a reason why Xiaofan was chosen. Rumor has it that Xiaofan was the one who opened the Immortals domain. Daoist Bao Gui explained, outsiders know very little about this Immortals domain. It was mentioned that after Xiaofan opened it and was dubbed the Descendant, Xiaofan immediately went into the domain. That was the most recent news about him. Not surprising. Li Qiye continued to stare at Xiaofan and replied, owning the 5 elements immortal armor already proves Xiaofan's extraordinariness. With such talent and strength, it is not strange for this person to rule the immortal kingdom in the future. Is that armor really that amazing? Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask. It's not only amazing, its origin can scare people to death. After all, it's very ancient. Li Qiye answered, it is not something one can just wish for. Without training and luck, even an immortal emperor would not be able to get it. It is not just an immortal armor. Boom! Dizwa suddenly made a move during the standoff between the two. His hand became a heavenly seal that descended. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were trapped as the stars were exhausted and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This all-encompassing heavenly seal was like the suppression of an emperor, unstoppable and irreversible. Millions of existences trembled like servants when faced with this emperor's aura. Dizwa's first move shocked everyone in this battle in the sky. Both young and old were shivering in fear. Dizwa was indeed different from ordinary people, his first move was so heaven-shaking. Thunk, 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 the 5 elements immortal armor on Xiaofan's body shot out numerous spirit lights that instantly turned into a majestic golden wall that spanned to the horizon. Even hordes of enemies would be unable to penetrate this defense. Boom! Dizwa's star-destroying seal fiercely slammed into this spirit wall, but it couldn't break through. The wall only shook a bit and didn't collapse. People didn't expect for Xiaofan's divine armor to be this magical. It wasn't only a set of armor, it was also a weapon with many mystical forms. Let's go to the outer heavens. Take out your emperor's weapon, I do not want to have the weapon's advantage. Xiaofan uttered with complete confidence, then he rushed to the outer firmament like a flying dragon or a dancing phoenix. His posture made it seem as if he could travel to the moon to pluck the stars in the sky. With a serious expression, Dizwa also roared. The scarlet flame Qilin screeched as well. With its burning flames, it instantly stepped into the upper horizon to chase after Xiaofan. A battle in the outer heavens? Many couldn't help but glance at each other. Wasn't a battle at this location a really high-level fight? Most of the time, only virtuous paragons or immortal emperors would choose the outer heavens as their battlefield. The reason was very simple. When such heaven-defying existences fought, no place on earth would be able to withstand their destructive force. Even a sacred ground or divine earth fortified with blessings would not necessarily be able to survive. They are both young immortal emperors, so they immediately picked the outer heavens for their battle. Quite domineering. Some people couldn't help but murmur. This was not without logic, since if Dizwa took out his emperor's weapon, it would have a transcendent power capable of shattering the mountains and seas. Picking the outer heavens for their showdown was quite reasonable. Dizwa and Xiaofan then rushed into the sky while many predecessors chased right after them. Come, we'll go watch. This was a battle between geniuses, so it was very tempting to become spectators. The descendants and geniuses from the great powers also chased right after them. Those with a lower cultivation couldn't do so since traveling to the outer heavens was not easy. Only those with a great cultivation could reach space, or else they would have to have some amazing treasures. Should we go watch too? Lan Yunzhu asked Li Qia. A battle between geniuses was definitely brilliant and one would benefit from observing the fight. Li Qia shook his head, showing zero interest. He then said, there is nothing to see. No matter how heaven-defying Dizwa may be, he won't be able to kill that person. Even with an immortal emperor true treasure in his grasp, it still wouldn't break through the defense of the 5 elements immortal armor. The armor is that powerful? Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but emotionally ask. In the eyes of all cultivators, immortal emperor true treasures were unbeatable. It's not just that the armor is amazing. By coming back alive from the immortal's domain and even bringing back the armor, this Xiaofan is definitely no lesser than Dizwa. Lan Yunzhu became a lot more serious after hearing this. A genius like her also wanted to challenge the 3 heroes, so now with the addition of Xiaofan, she had one more opponent to be wary of. When Li Qia intended to go back to his quarters, a Taoist holding an old banner suddenly popped out of nowhere. This Taoist was young, but he carried an experienced demeanor and had a mysterious smile on his face. The Taoist smiled then spoke to Li Qia, "Hehe, boss, I finally found you. Are you a member of the Heart Ghost tribe? This is quite a rare sight in the contemporary times." Lan Yunzhu was surprised to see the Taoist appearing out of nowhere. The Heart Ghost tribe was a mysterious ghost tribe in the sacred nether world. They excelled in calculations and reading the future. Legend states that they were punished by the heavens, so their members lived in reclusion ever since. This Taoist was Taoist Heaven Calculating, the one who Li Qia met right outside of the lost mythical island, the one that had calculated Li Qia's fate. Although Lan Yunzhu revealed his origin, the Taoist was not surprised. He only smiled and said, "Fairy Lan is indeed worthy of being the river Sek's descendant, your vision is as bright as a torch, quite impeccable. Alright, stop sucking up. Have you calculated it?" Li Qia spoke to the Taoist. Having heard this, the Taoist became serious and looked around before carefully taking out a piece of yellow paper. He then handed it over to Li Qia and replied, "I didn't let you down, the result of the calculations is written here." Li Qia looked at the piece of yellow paper then back at the Taoist before asking, "Are you sure? There are absolutely no mistakes?" "Absolutely zero mistakes, this little one guarantees it with his life." The Taoist then solemnly continued, "Boss, in order to calculate this for you, this little one had to defy the heavens and almost became ashes from the punishment." Lan Yunzhu was quite curious about what this Heart Ghost member calculated for Li Qia. Judging from their solemn expressions, it must be something very serious. Unfortunately, Lan Yunzhu couldn't see the contents of the paper before Li Qia put it away. After putting the piece of yellow paper away, Li Qia told the Taoist, "Very good. Since you have done me a favor, I shall give you a creation. Follow me into the prime ominous grave, your fortune is waiting inside." The Taoist immediately became joyous and he smilingly said, "This little one knew that boss was an auspicious man. Meeting boss is my fortune." Lan Yunzhu could only shake her head while thinking that this fella really knew how to flatter others. She didn't know that Taoist Heaven Calculating once read Li Qia's palms and was scared out of his wits as if he had seen a ghost. "We'll open the prime ominous grave right now." Li Qia told Taoist Bao Gui, "The exact fortunes found inside will be up to your own luck. Get ready, we're going into the prime ominous grave now." Having heard this, Taoist Bao Gui immediately gave the command with excitement. And it wasn't only him, even the elders couldn't contain their eagerness. The prime ominous grave was something coveted by many since time immemorial. They didn't expect to have the chance to enter the grave in this lifetime. For as long as one could remember, those who were lucky enough to see the opening of the grave already enjoyed a great fortune. Outside of the grave, while many cultivators regretted not being able to go to the outer heavens to watch the battle between Dizwa and Xiaofan, someone noticed that the Thousand Carp River was preparing to leave. The elders followed Li Qie towards the large monument of the prime ominous grave. They must have entered the immortal's domain. Li Qie looked at Xiaofan in the sky and said. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but be taken aback, and even Daoist Bao Gui was astonished as he said, "How does young noble know?" Keep in mind that this matter was highly confidential. Moreover, characters like Daoist Bao Gui knew how to keep a secret, so this matter couldn't have spread easily. Li Qie chuckled and said, "It's no big deal, it is clear from seeing the 5 elements immortal armor on Xiaofan's body. This thing had always been hidden in the immortal's domain and no outsider had seen it before. One must go into the deepest parts of the immortal's domain and come out alive, then, they would also be able to get some items, such as this 5 elements immortal armor." Chapter 503, Prime Ominous Graves Opening. Some cultivators shuddered once they saw Li Qie walking towards the huge monolith. They quickly told the seniors of their sects, "He is about to open the prime ominous grave." Everyone knew that the key was in his hands, so seeing Li Qie approach the grave caused many people to become excited. Was it time for the grave to be opened? Quickly pack up and get ready to enter the prime ominous grave. Suddenly, chaos spread like wildfire. Within the radius of 10,000 miles right outside of the grave, the atmosphere was boiling with commotion as all the armies began to pack up. Countless great powers quickly followed Li Qie to the prime ominous grave, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Right behind him was a sea of people rushing forth like waves. Many were extremely eager, they rubbed their hands together wishing that they could soar forward into the grave instantly. It's almost time. Finally, the prime ominous grave. Oh, how many generations have passed since it was last opened. The great powers such as the myriad bones throne and the Alira's ancient kingdom followed as well. Everyone came for the grave, so now that it was nearing the time of its opening, no one wanted to give up this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant resounded. Monk Daji suddenly appeared and chased right after Li Qie. He then cheerfully smiled and said, "Benefactor Li, ah wait, brother Li, you are about to open the grave, so do you have anything nice for me? Maybe you have a huge creation to give to me? Something nice for you?" However, before Li Qie could answer, right next to him, Lan Yunzhu fiercely glared at the monk and stated, "Jian Xian, I heard that you were playing around back at the Soaring Remembrance Village and tricking the villagers to get free meals. After bullying our 1,000-carp river like this, you still want us to treat you?" "No. No, no." Fairy Lan misunderstood. Monk Daji was startled and quickly explained, "Fairy Lan, this little monk is one who slays evil with a merciful heart. I definitely wouldn't take a single coin from the good men and women back at the village. My heart only wishes to enlighten others and save the world. I only went to the secular world for cultivation. Does enlightening others include being a monk who eats meat and drinks?" Lan Yunzhu stared at him and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you didn't eat bowl after bowl while gorging yourself with wine at my house." Monk Daji quickly replied, "Amitabha. Fairy Lan, there is a proverb, an empty sack cannot stand upright. When this monk slays evil, there are times where I will get hungry, right? Hee. Plus, this monk didn't eat that much, you are surely mistaken. The one who ate a lot was Brother Li. When he was a guest at your house, he was treated very well. Uncle and aunt gave him good food and wine, and as for the reason, I'm sure Fairy Lan already knows." The monk then winked at Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu. With this accusation, Li Qie glared at him and said, "Fake monk, don't make up stuff or else I'll tell your fiancé where you are. Then we'll see where you will run." Before this many people, Monk Daji couldn't show that he was afraid of his wife, so he arched his chest and patted it before declaring, "Brother Li underestimates me too much. Since when was I afraid of a woman?" At this time, a red-clothed lady suddenly appeared behind the monk and coldly said, "Since when did you become so brave like this?" This person was both Monk Daji's senior sister and his fiancée. Seeing the lady in red, Jian Xian's expression immediately changed as he turned around to run. However, Li Qia instantly made a move. Since Monk Daji was not ready, he was trapped by Li Qia. Hey, brother! What are you doing? Monk Daji exclaimed in fear. He couldn't run even if he wanted to since Li Qia had made him immobile. Nothing much, it's just that running all day long is not the right thing to do, so you have to properly face her. Li Qia smiled and said before throwing the monk towards the lady in red. Brotherly, you can't treat me like this. We are brothers, how can you sell out a brother like this? The monk started to scream. However, Li Qia ignored him and led the group across several mountains. The unwilling screams of the monk still echoed from afar, causing Lan Yunzhu to shake her head in amusement and say, he deserves it. Not wanting to be the Nether Crossing descendant and instead escaping to be a monk. He'll receive a good lesson now that he has been caught. Monk Daji was an interesting person. The Nether Crossing swamp was an emperor's lineage. To eventually become the sect master of such a lineage was something countless people desired. Unfortunately, he didn't give a damn and secretly escaped from the swamp, creating turmoil within the sect. The huge monument stood proudly on top of a mountain range and pierced straight into the clouds as if it was a door that guarded the hills behind it. Only by opening this monument would one be able to enter the grave, and this required the key from Necropolis. After the grave closes, no one would be able to keep the key since it would disappear. Even a heaven-defying immortal emperor would not be able to change this fact. And so, in order to open the grave once more, one had to go to Necropolis to find the key. Standing before this monument, everyone would sense a majestic atmosphere without exception. It was as if this place buried a supreme existence across the eons. However, no one knew whether such an existence was buried here or not. There was no name on this monument since it was carved out from a giant boulder. With a more careful observation, it didn't look like it was carved by men. Instead, it was more like this was the original appearance given by the heavens. When Li Qia stood before it, the crowd behind him also stopped. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for him to open the prime ominous grave. No one dared to steal the key from Li Qia's hands since the elders of the river sect were all here. Making a move at this time was akin to opposing the river sect. Not to mention average great powers, even emperors' lineages didn't want to do so. Moreover, everyone could go in, so why the need to break the friendly facade with the Thousand Carp River just for a key? While the rest were waiting, Li Qia took out the key. Although it was called a key, it was more like an edict scroll. Li Qia then opened this scroll and it emanated a bright brilliance. Dao runes appeared and lights jumped up and down like ripples of waves. These runes and lights eventually encompassed the entire monument. People became quite tense and excited to see this light cover the monument. It had been a very long time since the grave's previous opening. Just being here alone was considered to be the luckiest moment in their lives. Clang clang clank. At this time, huge characters began to fly out of the edict scroll, then they flew towards the monument and imprinted themselves onto it, creating powerful and divine clanking sounds. The words carved onto this monument were very archaic and were in shapes that resembled branches or tadpoles. Even the great characters from the Throne of Bones that were sealed underground didn't know what these words were. They were ancient to the point of being untraceable. Even the longest living person would not be able to understand the contents. After the monument was completely carved with words, the entire thing lit up. With a series of rumbles, the huge monument slowly sank into the ground. Everyone nervously stared at the spot where the huge stone was sinking. No one wanted to miss a single detail. Rumble. After a series of sounds, the boulder finally went all the way down to the ground, and the mountain range right behind it opened. The entrance was like a great pass, like a prehistoric beast waiting with its mouth wide open to devour trespassers. It has been opened. Seeing this great pass, someone excitedly screamed. We'll go in now. Wuxia looked at the great pass with narrowed eyes and told the group of Lan Yunju. He then led them into this mountain pass. We'll also go in. The cultivators right behind him also excitedly exclaimed. Wave after wave of people rushed towards the mountain pass. The place suddenly became lively as many cultivators squeezed into this mountain pass. No one wanted to be left behind because they feared that they might miss a great opportunity or a legendary creation. However, when they all rushed inside, they came to an abrupt halt as they found themselves standing at the top of a precipice where a chasm was placed before them. Taking a second look at the surroundings made them realize that this was nothing but an endless space. Below them was an endless abyss. One more step would end with them falling to the unknown beyond. This was completely different from the prime ominous grave in their imaginations. Most of them thought that the prime ominous grave was a cemetery. After entering, they assumed that there would be a gigantic cave or an underground tomb of some sort. Some cultivators shuddered once they saw Wuxia walking towards the huge monolith. They quickly told the seniors of their sects, he is about to open the prime ominous grave. Everyone knew that the key was in his hands, so seeing Wuxia approach the grave caused many people to become excited. Was it time for the grave to be opened? Quickly pack up and get ready to enter the prime ominous grave. Suddenly, chaos spread like wildfire. Within the radius of 10,000 miles right outside of the grave, the atmosphere was boiling with commotion as all the armies began to pack up. Countless great powers quickly followed Wuxia to the prime ominous grave, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Right behind him was a sea of people, rushing forth like waves after waves. Many were extremely eager, they rubbed their hands together wishing that they could soar forward into the grave instantly. Chapter 504, Corpse Blood Cloud. However, there were neither graves nor underground tombs or even any coffins at that. It was nothing like their imaginations, there was only an endless void. This is the prime ominous grave? Someone asked with disappointment while standing before this vast nothingness. This is all there is? Another unwilling fella couldn't help but murmur. Maybe this is just the entrance and there are other places here. A sect master from a great power said, "Come, we'll go take a look." With that, he took out a flying ship and flew towards the emptiness. However, a terrifying event occurred. The moment the ship floated into the air, it seemed to have lost its power and fell into the abyss. Ah! Shrill screams emanated from below. The ship was carrying several hundred experts, so the sudden drop left them frightened. Since they were all experts, their first reaction was to fly out of the ship. However, the result was still the same, they couldn't fly. At this place, all cultivators lost their ability to fly. In this split second, no matter which spatial techniques they tried or what type of treasure they used, all was for naught. It was like a mortal stepping on air then falling right back down. These 100 cultivators lost their minds in horror as they yelled out ear-piercing screams in the air. Everyone witnessed these experts fall down into the endless abyss like shooting stars flying to an unknown destination. After seeing this scene, everyone became startled and some even shouted, "How could this be?" There were some cultivators and sects that wanted to fly, but they immediately halted their steps and shuddered in silence. A royal lord from a powerful country who was completely pale shouted with shaking legs, "Impossible." There were even heavenly sovereigns on board. Keep in mind that at a certain level, cultivators could fly up high and soar across the plains. This was common sense. If suddenly, cultivators were not able to fly, then this would be a huge hit to everyone. This is a void zone. Even a virtuous paragon would fall down and perish. Inside the ancestral mountain of the throne of bones, an ancient voice came forth. Shivers encroached upon the listeners. They didn't know what a void zone was, but if even virtuous paragons couldn't escape death, then they understood how terrifying a void zone must be. What is that over there? A keen observer pointed at something in the far distance and quickly asked. After they heard this question, everyone stared at the horizon and noticed groups of gigantic red clouds approaching. These clouds were as red as blood. It was as if blood was flowing out from them. They formed a line, creating the illusion of a river of blood from afar. In an instant, these blood clouds reached the cliff. When the first cloud touched the stone precipice, it immediately rebounded towards a different direction. The other red clouds also did the same. These are the legendary corpse blood clouds. An ethereal voice came from the simple precious tree. No one knew who the speaker was. Right when one group of red clouds reached the cliff, the simple precious tree instantly flew on top of these clouds with a swish. These clouds suddenly unleashed countless tentacles to devour this tree, but immortal lights from the tree descended to stop these blood tentacles. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, the simple precious tree rode these blood clouds to the far distance, towards the unknown. After seeing the successful attempt, everyone immediately understood what was going on, so we have to ride these clouds. At this time, an old cultivator jumped on top of a nearby red cloud. The red cloud suddenly trembled as countless foggy strings that resembled tentacles rolled around this old cultivator's body. The unwary cultivator was immediately ensnared. Ah! This cultivator immediately turned into a bloody mist without leaving behind even a bone. After seeing such a terrifying scene, many aghast cultivators realized that it was not so simple. These red clouds were extremely dangerous. Buzz! The ancestral mountain rode away on a group of corpse blood clouds since it easily blocked the danger from these clouds. The next to follow suit was the Allira's ancient kingdom, the Yin-Yang Master, the Titanic Crescent sacred ground. All the great powers jumped onto the clouds since they had the power to easily block the clouds' power. After seeing the great power's success, the smaller factions didn't want to linger behind and also jumped on these clouds. We'll go too. Some sects and cultivators successfully used their treasures and merit laws to survive the bloody fog. However, those who failed to do so screamed and were turned into bloody vapor. We need to work together. Instantly, many smaller factions and vagrant cultivators formed an alliance to ride the drifting blood clouds into the distance. Wuxia, as the person who opened the grave, was in no hurry. He only chuckled at the sight of people jumping on these blood clouds. Sect Master, you can bring everyone on that group of clouds over there. Wuxia then told Daoist Bao Gui. What about you guys? Daoist Bao Gui asked. He understood that Wuxia must have a reason for picking that particular group of clouds for them. Wuxia answered, Yunzhu and Daoist Heaven Calculating will follow me. Although he was speaking, his gaze remained on those corpse blood clouds. He silently counted the quantity of these drifting clouds. After seeing that the clouds Wuxia chose were approaching, Daoist Bao Gui shouted and then rode the gigantic carp along with the elders towards the cluster. The carp easily blocked the bloody fog and it took the river sect's elders towards the distance. The other sects and cultivators didn't dare to compete for this cluster of clouds against an emperor's lineage like the river sect. After seeing the river sect's elders ride the blood clouds far away, Lan Yunzhu asked, Do we go now? Not yet. Wuxia was still gazing at the clouds while counting the number that had passed by. Not long after, fewer and fewer cultivators remained. Many sects and cultivators successfully rode these clouds off into the distance. The weaker sects also managed to repel the blood clouds after joining forces and rode away in jubilation. They finally made it to the prime ominous grave, and the method to everlasting life awaited them. As the crowd became thinner, Wuxia finally picked a group of clouds after waiting for a long time. Seeing the approaching clouds, Wuxia told the Daoist and Lan Yunzhu in a serious tone, Get ready, you two stop the bloody fog and listen to my commands. Daoist Heaven Calculating and Lan Yunzhu didn't know what was so mysterious about these clouds, but they both took in deep breaths without daring to be careless as they gazed at them. The clouds moved even closer, then Wuxia pulled the two of them and shouted, "Jump!" He then dragged the both of them onto the bloody clouds. The moment they jumped, the bloody fog emerged and countless tentacles soared towards the three. The Taoist to the left of Wuxia raised an old banner. Universal laws descended like a phoenix and dragon and stopped these tentacles. On the other hand, Lan Yunzhu to his right only quietly shouted. She didn't seem to take any action, but the stars surrounding her easily stopped the bloody fog. As the two of them stopped the offense, Wuxia calmly stood in the middle. When they made it on top, Wuxia closed his eyes and silently calculated the trajectory of these clouds. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist didn't know what Wuxia was doing. However, they remained extremely cautious against the non-stop onslaught from the bloody fog. The three of them rode the corpse blood clouds far away and noticed that many clouds were lining up to create a river of blood that flowed towards the vast void. One didn't know how long this bloody river was, but once they reached a certain location, these clouds would part and each of them would fly towards a different direction. From here, all the clouds dispersed in their own way like ships on a mighty ocean. The cultivators that rode these clouds could not alter their course. Even the most invincible beings were helpless in this regard. After seeing the clear difference in directions for these clouds, Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist understood why Wuxia had to pick a cloud cluster for the Thousand Carp River. So these clouds fly to different places. Taoist Heaven calculating quietly whispered as the three of them drifted towards an unknown destination. At this point, there were no other clouds around them. This group of clouds floated in the vast emptiness like a vessel at sea, causing passengers to worry about when a huge wave would come and strike them. Of course, they do not fly to the same destination. Each group has their own end, and this end would become the individual's creation. Whether one gets a good destination to start would depend on whether they picked the right cloud or not. Wuxia explained with closed eyes as he was still deducing the trajectory of the drifting clouds. However, there were neither graves nor underground tombs or even any coffins. It was nothing like their imaginations, there was only an endless void. "This is the prime ominous grave?" Someone asked with disappointment while standing before this vast nothingness. "This is all it is?" Another unwilling fella couldn't help but murmur. "Maybe this is just the entrance and there are other places here." A sect master from a great power said, "Come, we'll go take a look." With that, he took out a flying ship and flew towards the emptiness. However, a terrifying event occurred. Wow's new patch is out and Bao is very busy now. Chapter 505, Ominous Graves Secret Realms. How does one know whether the endpoint of a cloud is bad or good? Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask. However, Wuxia, with his eyes closed, had already focused his thoughts and didn't answer her question. The three of them rode the clouds for a very long time. All of a sudden, Wuxia spoke with a deep intonation, "Get ready to jump down." "What?" Wuxia's words caused the other two to exclaim in fear. This place was a boundless and endless expanse. Jumping down was no different than courting death. They saw, with their own eyes, the fate of the cultivators who jumped down. Jump! But the two didn't have time to think since Wuxia already pulled the two of them down from the clouds. The three of them started falling down like meteors and lost all control of themselves. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist were almost scared to death. They tried to use flying techniques, but even the best technique would not be able to lift them in this place. They then wanted to take out flying treasures, but Wuxia yelled at them, "Don't move." The stunned Taoist and Lan Yunzhu finally resigned themselves and didn't take out their treasures. They then closed their eyes while free-falling. "Ah!" Screams tore through the sky while the three of them fell down like shooting stars into the bottomless void. They fell for an unknown amount of time before finally feeling a soft, cotton-like sensation. A soft force broke their hard fall. Pop! The three of them fell to the ground and could smell the muddy ground. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist became ecstatic. The smell of mud was indeed wonderful. After falling for so long, standing on hard ground made them feel very lucky. Being in control was such an exciting thing. After calming down, they took a look around and became dumbfounded. They saw shining lights in the sky and realized that the cotton-like sensation was the boundary in the sky. They fell from a high place and eventually broke through the boundary in the sky to reach this place. Wuxia got up and Lan Yunzhu quickly stood as well. She then took in the scene before her eyes with astonishment. Before her was a huge lake with water so clear that it was like a piece of jade. The soft blowing wind gave a comfortable feeling, and there were many rocks around this place. These round rocks that were randomly lying around formed a big rock. This scene would cause spectators to think that they were at some lake back in the sacred netherworld and not the prime ominous grave. The Taoist got up and asked in surprise after seeing the big lake, "Where is this place?" This scene greatly differed from the grave in his imagination. With rippling waves and clear water, unsuspecting people would think that this was a paradise. Who would suspect that they were in the prime ominous grave that was filled with ghastly and nether energy? A secret realm in the prime ominous grave. Wuxia sat down and calmly spoke. After entering the prime ominous grave and riding the blood clouds, there would be a stopping point. However, being at a bad stopping point would make it very difficult. After leaving the stopping point, one would reach a grave realm. What is this grave realm? The Taoist curiously asked. Wuxia looked at him and replied, "They are almost no different from continents, but going to the wrong place will result in death. However, if one goes towards the right direction, then they might gain a great creation. There are 5 grave realms in the prime ominous grave. As long as you can find a Tao platform, then you can teleport to any of the 5 grave realms. To those who come inside the grave, the first stopping point would be their first test of luck. Whether they can find anything or not will be up to their own fortune. However, once they reach the grave realms, it will no longer be left to just luck. In order to obtain king medicines or treasures, besides having the luck to reach the right place, they would also need sufficient strength, wisdom, and talents. In short, the stopping points are based on luck while the grave realms are based on one's ability. Wuxia continued with a smile. With sufficient strength, one might come back victoriously, but if unlucky, this might become their burial ground. This prime ominous grave. It is not dangerous yet also very dangerous. This would depend on the ambition of the individual. If one is satisfied with what they have, then the chance of leaving alive is high. After hearing Wuxia's explanation, the two obtained a better understanding of the prime ominous grave. Lan Yunzhu then looked at the big lake and asked, "What about a secret realm?" Wuxia responded, "Secret realms are not found inside grave realms. Just like its name, no one knows where these secret realms are located or how many there are. Entering a secret realm is pretty simple, one just has to jump down from a blood cloud. Of course, the requirement is that they have to pick the right spot so that what awaits them is indeed a secret realm and not death." How does one know where these secret realms are? The Taoist asked. Wuxia looked at him and shook his head to say, "No one knows. It is up to luck and fate. If you choose correctly, then congratulations, you have obtained a creation. If you choose incorrectly, then I'm sorry, you are dead. However, your Heart Ghost tribe has a peerless calculation technique, right? You can try it if you are interested." No, I don't want to try." The Taoist startlingly exclaimed while waving his hands, "A burial ground like this place is a taboo of the heaven and earth. One cannot just calculate it. If one forcefully does so, then a calamity would befall upon them. Our Heart Ghost tribe once had an ancestor who wanted to obtain the method of everlasting life in the prime ominous grave. I heard afterward that this ancestor forcefully calculated to search for this mythical method and was struck by lightning, dying on the spot. Moreover, at that time, the rest of our tribe also suffered the heaven's wrath and were struck by lightning for a whole day, resulting in heavy losses. That means, the prime ominous grave really has a method for everlasting life? Lan Yunju couldn't help but emotionally inquire. I'm not sure, but the forcefulness of our ancestor brought a calamity upon us. Logically speaking, this method should truly exist. If not, then there might be something else that the heavens doesn't want others to know. The Taoist shook his head. He would always speak with a serious demeanor when it came to this topic. The method for everlasting life? I know about this. Li Qiye said with a smile. Lan Yunju and the Taoist were frightened. Lan Yunju then asked in shock, is there really a method for everlasting life? Everlasting life was something that cultivators had always chased after. There was a rumor stating that even immortal emperors would not have an eternal life, however, their final destinations were also unknown. Some said that they all died while others said that they had traveled to the legendary 10th world. If there was truly such a method, then I would risk my life to seize it. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, there are ways to achieve everlasting life, and the grave does indeed have things that would allow for people to live for a very long time. However, the price that must be paid is beyond your imaginations. What is it? The Taoist curiously asked. Everlasting life was tempting to everyone. Countless old undyings sealed themselves for this very reason. However, using blood-era stones for sealing purposes would not grant them eternal life, it was simply a form of escaping from the withering of time. After one leaves the stone, they still wouldn't be able to escape death. Li Qiye only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer the Taoist. The Taoist only sighed since he knew that he shouldn't pry further. What is the difference between a secret realm and a grave realm? Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask while staring at the crystal-clear lake. It's very simple, one would obtain a creation just by entering a secret realm. You would only have to risk yourself once since there is only one chance with the corpse blood clouds. Li Qiye answered. Taoist heaven calculating couldn't help but wonder, risking one's life by jumping down in exchange for a creation. Is this worth it? This is nearly suicidal. There's practically no chance for survival. Picking the right spot to jump was quite an impossible task. Only the heavens knew where these secret realms were amongst the vast emptiness. Picking the right spot was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. As long as you are lucky, it is worth it. Li Qiye added with a smile. The origin of the prime ominous grave is beyond your imagination, each secret realm has a defining treasure. If you can get such a treasure and are content with it, then you can leave without going to a grave realm. The defining treasures of the secret realms are extremely amazing. Every secret realm has its own defining treasure? Lan Yunju asked with surprise, then how many secret realms are there? If there are a lot of them, then wouldn't these treasures be too common and worthless? You are overthinking it. Li Qiye laughed and stated, if there are countless secret realms, then there would be no need to pick. Just close your eyes and jump down since even a fool would be able to reach a secret realm. It is really difficult to find the exact amount of secret realms in the grave. In my opinion, there is only one. Oh God, there is only one. Taoist heaven calculating was scared out of his mind. He almost fell to the ground due to his weakened legs. With a blanched expression, he said, Boss, did you just guess? The probability of surviving is probably lower than fishing a needle out of the sea. How does one know whether the endpoint of a cloud is bad or good? Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask. However, Li Qiye, with his eyes closed, had already focused his thoughts and didn't answer her question. The three of them rode the clouds for a very long time. All of a sudden, Li Qiye spoke with a deep intonation, get ready to jump down. What? Li Qiye's words caused the other two to exclaim in fear. Chapter 506, Secret Realm. Elves thinking about having to choose a direction in this vast, endless void left Daoist heaven calculating with feeble knees. He was very scared, especially since there was only one secret realm. Earlier, if they were just a bit unlucky and picked the wrong time to jump, it would all be over. At this point, he couldn't help but become drenched in cold sweat. What, you don't trust me? Li Qiye coldly glared at the Daoist and asked, besides, I wasn't afraid to die, so what are you afraid of? Is your life more valuable than mine? Huh, it's a bad habit of mine. The Daoist wryly laughed. The more one understands the workings of clairvoyance, the more they will be afraid of death. Ever since I was young, would calculate every time I went outside to see if there was any danger or not. Hee, but this little one knows that Sir is my auspicious spirit, and I'm sure that by following Sir, the star of luck will shine upon me. Li Qiye laughed while enjoying the Daoist's ass-kissing. Enough with your haughty laughter. Li Qiye's enjoyment caused Lan Yunzhu to angrily glare at him and say, within that endless void, how did you know that the secret realm was right here? The truth was that, when Li Qiye revealed that there might only be one secret realm in the entire prime ominous grave, she was also scared out of her wits. Recalling that one wrong jump might have killed them left her shivering in fear. She also didn't notice anything special about the spot that Li Qiye chose. Even if she was asked to do it again, she wouldn't be able to find the exact same spot. There were no discernible characteristics in that vast and empty space. While Lan Yunzhu stated her question, Li Qiye was looking at the large lake ahead in a daze. He ceased his thoughts and smiled mysteriously before answering, that is a secret only meant for me to know. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had been here before and how someone else had told him about the secret realms. After conducting many experiments, Li Qiye finally stumbled upon the method to find this secret realm. Fortunately for him, he was immortal, thus having ample time. Like what the ancestral flow master had said before, the Dark Crow was immortal, thus Li Qiye had the guts to experiment. Nevertheless, it still came at a cost along with a kind of pain that not just anyone could tolerate. Li Qiye smiled and said, okay, the creations are right in front of you guys. Take your pick. Having said that, he walked closer to the large lake. Lan Yunzhu and Daoist Heaven calculating also quickly chased after him. They went by the disorderly rock formation and inadvertently stepped on some round rocks. The moment they did so, two round rocks suddenly pushed them away and abruptly stood up. Yah! Who is so blind as to actually step on me? Lan Yunzhu and the Daoist became aghast when the two round rocks suddenly stood up and spoke. At this time, they stared at the two rocks while being dumbfounded. No, they were not rocks but clearly two people, two dwarves. These dwarves were short and stout, yet they had long and sharp ears. Their green skin and pointy noses resulted in a very funny and weird appearance. Cultivators usually saw many strange things, but to suddenly witness such a spectacle would frighten even the more courageous adventurers. The Daoist stared at the two dwarves in disbelief and exclaimed, "Oh man, what the hell is this thing? What the hell are you? We are the Secret Realms elves, understand, little brat?" Lan Yunzhu and the Daoist were stunned. The Secret Realms elves, this sounded very pleasant, but it was completely different from the elves in their imaginations. No one would ever believe a dwarf calling themselves an elf. Don't mind them, they are new and didn't know that you guys were sleeping. Li Qiye said with a wide smile. Humph. No deals, no picking, don't bother us. The two Secret Realms elves were dissatisfied and loudly snorted. Then, they quickly rolled up their bodies back on the ground. They looked just like pudgy rocks once again. At this moment, Lan Yunzhu and the Daoist finally understood that what was ahead of them were not rocks, all of them were elves. Okay, go now and watch your steps. Don't stomp on the secret realm's elves. Disturbing someone's sleep is very rude. Li Qie cheerfully said. You did it on purpose, right? You didn't warn us beforehand so that we would stomp on these secret realm's elves. Lan Yunzhu quipped at him. Well, I simply forgot to mention it. Li Qie chuckled and leisurely replied. In response, Lan Yunzhu only glared at him in a lively manner with a hint of playful flirtation. She was a beauty no less than the divine spark phoenix maiden. She and the Taoist then carefully made their way through the sleeping elves and followed Li Qie to the large lake. Li Qie sat down by the lake and stared at the surface in quiet contemplation as if he was recalling something. He had come here in the past. After many experiments, he finally found this secret realm. He also brought someone else here, but unfortunately, they didn't obtain the greatest creation. It was a time worth remembering, a time filled with laughter. Although Li Qie was only a dark crow at that time, he liked to stand here to quietly listen to this happy laughter. Lan Yunzhu noticed him sitting in a trance, so she sat down by his side and asked, "What's wrong?" She felt that he had something on his mind. In her memories, Li Qie had always been nonchalant as if nothing seemed to be able to shake his Tao heart. But this time, he had turned sentimental. This word didn't seem to be a suitable description for a ferocious and overbearing person like him. If it wasn't happening before her eyes, she would think that it was an illusion since she didn't expect this out of him. Li Qie withdrew his gaze, then looked over at Lan Yunzhu and asked, "Is the exquisite jewel from the Thousand Carp River still there?" "The exquisite jewel?" Lan Yunzhu answered, "That is our emperor's weapon, so of course it is still there. The jewel is an unbeatable foreign Tao mysterious treasure left behind by our patriarch. It was personally refined by the patriarch as well." However, this was not why she found it strange, it was more about Li Qie's sudden attention to it. The patriarch didn't only leave behind one immortal emperor life treasure, so she felt that something was amiss when Li Qie specifically brought up the jewel. "Why are you bringing it up?" Lan Yunzhu looked at him and asked, "Is there something strange about it?" Intuition told her that Li Qie knew more about the river sect than they themselves did. For example, the Yin Yang Pond and the Golden Divine Willow. "Just curious." Li Qie answered with a smile, "I've long heard about the fascinating exquisite jewel of your Thousand Carp River, so I couldn't help but ask. Everyone is inquisitive by nature to an extent." "Stop." Lan Yunzhu snappily glanced at him and said, "Uncle, don't act as if I don't know what you are like. Don't always lie without batting an eye, it is extremely obvious." "Then I'm very happy." Li Qie replied, "This shows that U.S. husband and wife have a mental connection. You are like a worm in my stomach." "You are the worm." "So gross." The angry Lan Yunzhu tried to kick him while gritting her teeth. Her expression showed that she wanted to beat him up. On the side, Taoist Heaven Calculating just acted as if he didn't see anything. With the two flirting like this, as an outsider, the Taoist knew how to act. It was as if he was invisible. "Okay, since we are here, let us not waste any more time. You two can pick your own creations. Remember, there is only one chance. What you get is up to your own fortune." "The creation is in this lake?" Taoist Heaven Calculating asked and stared at the large lake. Coming from the Heart Ghost tribe, he was a very skilled diviner. Li Qie noticed the Taoist's interest in the lake and said, "Of course. There is a great creation in the lake. It is one that encompasses the entire secret realm. Do you want this one? I wonder if I am fated to obtain it." The Taoist indeed was very interested. He understood that when Li Qie said that it was a great creation, it must be indescribably heaven-defying and unparalleled. He already knew that following Li Qie into the prime ominous grave was a great fortune, so if he could obtain this creation, then his trip would be over. He understood the heavens' will and didn't want to be too greedy. Li Qie said, "Very well. If you have the ability, then I shall give you this great creation. Go first. If you can get it, then it belongs to you. Thank you, sir. The Taoist was happy to hear this and quickly bowed towards Wuxia. After hearing this, he knew that Wuxia had a method of obtaining this creation, but Wuxia was giving him a chance. This is how handsome I am. Chapter 507, Legendary Grand Creation. The Taoist took a deep breath and put on a solemn expression. He lit up some incense and fixed his clothes, then he slowly took out a turtle shell before finally sitting down with crossed legs. Seeing the Taoist's appearance, Lan Yunzhu laughed and asked, "You want to take the great creation, not someone's fortune. What are you taking out the turtle shell for?" The embarrassed Taoist smiled and answered, "Items created by the heavens are one of a kind and not just anyone can enjoy them. Even seizing it might not be a good thing, so I will calculate my own fate to see if I can bear such a supreme treasure or not." "There is such a belief?" Lan Yunzhu asked with skepticism. Then she smiled and said, "Then since our 1,000-carp river has immortal emperor life treasures and true treasures, doesn't that mean we will also be punished by the heavens?" The Taoist shook his head in response, "Fairy Lan, our heart ghost tribe is different from the 1,000-carp river. Our divining tribe obeys the heavens while your 1,000-carp river goes against the heavens. If we calculate anything too amazing, we'll suffer a heavenly punishment. According to our calculations, your immortal emperor Qianli continuously went against the heavens until they reached the level of immortal emperor. This means that, to a certain extent, the will of the heavens allowed the emperor to carry the heavens' will. The emperor then created a supreme emperor's foundation for the 1,000-carp river to protect it for millions of years. When it came to fortune-telling, the Taoist blabbered on incessantly. Against the heavens? In accordance with the will of the heavens? While she listened, Lan Yunzhu became very interested. Generally, cultivators didn't care for divination and only considered fortune-tellers to be street charlatans. Wuxia chuckled and shook his head to add, "This matter is very mysterious, but you can put it like this, your 1,000-carp river is an emperor's lineage with sufficient strength. You guys have emperor's laws, so the sect has become quite mighty. Even those who want emperor's weapons would not dare to maneuver against you. But now let's talk about a smaller sect. For example, a smaller sect or a vagrant cultivator possessing several emperor's weapons or a mythical scripture, would they be able to protect them? Once found out, they would be annihilated within several days." Wuxia's simple explanation made the Taoist speechless. He eventually added, "Sir's argument is indeed an alternative explanation, there is some truth to it." "Very well. In your divination teachings, there is this saying, only the courageous will prosper. It doesn't matter if you will be able to bear it or not, take the chance to grab it first then decide later. Which invincible existence didn't face hardships? Those who reached the apex all went through countless life and death trials and through baptisms of blood." Wuxia shook his head and continued with a grin, "Like you said before, you would calculate for yourself before leaving home. In a generation such as this, you might as well never leave the house since it is safest to stay there like a turtle in its shell." "Well," the Taoist scratched his head and pondered for a while before replying, "Sir makes a lot of sense. My habit of calculating can't be fixed." At this point, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, how does one take the great creation from this place? You must have a certain something or win the acceptance of this secret realm." "There is another simple and direct method, just jump straight in. If you are lucky like a heaven's son, then maybe the secret realm will accept you and you will obtain the great creation after diving in." Wuxia smiled, then he added, "But think about it carefully. If you directly jump in, the probability of dying in there is a lot higher than coming out alive." Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but startlingly exclaim, "Didn't you say that there was no danger in a secret realm? Why would he die by jumping in? What is the point of even talking about the creation then?" Where can you acquire a defining treasure so easily? Of course, obtaining a creation would be difficult as well. Wuxia shook his head with a smile. Okay, let me calculate to see what item would be accepted by the secret realm. The Taoist took a deep breath and decided. In the end, he couldn't change his occupational habit. Kra, 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 with a serious expression, the Taoist meticulously shook his turtle shell, creating crisp sounds. Ding 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 ding. Finally, he threw the turtle shell to the ground to see how he could procure this great creation. Crack. However, the turtle shell immediately shattered the moment it touched the ground. With a blanched expression, the Taoist took several steps back while shivering as if he had just taken a hammer to the chest. Seeing this sudden development shook Lan Yunju with a jolt as she asked, "What happened?" "It is incalculable." Wuxia shook his head and answered. "The heaven's punishment." The Taoist no longer dared to divine any further. As a Heart Ghost member, he understood the significance of the heaven's punishment. He struggled to heave in a deep breath to calm down before bowing towards Wuxia. "I'm grateful for Sir's chance, but unfortunately, I cannot own this creation. Maybe it will bring about a calamity to my entire tribe." "Is the heaven's punishment that terrible?" Lan Yunju saw the fear in him and emotionally asked. "That was only a warning from the heavens. If I force myself to divine it, then maybe I will share the same fate as my ancestor. And it wouldn't just be my death, maybe my entire tribe would face the heavenly lightning as well. These creations are extremely heaven-defying and I don't think I should own such items. Even obtaining one by chance would not necessarily be a blessing. What about me? You think I can take it? Or rather, do I have the fortune and ability to enjoy the defining treasure?" Lan Yunju asked Wuxia. Wuxia answered with a smile, "You? With regards to the 1,000 carp rivers power as well as divination, you should have sufficient fortune to bear it. However, do you know how to acquire it?" Here, he pointed at the Taoist and said, "If he risks his life to calculate as a heartless mirror master, then maybe he will find out some clues, but you don't know anything. That is why I gave him a chance. Others won't be able to know, only heartless mirror masters of the Heart Ghost tribe have the chance to figure it out." "Heartless mirror master?" Lan Yunju looked at the Taoist and startlingly uttered, "Legend has it that these masters are born with natural calculating divine pupils in your Heart Ghost tribe." "Indeed, Fairy Lan, I am naturally born without a heart mirror, so I am pitted by the heavens." The Taoist didn't dare to boast and only answered truthfully. However, being born with divine pupils for seeing is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone knew that Heart Ghost members were born with a heart mirror, but Taoist heaven calculating was born without one. Most members without a heart mirror would not be able to become a diviner. However, there was a certain chance of them having divine pupils. These people were called Heartless Mirror Masters and were destined to be great diviners since the moment of their birth. And so, only a Heartless Mirror Master like him has a certain chance of divining the secret. You, on the other hand, cannot unless you have something else to assist you," Wuxia said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lan Yunju immediately looked at Wuxia and revealed a sparkling smile, a smile that encompassed charm and beauty, a smile that was crying for sympathy. She then said, "Then tell me about this creation, or just help me get it." "Sorry, but you have to obtain this creation by yourself." Wuxia shook his head and added, "Me bringing you here is already a creation in and of itself." Lan Yunju angrily elbowed him and glared as she said, "Stingy, never mind then." Wuxia then shifted his attention to the Taoist and said, "You still have a chance. If you can figure out the ultimate meaning, then you can still grab it without having to do anything. Granting you the power of the divine pupils could only be seen as the heaven's loving heartless mirror masters. Thank you for your kindness." The Taoist was reasonable and said, "Obtaining this supreme treasure is useless if I won't be alive to enjoy it. This little one does not have the fortune to enjoy such a precious treasure. Humph. Fine, then just forget about this defining treasure. Lan Yunzhu coquettishly said, you can grab this thing yourself, I will go get a different creation. Quick, tell me how to get a different one. Li Qie chuckled and pointed at the sleeping elves by the lake, saying, go wake them up. You guys can pick an elf and trade something with them. Whatever you get will depend on your own fortune. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist stared at the sleeping elves by the lake. They were like round rocks without any movement at all. What should we trade? Lan Yunzhu asked. Li Qie answered, it's very simple, they like golden things the most. Take out something with a sparkling golden color, but of course, gold is best. They like gold a lot. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist suddenly became silent. In the eyes of mortals, gold was indeed very precious, but it was trash in the eyes of cultivators, for they had no need for mortal items. Some vagrant cultivators, especially weaker ones who often mingled with the mundane world, would have a lot of gold in their pockets. Sadly, Lan Yunzhu came from an emperor's lineage, so she had no need for such things. Chapter 508, Exchange, It seems that I have a little bit. The Taoist searched his pockets to see if he could find any gold. He was more fortunate than Lan Yunzhu, since he regularly calculated others' fortune, he coincidentally had some gold. After spending half a day looking, he finally had a few bits of gold. He then excitedly asked Li Qie, young noble, will each elf have different treasures? Yes. Each elf has their own special treasure. You are free to do as you please. Li Qie smiled and added, if you want, you can try to divine it as well to see which elf is right for you. That won't be necessary, I'll just test my luck. The Taoist simply closed his eyes and picked a random rock. He wanted to test his luck for a change. What do you want? The awakened elf was very annoyed. Any sleeper being woken would be unhappy. The elf then glared at the Taoist and angrily exclaimed, brat, if you are not here to trade, then I'll beat you into a pig's head. The Taoist opened his palm to show off the bits of gold and quickly said, I want to trade for a creation. The elf's green eyes immediately opened up wide after seeing the sparkling gold bits in the Taoist's hand. His sleepiness immediately disappeared. Li Qie was right, these elves really liked gold. I want all of it. The elf quickly gathered all the gold bits into his own pocket, then he took a look at Taoist heaven calculating, oh, a ghost, and a lying swindler ghost at that. The Taoist became speechless when the Heart Ghost tribe were dubbed lying swindlers by the elf. He let out a wry smile and tried to explain, I am part of the Heart Ghost tribe, we specialize in divining for others. I know. The elf said with a clearly disinterested appearance, there is nothing redeeming about these ghosts. The Taoist was completely dumbfounded once again. What could he say to counter these words? Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu both exploded in laughter, the Taoist became quite embarrassed. Take it. Because of the gold, I'll give you the divine board of River Luo. Humph, if you didn't give me gold, would never have decided to give you such a nice item like this. The elf threw a treasure towards the Taoist, then coiled up and went back to sleep. The Taoist looked at the divine board in his hands. His eyes brightened and he emotionally exclaimed, This is a great treasure for divining. It's even better than the turtle shell left behind by my ancestors. Of course. Li Qie smiled and said, inside the prime ominous grave, the fortunes in this secret realm are amazing. As long as you have the luck to enter, you will have a great harvest. Thank you for your help. The Taoist bowed again towards Li Qie. If Li Qie didn't bring him along, then he wouldn't have been able to enter this secret realm. Now it's your turn to test your luck. Li Qie smiled at Lan Yunzhu and continued, if you are lucky, maybe you will be able to trade for something great. Lan Yunju looked at the group of elves but couldn't make a decision right away. After looking at them for a while, she then looked over at Wuxia with puppy dog eyes. "Don't look at me, I will not give you a treasure." Wuxia denied as he shook his head. Lan Yunju cheerfully smiled and said, "Uncle, your eyes are as bright as torches and are sharp enough to see through all things. Will you choose an elf for me?" She acted a bit coquettishly like a pampered child and continued on, "I know that uncle is a person who knows all things under the heavens and above the earth. My admiration for you spans as long as the endless rivers. Okay, stop flattering me, it's so fake." Wuxia angrily said, "I will pick an elf for you." Lan Yunju then threw a gentle and lovable smile at him and said, "I knew that uncle was a nice person. Don't keep on using the beauty trap or I'll really have you tonight." Wuxia's direct words left Lan Yunju flustered. She quickly elbowed his chest and angrily shouted, "Go die, pervert." Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. After looking for a while, he pointed to a sleeping elf. "That one, maybe you will have an unexpected harvest." Lan Yunju happily ran over and woke up the sleeping elf. "What do you have to trade with me?" The elf got up and asked. Lan Yunju immediately took out some shining golden items and placed them in front of the elf. Who said only the secret realm's elves liked bright things? Women also loved them. The items she took out were not treasures, they were just some of her jewelry. Even the most simple and elegant girl would carry some golden jewelry around, and female cultivators were no exceptions. The drowsiness immediately went away as the elf stared at Lan Yunju's items. This elf looked at one thing and touched another, all of them were definitely to his liking. Wuxia looked at the elf touching the items and smiled to say, Girls always have things that these elves like the most, they'll always have 8 to 10 pieces of golden jewelry. I want all of them." The elf shouted. This came as no surprise since Lan Yunju's jewelry were all very finely crafted. Who wouldn't like them? Lan Yunju then excitedly responded, "Then what treasure will you take out to trade with me?" "The reverse time shuttle is something I really like, it's extremely precious." The elf took out a round container and replied. It was something that she traded for with Wuxia's guidance, so she liked it a lot. "Okay, uncle, we both got treasures so it is your turn. We can leave once you obtain a treasure too." Lan Yunju urged Wuxia. Wuxia sat by the lake and took out a treasure box. Inside was a burning turtle. This was the turtle taken from Night Sea, a young night turtle. After Wuxia's training, this turtle became very obedient unlike its previous rebellious self. "What kind of divine turtle is this?" Lan Yunju noticed the flames on top of the divine universal chains and asked. Even the most unaware individual would know that this turtle was extraordinary. A young night turtle from Night Sea. Wuxia's forehead loosened up as a brilliance suddenly flashed. A universal law chain locked the turtle once again. "There are turtles in Night Sea?" The Taoist asked in astonishment. "I've never heard of anyone fishing anything out of Night Sea besides night fish." Lan Yunju was also surprised. Up till this point, the people of the sacred netherworld knew that Night Sea only had night fish. For millions of years, there had never been any tales indicating otherwise. Now, a turtle suddenly showed up from Night Sea. Anyone would know that this turtle must be extremely heaven-defying. Wuxia looked at the turtle in his palm and said, "We'll make a deal. You go get something for me, and I'll give you a creation as well as find someone to take you back to Night Sea. In the future, when you become accomplished with the Tao, the ancestral flow will take care of you inside Necropolis. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, but I have to let you know that I will be making a turtle hot pot tonight. Don't even dream about escaping, it is useless with my divine chain around you. You call this a deal? You are clearly threatening it." Lan Yunju threw a frustrated glance at Wuxia and said. Wuxia's eyes squinted as he smiled and said, "You are right, I am threatening it and I'm not joking around. When Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, not to mention Lan Yunzhu who knew him too well, even the turtle in his hand shuddered. It felt that if it couldn't escape, then its fate would be even worse than becoming turtle stew. If you agree to the deal, then nod your head and I'll grant you a creation. Li Qiye smiled and said. At this point, his demeanor appeared to be very harmless, but Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist both shivered. They felt that Li Qiye's current appearance was the most frightening. Chapter 509. Obtaining the treasure. Night Sea was known to only have young night fish, so the existence of this turtle was already amazing in itself. This turtle definitely had to be a creature with intelligence. After hearing Li Qiye, it immediately nodded. That's good, I like sensible people. Li Qiye said as he smiled. Li Qiye then solemnly took out a bottle and carefully poured a drop of myriad star water. The small bottle of myriad star water had been used several times already, so now Li Qiye treasured every single drop. You are too wasteful. You are feeding a turtle myriad star water. Lan Yunzhu's heart was bleeding. This was not her first time seeing Li Qiye's wasteful extravagance. Back at the Thousand Islands, he had done something similar, but now, it was ridiculous to the point where he actually fed a turtle this valuable water. She painfully said, "Do you not feel any remorse for doing so? Do you know how valuable this water is? This is something even immortal emperors desire, yet you are giving it to a turtle. You have gone too far." What? This is the legendary myriad star water only meant for immortal emperors? The Taoist stammered after hearing this. He couldn't help but stare in a daze with his tongue tied. He had only heard of this supreme celestial item while other people actually questioned its existence. One drop of myriad star water was even more valuable than a drop of emperor's blood. And now, Li Qiye had actually fed this turtle an item more valuable than emperor's blood. If this sort news were to be spread, countless people would be frightened to death. Some would definitely question the legitimacy of such a statement. This is way too luxurious, way too prodigal. After a long time, the Taoist finally managed to utter one sentence. He wouldn't have believed such a thing if he didn't see it with his own eyes. He had seen extravagant spending before. Some who hailed from emperors' lineages would use virtuous paragon refined jades as their pocket change. However, those people were nothing compared to Li Qiye. Using myriad star water to feed a turtle, who could be more wasteful than him? Being wasteful to such an extent was beyond literary description. A drop of myriad star water could reverse life and death in a last-minute situation. Such a precious item was a priceless treasure. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "The turtle requires myriad star water to stimulate its potential. Otherwise, it can't go into that place." The turtle knew that this drop of water was good stuff, so it stuck out its tongue and sucked in the water without wasting any. Buzz! The moment it swallowed the liquid, the flames erupting on its body became even stronger. The universal divine chains intertwined with the fire as if they were about to become an immortal chapter. In the blink of an eye, these chains covered the entire turtle as if it was a turtle shell. Is it worth it? A drop of star water is even more precious than emperor's blood. After seeing the turtle taking in the water, Lan Yunzhu asked. Completely worth it. Li Qiye nodded his head instantly and replied, "If I can obtain this creation, then it would absolutely be worth it." If? Only if? Lan Yunzhu glared at him and said, Do you know what the word "if" means? It wasn't as if Lan Yunzhu had never seen treasures before. On the contrary, since she came from the Thousand Carp River and was its descendant, she had seen many unparalleled items. However, one drop of star water was not something just anyone could get. One could negotiate with emperors' lineages for emperor's blood, but the star water couldn't be bought even with money. Using the star water to make a gamble was too grand. The Taoist shuddered, witnessing such decisiveness was quite rare. Li Qiye smiled and responded, "It shouldn't be a problem unless something unexpected happens." Lan Yunzhu angrily glared at him and said, "You should have just given it to me instead of wasting it like this." Li Qiye retorted by pointing at his lips and teased, "If you kiss me, then I can think about giving you a drop of star water." Her face was immediately flushed red as she angrily cursed, "Go to hell. Shameless." Li Qiye only laughed in response. Then, with a buzzing sound, 10 palaces appeared and slowly opened. A tree branch appeared from within one of the palaces. 10 palaces. The Taoist absent-mindedly murmured after seeing the 10 palaces above Li Qiye's head. The news of Li Qiye having 9 stars and 10 palaces had already been spread everywhere, but seeing it was completely different from just hearing about it. Witnessing it with his own eyes left the Taoist shaken. At this point, the withered stump that resembled a hand flew out of one of Li Qiye's fate palaces and fell onto the turtle's back. Its branches then seemingly turned into tentacles and latched onto the turtle's body. The turtle had a shell made out of divine chains and a withered trunk that looked like a hand, so its appearance became quite strange. The Taoist and Lan Yunzhu didn't understand the logic behind this combination. "Why did you put the branch on the turtle's back?" she then curiously asked. She had seen this withered trunk before, back when Li Qiye obtained it on the islands. At that time, he used a precious young leaf and grinded it into a liquid in order to obtain this tree trunk. Seeing the dried trunk with little shoots full of life, Li Qiye smiled and replied, "The turtle is the guide. No one can enter this secret realm's lake. Only death awaits those who fall in, but an existence like this young night turtle is able to survive. Of course, the turtle itself can't take the item, so it requires the tree trunk to be accepted by the secret realm." The Taoist, who was skilled in calculating, recognized that this tree trunk was extraordinary, so he curiously asked, "What kind of divine tree is this dried tree? For it to be accepted by this secret realm, this tree trunk must have a heaven-frightening origin. At the very least, it is a divine tree that you cannot calculate or else you will suffer the heaven's punishment," Li Qiye said with a grin. Li Qiye then let go of the turtle and patted its back, "Go, help me get that thing and you will be free." The turtle then crawled into the lake and instantly disappeared below the surface. Li Qiye sat by the lake and calmly watched the water. Although he had a relaxed demeanor, his intense gaze towards the lake showed that he was very serious. Lan Yunzhu sat next to him and looked at the lake as well. She didn't dare to speak. It was as if she thought that speaking would disturb the existence in the lake. Previously, the Taoist had read Li Qiye's palm and was scared out of his wits. Now, Li Qiye's seriousness made him wonder what the defining treasure of this place could be. What item could make him so solemn? Time passed by, but the lake was still very calm. It was as if nothing had happened, as if the turtle had dived down and escaped. After a long period of time, Lan Yunzhu became worried and quietly asked, "Could it be that the turtle has run away? I'm not worried about it escaping." Li Qiye shook his head and continued, "Even if it was 10 times more courageous, it still wouldn't dare to flee from me." His eyes were still fixated on the water. "What is the defining treasure of this place?" she inquired once more. Lan Yunzhu believed that Li Qiye's horizons were wide. An ordinary treasure wouldn't be able to tempt him. Something capable of such a deed must be unique in this world. Li Qiye hesitated for a bit before eventually answering, "I don't know." After pausing, he added, "I hope that it is what I think it is, I really hope so." Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but become surprised at this answer. His hesitation spoke plenty since it was quite rare to see such an expression on his face. He was not the indecisive type, but now, he was not certain and was lacking confidence. This was something Lan Yunzhu had never seen before. Even when he said he wanted to destroy the myriad bones throne, he was still full of absolute confidence. However, this time was different. What was it that made him so unsure? Boom! The entire secret realm shook as if something was affecting it. This caused the lake to ripple with waves while water shot up high and splashed everywhere. Success! Li Qie became ecstatic. He stood up to gaze at the rippling water. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist became nervous as well. They stared at the surface, waiting for the turtle to appear. After a good while, the surface calmed down as the waves receded, then the turtle finally emerged and swam to the shore. It was apparent that the turtle was greatly fatigued, even a single step took all of its strength. The turtle shell created by universal laws had been completely shattered and cracks were visible on its body. Although it had swallowed a drop of star water, its wound still didn't quickly heal. Just a damn cool turtle. Chapter 510, Realms Defining Treasure. It was clearly wounded as the flames on its body had been extinguished. If it didn't drink a drop of star water beforehand, it would have died in the lake even if it had 10 lives. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist were quite shocked. It wasn't because that the turtle was wounded, but because of the hand-like tree trunk. At this time, the withered trunk exuded boundless immortal lights with waves of immortal laws descending upon it. Each immortal law derived the most profound grand Tao in this world. It was as if they could collapse the heavens and cause chaos to the yin and yang. It was as if these immortal laws came from the body of a supreme immortal. Even geniuses like Lan Yunzhu couldn't handle looking at these lights. Her legs even became weak. These laws instilled awe and fear to those in its presence. When these laws approached, Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist could feel that the laws were suppressing their own grand Tao while their grand Tao was screaming and struggling under the might of this new law. Lan Yunzhu cultivated a heaven's will secret law, but it could not oppose this immortal law. How frightening was it for even a secret law to fail to oppose it? Inside these endless immortal lights was an indiscernible something. The lights were simply too bright, so Lan Yunzhu had to activate her heavenly gaze, powered by her secret law, just to see the thing inside. It was a book, a very old book. It seemed to have been created in a natural process, so it was more of an item crafted by the heaven and earth than a book. This book harmonized with the world as if it was one with everything. Lan Yunzhu couldn't imagine the power this book would exude once the pages were flipped. Once the pages of this book were turned, maybe the heaven and earth would shake, or maybe myriad worlds would lose their music. The sky could cry tears of blood while the earth could tremble. Li Qie looked at this book and emotionally murmured, "Yes." So it was true. Just like what I theorized, it really does exist. In the past, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, became friends with the ancestral Flow Master and experienced many things together. The Master said that the Prime Ominous Grave's secret realm hid a book, so Li Qie had always been searching for it. A unique book, a book coveted by immortal emperors, a book so precious that they would pay any price to obtain it. Later on, he didn't only come to the Prime Ominous Grave once or twice. Sometimes, he wouldn't get any treasures. If that was the case, he would only research the stopping points of the corpse blood clouds. In the end, hard work paid off and Li Qie found this secret realm. Another time, Li Qie brought immortal Emperor Qianli here, but unfortunately, they weren't able to obtain the book. This book had always lingered in his mind, so he began to study even more and read countless ancient books and tablets. Finally, he had stumbled upon a method. In this generation, he found the dried trunk, so he finally had the chance to try out his theory. He wasn't very certain because the book's existence itself was merely speculation. The ancestral Flow Master wasn't sure either. Moreover, there were most likely several secret realms in the Prime Ominous Grave and not just this one. In summary, Li Qie didn't have much confidence, but this book was worth the gamble. And it was not in vain. Just like he had speculated, this secret realm indeed had this book. The legends were real, and the secrets in this book must be real as well. The turtle climbed onto the shore where Li Qie quickly grabbed the book. The always nonchalant Li Qie was unable to contain his emotions as he caressed the book and exclaimed, "It really is this book. The heavens didn't let me down." The Taoist asked while being visibly moved, "What kind of precious book is this?" He didn't know what it was outside of the fact that it must be very amazing and terrifying at the same time. Li Qie took a deep breath and put the book away as one of his fate palaces sucked in the dried trunk. Seeing the cracked body of the turtle, Li Qie took out the bottle and fed it another drop of myriad star water. After taking in this drop, the turtle became lively again. The water's medicinal effect started to close its wounds. Lan Yunzhu glared at him once more and exclaimed, "You are too lavish. One drop alone is enough to scare others to death, but another drop. Do you want everyone in this world to drop dead from horror?" Lan Yunzhu couldn't be blamed for this overreaction. If others witnessed such a thing, they would pray that they could turn into a turtle to enjoy the myriad star water. On the other hand, the Taoist could only wryly smile. No cultivators in this world were comparable to this turtle, they never had the chance to taste one drop, let alone two. This is for its contribution. It's very worthy. Li Qie smiled and said as he tapped the bottle of water, "You are now free. When the time is right, I will tell someone to drop you off at night sea." It was as if the turtle understood Li Qie's words since it happily rubbed against him. Li Qie's brows relaxed as he withdrew the universal divine chains that were latched on the turtle's body. A while after he obtained the book, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared. From the lake rose a dhow platform where a portal slowly opened. It was time for them to leave. Li Qie looked at the opening portal and told the other two, "Come, it is time for us to enter the 5 grave realms." Lan Yunzhu and Taoist Heaven calculating decisively followed Li Qie into the portal. It suddenly turned dark as they were teleported out of the secret realm to another location. Lan Yunzhu opened her eyes and saw a majestic scenery with mountain ranges. The taller mountains were mainly formed from numerous smaller stones and boulders, but a few were also single unified rock formations. Because of this, the shapes of these mountains were quite strange. Some appeared to be eggs while others looked like pillars. 2 or 3 of them placed next to each other formed a giant gate. Standing here gave the illusion that there was nothing other than rocks, as if this was a world of stone. The fluctuation of minerals here is quite strong. Lan Yunzhu felt a strange aura and startlingly exclaimed, "Could this place be specialized in giving birth to treasure metals and divine stones?" "You are correct." Li Qie smiled in response. "There are 5 grave realms in the prime ominous grave, and each of them is different." Later on, some people divided the 5 into 5 great realms: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You are standing in the place others refer to as the metal realm. 5 elemental realms, the Taoist thought to himself. This was different from his imagination. You can also put it this way: each of the 5 realms has their own special characteristic. For example, this metal realm specializes in giving birth to treasure metals and divine stones. If one wants to find Grand Tao treasure metals or destiny true stones, then this is the right place to be. There are minerals and ores in this realm. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. If you want to find spirit medicines and grasses, or even the legendary king medicines, then you should go to the wood realm because it has them in great quantities. It has the best ingredients in this world. Is this place not the prime ominous grave? The puzzled Lan Yunzhu asked. There is no grave here, so why is it called the prime ominous grave? You want to see graves? Li Qie smirked and said, then go to the earth realm. The graves that you want to see will be at that location, and all of them are beyond your imagination. One has to prepare well before going, and this realm would be best saved for last. Why is that? The Taoist curiously asked. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and explained, the earth realm is also called the prime grave, or the center realm. Although the 5 realms are not directly adjacent to each other, the other 4 circle the earth realm. The prime grave is the most dangerous out of all of them, so if you want to test your fortune in that place, you have to be mentally prepared to die. If you can make it out alive, then you will surely obtain a great creation. Of course, the majority of people die inside. 1 out of 10 coming out alive is putting it nicely, it's more like 1 out of 10,000. Lan Yunzhu inquired, why is it so dangerous? Are there ghosts there? Haha, ghosts? Li Qiye smiled and answered, if they were ghosts like the members of the ghost race, then it would not be scary at all. Once you enter the prime grave, you will find out just what the scariest ghosts in this world are. There really are ghosts? The Taoist asked again. Although people called the ghost immortal race ghosts, these ghost immortals had never accepted this title. The truth was that they weren't ghosts, they were existences with flesh and blood. Some other existences were also called ghosts, such as the sentiments, but they were also not real ghosts. They were only lingering sentiments, different from the ghosts the mortal world thought of. Chapter 511, Mysteries of the Destiny Stones. In fact, these so-called real ghosts had never been seen before. Cultivators didn't believe in ghosts, just like how they did not believe in true immortals. Well, Li Qiye squinted his eyes then chuckled, that is hard to say, but if you want to find out, then go to a grave in the earth realm. If you have the chance to crawl inside, maybe you will actually meet a real ghost. Ah, forget it. The Taoist jumped and felt a chill crawl down his spine as if he was being stared at by a ghost. Li Qiye chuckled then looked towards the far horizon. Every time he came to this place, he would always want to go to a certain location. He knew that there was something even he could never obtain, but he could still give it another shot. While Li Qiye stared at the far horizon, the Taoist took out another turtle shell and shook it. What are you trying to calculate? Li Qiye looked at this Taoist that was stricken with his occupational habit and asked, are you trying to calculate the prime grave? The Taoist wryly smiled and responded, I don't dare to calculate the prime grave because the heavenly lightning will strike me dead. But even if I can't do so, I can still calculate my own luck. Not about the future and not about the heavens' will, only my own fortune to see which great realm is right for me. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say. The Taoist was indeed a natural seer, he wanted to divine every single thing, this habit ought to be fixed. There is no need to calculate. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, go to the fire realm if you want a suitable realm, that place is right for the heart ghost tribe. Follow your heart and you will surely benefit greatly. After hearing this, the Taoist stopped shaking his turtle shell and quickly asked, really? Go and see for yourself. Of course, you can also calculate to see, but I trust that I am not wrong. Li Qiye answered with a smile. This little one definitely believes in Sir and will follow your suggestion. The Taoist quickly put away his shell and asked, how does one reach the fire realm? Li Qiye pointed towards a direction and said, go straight ahead from here and you will find a Tao platform. Go through the portal and it will teleport you to the fire realm. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. The Taoist bowed and quickly showed his gratitude, this little one will not bother you any longer. I shall go ahead to find the fire realm. Go, your harvest will not be small. Li Qiye smiled in response. The Taoist bid farewell to the other two and went towards the direction Li Qiye pointed to. The Taoist was already satisfied from entering the secret realm with Li Qiye, so now he wanted to see if he could find his own fortune by himself. Lan Yunzhu and Li Qiye watched as the Taoist departed. Afterward, Lan Yunzhu asked, where do we go now? Will we meet up with Master's group? Li Qiye smirked and looked at Lan Yunzhu to say, would you like a Destiny True Stone? Destiny True Stone? Lan Yunzhu shook her head and replied, I already have my own True Fate treasure. It was created from quite an exceptional Destiny True Stone. The stone mentioned by Lan Yunzhu was quite amazing. In the end, the river sect was an emperor's lineage and she was its descendant, so the stone she owned would naturally not be mediocre. Wuxia added with a smile, but this place has even better destiny true stones, ones that are more suitable for you. Of course, this is only if you are meant to have one. Lan Yunzhu smiled and gave him a look. Uncle, don't try to trick me. My true fate treasure was created from an 8 heavenly accumulations destiny true stone, it's only a bit worse than one with 9 heavenly accumulations. Even the true fate treasure of the throne of bones descendant is just barely better than mine, his imperial spear has 9 accumulations. Among these destiny stones, having 9 accumulations would be the upper limit, so destiny stones with 9 accumulations were the best. It was no wonder why Lan Yunzhu said that her own stone wasn't bad, this was already being very humble. 8 accumulation destiny stones were worthy of being called priceless treasures, while 9 accumulation stones were items that could only be obtained with great luck. Wuxia shook his head and said, "Girl, more often than not, the strength of a true fate treasure is not due to the amount of heavenly accumulations. Moreover, the quality of these stones is not dependent on the amount either. Since time immemorial, not all true fate weapons of immortal emperors were crafted from 9 accumulation destiny stones. In addition, most invincible existences did not search for only 9 accumulation destiny stones because refining them did not always yield the strongest true fate weapon." Lan Yunzhu gave him a coy look and said, "Uncle, I know. My master already taught me this basic common sense when I started cultivating. There is only the most suitable destiny stone and not the strongest destiny stone. The quantity of the heavenly accumulations in these stones is only something the world uses for ordering, it's not to distinguish their strengths. I don't need uncle to explain this to me." Lan Yunzhu gave him a stern look and continued on, "For example, Immortal Emperor Buzhan. His Immortal Emperor true treasure was only crafted from a single heavenly accumulation destiny stone, but it was still unbeatable in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hence the previous phrase, there is only the most suitable destiny stone, and not the strongest destiny stone. In fact, the stories of Immortal Emperor Buzhan circulated for generations. His weapon that was made from a single accumulation destiny stone became a miracle even amongst the weapons of immortal emperors. You are correct, finding the most suitable stone is the most crucial aspect for cultivators." Wuxia smiled and continued, "But keep in mind that there are also other details to these destiny stones. This is why these stones were classified by a grand system all this time. For example, if we have 2 stones where both of them only have 1 heavenly accumulation, if one of them contains inflammation fire while the other contains the Tao of a vermilion bird, which one do you think is stronger? Both of them belong to the fire element. Of course I know this. If the cultivator trains with a heavenly fire fate law, then the stone with the inflammation fire will be stronger, but if they train with a fiery bird fate law, then it would be the stone with the vermilion bird." Lan Yunzhu snickered and said, "Uncle, don't test me, this is only common knowledge." Wuxia smiled and continued his questioning, "Very good, now let's have 2 destiny stones with 2 heavenly accumulations. One of them has the inflammation fire and mysterious ice while the other has the Tao of a vermilion bird and fiery vulture. Which one do you think is stronger?" Lan Yunzhu contemplated before answering. If we were using the same fate laws described earlier, then the second destiny stone is stronger. The first destiny stone is affected by the conflict between fire and ice, so even the cultivator cultivating the heavenly fire fate law would be weakened by this. The second one has both the Tao of the vermilion bird and fiery vulture, these are both fiery birds, so it will make the fiery bird fate law even stronger." Wuxia chuckled and said, "Worthy of being the 1,000 carp rivers descendant, you're not too stupid." Lan Yunzhu responded by stomping on Wuxia's foot and glaring at him, "Uncle, what are you trying to say? If you keep on teasing me, you better watch out." Lan Yunzhu gritted her teeth while taking on a fierce pose. Wuxia was still smiling as he continued on, "Then I'll test you again. We'll use the same 2 cultivators again, one with the heavenly fire fate law while the other with the fiery bird fate law. Then we'll give them the choice of 2 new destiny stones. These 2 have 3 heavenly accumulations. One of them has inflammation fire, mysterious ice, and pure yang. The other has the Tao of a vermilion bird, the Tao of a fiery vulture, and samadhi flames. Which do you think is the suitable stone for them? Lan Yunju pondered for a moment before answering. In theory, both cultivators are fire cultivators. Although the samadhi flame is not of the fiery bird's branch, it clearly augments the other 2 Tao. The first destiny stone might have the pure yang flame which is also of the fiery branch, but the mysterious ice Tao conflicts with the pure yang flame and inflammation fire. Even if the pure yang flame and the inflammation fire support each other, causing them to become several times stronger, the conflict with the mysterious ice will result in their power getting weakened. Thus, logically speaking, the second destiny stone is stronger. Lan Yunju was the descendant of the river sect, so she had vast knowledge in this regard, thus her answer was very reasonable. You'd be wrong. Li Qie shook his head and said, when one cultivates a good heavenly fire fate law and refines the stone into one's own true fate treasure, then the 3 heavenly accumulations in this stone will change. The pure yang Tao will become an incubator to refine the mysterious ice Tao. Then, the mysterious ice and inflammation fire Tao will combine together with yin and yang, giving birth to a new supreme yin-yang Tao. With this true treasure, this fiery flame cultivator's initial heavenly fire fate law would become the most tyrannical fate law in this world. Really? Lan Yunju skeptically asked. Of course, it is true. This theory is called the heavenly accumulation fusion. When a destiny stone is refined into a new true fate treasure, if you can combine several accumulations together to form an entirely new accumulation, its power would be even stronger and more formidable. Indubitably, this fusion has very stringent requirements. It is very rare to see a destiny stone with fusible accumulations. This type of destiny stone is much rarer than a 9 heavenly accumulations destiny stone. Chapter 512, Adventures in the Metal Realm, Heavenly Accumulation Fusion. Lan Yunju pondered for a good while before replying, I think I have heard of it before. Oh, right. Master had mentioned it in the past. This fusion is only possible in theory, and even till now, cultivators do not accept such a way of thinking. They think that this type of fusion is merely theoretical speculation. Then you are mistaken. Li Qie shook his head and said, discussions of this fusion have existed since a very ancient time, and it is not just a theory. Later on, during the desolate expansion era, the person to carry it out was Immortal Emperor Qianlong of the Soaring Immortal Sect. The world knows that the Emperor's true treasure was created from a 3 heavenly accumulations destiny stone, but very few people are aware that this true treasure has all 3 Tao fused together. Someone actually managed to carry out this type of fusion. Lan Yunju quietly murmured. Li Qie nodded and added, it wasn't only Immortal Emperor Qianlong, some other invincible existences had done it during the Emperor's era as well. Future generations were unaware of it, but the few who were privy to this secret considered these fusions to be the most supreme of destiny stones. 3 Tao are existences, 6 Tao are grand forms, and 9 Tao are deities. Lan Yunju murmured on, supreme fusions. These destiny stones were birthed by the heaven and earth, so each of these heavenly accumulations took on the form of a circle and were grand Tao that followed a very particular and finely crafted system. 3 accumulations were called existence Tao, such as the sword tiger, mulberry tree, and fiery vulture. Stones with 4 to 6 Tao were called grand images because they would give birth to an even stronger Tao. For example, if a 6 accumulation stone contained the 3 Tao listed above, then the 6th Tao might be of powerful forms such as the sun and moon or the yin and yang. As for the 9 accumulations destiny stones, stones that had 7 or more accumulations would have a possibility of containing 1 Tao of the deities. A 9 accumulation stone would definitely contain at least one. Due to this particular system, the majority of cultivators believed that a grand form Dao was stronger than an existence Dao, while a deity Dao was naturally stronger than a grand form Dao. It made sense for these cultivators to have this belief. For example, the Dao of the true dragon, its power was certainly stronger than the Dao of the great river. For tens of millions of years, because of this system, many cultivators truly believed that more accumulations was better. The sect master took a look at the treasure stone and joyously exclaimed, "This is indeed the myriad water source stone that the sect needs." Good job. Xiaoliuzi, you have done a great job. I'll keep it in mind for now and will reward you after we return. The disciple who made this great contribution was very happy. Li Qia and Lan Yunzhu then crossed over another dangerous mountain ridge. Many cultivators here found many great things, and the joyous atmosphere affected plenty of cultivators in this realm. The prime ominous grave was one of the 12 burial grounds. This place was not peaceful or safe at all. The metal realm was one of the 5 grave realms, so it absolutely would not stay peaceful as a paradise for treasure seekers. It was also filled with dangers. Once they passed the previously stated ridge, they found a ghost tribe decimating a huge mountain. The members of this tribe had to dig down for 1,000 feet before finding the things that they wanted. After seeing the treasure, the ghost tribe master grabbed this divine metal and roared, "Look, this is the heaven-devouring furious dragon divine metal in the legends." The entire tribe drowned in happiness. However, during their celebration, insects started to gather in the sky and formed a huge hole. Buzz! Not good, metal-eating insects. Run! Seeing the emergence of these insects that covered the sky, everyone lost their minds and tried to flee. Ah! Terrifying screams sounded out continuously. Although these experts ran for their lives, the speed of these insects was too fast and they caught the cultivators in an instant. All the experts in the tribe who participated in the excavation were devoured by the insects. After the insects flew away, only skeletons remained. The insects ate the experts and then carried this divine metal back to their hole before disappearing inside. Seeing several hundred experts turn into skeletons in an instant made all the spectators shudder in fear. No one dared to approach this area anymore, let alone attempt to grab that piece of draconic divine metal. What are metal-eating insects? Lan Yunzhu looked at the group of insects that were seemingly made from steel and asked Li Qia. Li Qia answered, "An extremely dangerous type of insect. They will eat just about anything, and they like divine metals the most. Their bodies are also extremely tough. It is rare to see them outside, but they are actually everywhere in the metal realm. Anyone who wants to dig out precious metals should be ready to meet metal-eating insects. They like to hide below these treasures. The bigger they are, the stronger they will be." Some stories even mentioned an insect ancestor swallowing an invincible existence. Not just anyone in the cultivation world could be called an invincible existence. For example, even paragons capable of starting their own countries or experts who were bestowed divine titles couldn't be called invincible. Thus, one could only imagine how powerful these invincible existences must be. And yet, the metal-eating insects could still devour them. How terrifying was this? However, the dangers of the metal realm went far beyond just these metal-eating insects. There were a few other dangers that simply couldn't be described with words. Li Qia and Lan Yunzhu then passed by a plain and saw a great character of the heavenly sovereign realm rush out from a bottomless stone cave while screaming, "Run, run away." His entire body was stained with blood. The experts behind him were bloodied and battered as well. Chapter 513, Divine Dragon Mountain. That's the sect master of the Origin sect. Lan Yunzhu noticed this heavenly sovereign escaping from the cave and startlingly exclaimed, "Ah!" The group almost made it outside, but a tentacle suddenly whipped out with lightning speed and dragged all the experts behind the Heavenly Sovereign back inside. The Heavenly Sovereign couldn't escape either, another tentacle dragged him back in as well. Right after, the unwilling screams of the Sovereign emanated from the cave. No. This scene caused the cultivators on the plain to stop what they were doing. They no longer dared to go closer to this cave. This time, the Origin sect is finished. More than 1,000 experts were annihilated altogether. A completely pale cultivator explained since he witnessed everything. I heard that they found a stone scripture inside that cave, so their entire sect rushed in. Who would have thought that all of them would die? Just what kind of monstrosity is inside? Even a Heavenly Sovereign was helpless against it. A quivering cultivator ran far away from the cave. What is inside? Lan Yunzhu spectated from afar and asked in shock. A tentacle that overpowered even a sovereign, just how terrifying was this? Li Qia shook his head and said, "You can meet just about any monster in the prime ominous grave. This place is treacherous, and when met by a supreme monstrosity, even a virtuous paragon would be doomed." The grave is horrifying to this extent? Her heart thumped after hearing his reply. After seeing the elves in the secret realm, Lan Yunzhu felt that the prime ominous grave was not that dangerous. Now, after seeing this scene, she finally realized that they were in the prime ominous grave, known for its grim dangers. Just how dangerous was this place? It was evident just by looking at the metal realm. Here, there weren't only ferocious metal-eating insects, there were also some unnamed creatures. A sect found an old cave and noticed the treasure inside. Suddenly, a mist flew out and, after being enshrouded by it, all the experts suddenly became crazy. Another expert forcefully pushed over a boulder as big as a peak in an attempt to find an ore vein underneath. However, before he could find anything, green water rushed out and melted all of his flesh, leaving behind mere bones. There was also a powerful ghost tribe who took note of a divine stone deep in a ravine, but they were chased out by a legion of skeletons. These ghosts were running and fighting at the same time. In the end, they suffered heavy losses, only 10 managed to escape with their lives. In fact, such events happened every minute in the metal realm and the grave as a whole. Nevertheless, this still didn't extinguish the cultivators' greed for treasures. The most tempting place in the metal realm was the Divine Dragon Mountain. Although the name suggested otherwise, there was not even a snake here, let alone a dragon. It carried this name because the mountain had the appearance of a dragon soaring into the sky. It was both tall and long like a giant dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. The reason why people rushed here in droves was because this was the place that specialized in giving birth to destiny true stones. Even this was not enough to describe it. To be more exact, this place was covered with destiny stones. Here, just by crouching down, one could pick up a destiny stone that ranged from 1 accumulation to 9 accumulations. The existence destiny stones were even more numerous. It was as if the mountain was paved with these stones. There was also a 3 accumulation stone with burning fire. Multicolored soft essences were being melted inside. Then, there were the 8 accumulations destiny stones that combined itself with the Grand Tao while emitting golden and brilliant auspicious images. Meanwhile, the 9 accumulations destiny stones resembled bones of beasts and had divine runes from a mythical beast, a gluttonous dragon. This treasure trove of destiny stones sent all spectators into a daze. No one could refrain from palpitating while looking at so many destiny stones. Each of them exuded a different colored light, giving the mountain an appearance of a multicolored dragon soaring up high into the sky. How is this possible? Lan Yunzhu asked in disbelief. This many destiny stones would drive the entire world crazy. Remember, destiny stones were very rare, especially those with 4 accumulations or more. Grand form and deity destiny stones that couldn't be bought with wealth were even more rare. Normally, even if someone found a vein with destiny stones inside, at most there would only be a few dozen stones, and this would have already been considered a miraculous amount. Now, the number of stones in front of them were too numerous to count, so how could people not be driven crazy? Wuxia pointed at the Dragon Mountain and said, "The majority of stones from this hillside and beyond are stones with 4 or more accumulations. If you want to find grand form and deity stones, then your best bet is to go to the middle of the ridge. What about stones of the supreme level that you mentioned before?" Lan Yunzhu looked at Wuxia and asked, "Uncle, since there are so many destiny stones here, do you want to try to find a few Dao Fusion destiny stones?" "That would depend on luck." Wuxia answered with a smile, "If you want to find some, then I'll go with you. Any stones with 4 accumulations or less can be taken as you please, but if you actually find a Dao Fusion stone with 4 or more, then it would all be for naught if it doesn't accept you." "I know, uncle." Lan Yunzhu smiled and gave him a charming glance, "And so, uncle, I will hand the responsibility over to you. You have to find a destiny stone that accepts me, one that is the most suitable for me, and it is best if it is also a Dao Fusion stone. Anyone could grab existence destiny stones as they pleased if they were fortunate enough to see some. However, as for stones of the grand form and deity level, for accumulations or more, without the acceptance of these stones, it would be useless even if the person really liked the stone, since they couldn't bring them along. Not even by force. Chapter 514, Dragon Mountain's Destiny Stones, all right. Wuxia teased her and said, "Because you are my fiancé, I will lend you a hand. If I can find a Dao Fusion Destiny Stone that is suitable for you, how will you repay me? With your body?" Wuxia then gently touched her chin. Lan Yunzhu gave him a charming glance and coyly smiled to say, "Uncle, do you want to be an old ox who eats young grass? My standard is very high, and you might not be the type that I like." Wuxia flicked her forehead in response and said, "Girl, keep teasing me and I'll really taste you completely." Wuxia's words made her blush, she could only give him a scornful glare. They then went to the mountain. Below their feet were bright destiny stones of different shapes and colors. The two began to look at each of these stones. Some of them had the shape of burning metal while others looked like multifaceted jewels. One that was more exceptional took on the appearance of a piece of soaring immortal sacred gold. Although they were called destiny true stones, they were not pieces of rock. There were indeed some that looked like stones, but the majority of them were sacred metals. Stepping on so many destiny stones caused the hearts of many people to beat faster, they were full of desires. Wuxia and Lan Yunzhu weren't the only ones at the Divine Dragon Mountain at the moment, many cultivators gathered here. Some were alone while others were in groups of 3 or 5. There were even entire sects who came together just to test their luck. Wuxia and Lan Yunzhu's arrival caused many people to turn their gaze towards them, fierce Wuxia and Fairy Lan of the Thousand Carp River. There was no need to elaborate on Wuxia since his notoriety has recently been on the rise. With his demonstration of one battling tens of thousands, any ghost, including the big shots, would be wary when they saw Wuxia. It was the same for Lan Yunzhu. She was a famous beauty in the southern distant cloud and even the entire sacred nether world. She was the descendant of the river sect with dual saint talents, causing her fame to spread far and wide. Some people considered Lan Yunzhu and the Phoenix Maiden to be the two heavens' proud daughters of the sacred nether world. Lan Yunzhu had many admirers in these parts, so it was particularly intriguing when she came here with Wuxia. Could it be that fierce Wuxia and Fairy Lan are both here to test their luck? Someone commented after seeing the two of them. A ghost cultivator who didn't like Wuxia sneered, "Pa, a human like that Li fella would, of course, come here to test his luck. People like him always want easy fortune." A human cultivator didn't like these words and retorted, "Your Dizwa is also the same. Just earlier, he also came here to test his luck." The ghost cultivator only scowled since he had no comeback. Lan Yunzhu stepped on a bunch of destiny stones. Although only stones with 4 accumulations or less were here at the lower part of the ridge, it was a shame to not bring them back. Moreover, it was easy to do so since one didn't need their acceptance. Lan Yunju felt that it was a waste to ignore them, so she crouched down and picked up a few to bring back. Even if she didn't use them, she could give them to the ordinary disciples back at the river sect. However, Li Qiye stopped her from doing so. He shook his head and said, "We don't need to waste time on these types of destiny stones. Also, this place is the prime ominous grave, things here cannot be taken away so easily, especially at the Divine Dragon Mountain. These existence destiny stones have metal-eating insects guarding them. They are currently hiding below these stones, so if you take them, these insects will fly out." Lan Yunju shuddered after seeing so many stones down on the ground and took a deep breath to ask, "Then all of these stones have metal-eating insects watching them?" At this time, she realized that they were not only standing on top of destiny stones, but also a monstrous insect nest. Maybe this entire mountain was their lair. Her scalp tingled at the thought of standing above so many insects. Li Qiye saw through her expression and replied with a smile, "Don't worry. If you don't take away destiny stones with 4 accumulations or less, then the insects will not take the initiative to attack you." Having heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief since she had seen firsthand these terrifying insects. A few were manageable, but a swarm of them meant big trouble. The majority of visitors didn't come to this mountain for existence destiny stones. After all, they were still relatively easy to find outside. People didn't want to waste this once-in-lifetime opportunity for ordinary destiny stones. Cultivators didn't stop at the base of the mountain and instead traveled to the middle ridges, aiming for stones with 4 or more accumulations. Some were even here for the 9 accumulation stones. A sect master led a group of disciples forward and ran all the way to the top. The sect master told his disciples, "Time is precious. First look for good destiny stones to see if any deity destiny stone will recognize you." On their way up, a disciple noticed all these existence destiny stones paving the way and felt that it was too much of a waste, so he couldn't stop himself. However, the sect master noticed this right away and scolded him, "Little demon, come. Don't waste time here and put your own life in danger. Existence destiny stones will have metal-eating insects guarding them. It is not worth your life." Under the sect master's leadership, they all made it to the ridge safely. The disciples then began to look for grand form and deity-level stones that were suitable and would accept them. Of course, there were also those who were tired of living. An old heavenly sovereign came to the Divine Dragon Mountain and his eyes immediately lit up. He then said with a sly smile, "I intend to create a sect, so this many stones is just right for me." He then swung his sleeve to pick up dozens of destiny stones, but at the same time, buzz! A bunch of metal-eating insects flew out from the ground. This old sovereign snorted with extreme confidence as he spewed out a bunch of extreme yang fire from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, these surging refined flames incinerated many insects. He then boldly proclaimed, "Insignificant insects." With that, he suddenly took out a bottle and opened it to suck up all the destiny stones. Buzz! However, this time, a metal-eating insect bigger than a thumb flew out. Knowledgeable cultivators that were nearby became alarmed the moment they saw this insect. "Oh God, it is a metal-eating insect king." This old man confidently sneered, "This little insect dares to act so cockily?" He wanted to spew out more extreme yang fire, but an abrupt scream came out instead, "Ah!" The insect king ignored the extreme yang fire and penetrated the old man's body in an instant. Crack crack. This old man was devoured by the insect without a bone remaining. This scene shocked everyone. A heavenly sovereign had no power to fight back against a metal-eating insect king. How frightening was this? It wasn't until the insect king crawled back into the ground that the aghast cultivators approached the area. "Ha ha ha, this is the result of arrogance." One cultivator quipped, 2 days ago, an amazing heavenly king dug out a divine stone and met an insect king. This insect king ate him completely, yet a heavenly sovereign still dares to oppose one? Another pale cultivator recalled, "These insects are too ferocious. I heard that 4 heavenly kings from the Nether Crossing Swamp combined their strength yesterday to open a sealed cave, and they also met an insect king. The 4 of them ignored the treasures and fled instantly." After seeing the fate of this heavenly sovereign, the rest of the cultivators didn't dare to touch any of the existence destiny stones anymore. Losing one's life for these destiny stones was not worth it. However, such a scene was only the prelude. People calmed down and once again rushed to the mountain to find their own destiny stones. At this time, someone found success. A young cultivator excitedly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I got a 6 accumulations destiny stone." He then placed his hand on the stone. It was as if the stone had its own life, it jumped up several times and the cultivator immediately took it away. Another young cultivator got pretty lucky and was accepted by 3 destiny stones, all of which were jumping alongside him. He was quite hesitant since he didn't know which one to pick. His master happily stroked his beard after seeing his disciple being accepted by 3 stones and said, "Wuxia's talents are really good for you to be accepted by 3 stones at once. One of them is even a 6 accumulation stone." "All right." Wuxia teased her and said, "Because you are my fiancé, I will lend you a hand. If I can find a Dao Fusion Destiny Stone that is suitable for you, how will you repay me? With your body?" Wuxia then gently touched her chin. Lan Yunzhu gave him a charming glance and coyly smiled to say, "Uncle, do you want to be an old ox who eats young grass? My standard is very high, and you might not be the type that I like." Wuxia flicked her forehead in response and said, "Girl, keep teasing me and I'll really taste you completely." Wuxia's words left her blushing, she could only give him a scornful glare. They then went to the mountain. Below their feet were bright destiny stones of different shapes and colors. The two began to look at each of these stones. Chapter 5:15, Searching for Destiny Stones. Another senior happily added, "Indeed. Wuxia will surely reach the heavenly sovereign realm 10 years from now. Destiny stones with 4 or more accumulations would pick their masters." The choosing process had no rigid conditions or special standards. Normally, cultivators with greater talents would be accepted by more stones, but this was only what usually happened and not an absolute rule. These stones had their own consciousness, especially those with 4 or more accumulations. They knew which masters would allow them to shine. Seeing his disciple's hesitation on choosing a stone, the master advised him, "Wuxia, pick the spring one. Although this stone only has 5 accumulations, with the spring inside, it fits very well with your fate law." Any wise cultivator, especially a master, would not advise their disciples to pick the stones with the most heavenly accumulations over a more suitable one. The latter was the only way for a cultivator to actually unleash their full potential. After hearing his master's words, the young cultivator picked the one with the spring accumulation. After he chose this stone, although the other 2 stones also accepted him, they no longer jumped and went back to their original spot. Cultivators could only have one true fate treasure, so they could only pick one destiny stone. Even if they were chosen by several stones, they could only pick one and couldn't bring the others with them. For those who already had a true fate weapon, if they did not give up their previous true fate weapon, then the newly chosen destiny stone would fly away, it would not stay with its master. Of course, this situation was only for grand form and deity level stones, existence stones didn't have this restriction. The treasury of great powers only had existence level stones. If cultivators wanted a better one, they would have to go out and look on their own. Thus, the mountain became very busy. Even those who already had a true fate weapon came to find a better or more suitable stone. Wuxia and Lan Yunzhu, on the other hand, stayed at the bottom section of the mountain. Usually, people would rush towards the upper ridges, but Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu decided to stay at the base. Here, they were picking from a group of stones, garnering askance gazes. The general consensus was that the stones at the lower areas were not worth the time, all of them contained less than 4 accumulations. Moreover, they were also guarded by insects. Ha ha ha, is this Li fella afraid of being humiliated? He doesn't dare to go to the ridges out of fear that no stones would accept his crappy innate talents. People would laugh at him, so he is staying at the base. A young ghost cultivator who was hostile to Li Qiye couldn't help but sarcastically utter. "Oh? So you are a genius then?" A human expert struck back instantly. "Does a genius like you have any great battle records?" Although young noble Li, our human race's pride, doesn't have any heaven-defying innate talents, he can slay ghost geniuses like dogs. Tens of thousands of ghosts were annihilated by the young noble's bare hands. "You!" The ghost cultivator angrily glared at this human expert. However, the human expert came from a great power, thus he fiercely gazed right back at the ghost without apprehension. "Sup? Not convinced? Then go have a shot at young noble Li. Just like you said, our young noble Li's innate talents aren't that great, so a ghost genius like you should be able to beat him within 3 to 5 moves, right? Please go and challenge our young noble." The human expert sneered. Even though he was reddened with rage, the young cultivator gave up in the end. Although ghost cultivators hated Li Qiye and humans were only ants in his eyes, he didn't have the courage to challenge Li Qiye. Li Qiye could slay even heavenly sovereigns, let alone someone like him. Although other people didn't sneer at Li Qiye like this ghost cultivator, the majority wondered why he was staying down at the base for so long. What are they trying to do? Smart cultivators, even those from the ghost race, didn't dare to hold Li Qiye in disdain. Moreover, a genius like Lan Yunzhu was also with him. Both of them were no fools. Maybe they are just trying to find a suitable stone rather than one with a large amount of accumulations. Remember that back in the ancient Ming era, immortal Emperor Bu Zhan's marching battle spear was refined from a 1 accumulation destiny stone. Just think about some more. That year, the emperor had a battle for every single step he took and still proudly smiled over the 9 heavens. With his spear, he killed till myriad worlds lost their colors. Countless immortal emperor true treasures and invincible weapons were overshadowed in the presence of his spear. That makes sense, and this applies to the truly devilish geniuses. Not all cultivators agreed with the theory that was just stated. An older cultivator stroked his chin and commented, "Personally, I think the more accumulations, the better. I crave for a 9 accumulation stone. Just think about it, the power of a deity destiny stone. It would be as if the gods themselves descended." Another great character did not support this view and countered, "Not necessarily. Even if you have a 9 accumulation stone with 1 deity Dao, do you think you have the ability to control this deity Dao? You do not cultivate Emperor's laws, so you will have difficulty in trying to control this deity accumulation. In other words, a deity accumulation, in your hands, is no different than trash. No way. Without trying, how would you know that I can't control a deity accumulation?" The old cultivator was not convinced. In just a moment, these two cultivators quarreled. In fact, the theories about destiny true stones had always been debated. There were both proponents and opponents to the idea of there being only the most suitable stone, no strongest one. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu searched at the base of the mountain for a very long time. He couldn't find a suitable one for Lan Yunzhu, but he made several stones jump for him. Li Qiye noticed a destiny stone that looked just like a piece of jade. He crouched down and picked it up. "This one isn't bad." Buzz! The moment he picked it up, a metal-eating insect crawled out of the ground and flew towards Li Qiye at an extreme speed. However, Li Qiye was even faster. Before the insect could strike him, it had already been pinched between his 2 fingers. Crack! The insect was crushed. What physique do you cultivate? Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask after seeing how Li Qiye easily disposed the insect. Others might not know, but Lan Yunzhu was certain that Li Qiye cultivated an immortal physique. However, his physique gave her a very strange feeling and she couldn't tell which one it was. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't expect for Li Qiye to cultivate 2 immortal physiques. This matter was absolutely impossible. Well, you will find out later. Li Qiye cheerfully replied and put away the chosen destiny stone. Lan Yunzhu noticed that he picked some very unique stones as if he knew what he wanted to do. Do you feel like these stones can reach Dao fusion? Not necessarily for me. Li Qiye shook his head in response. I might not be suitable for Dao fusion, but the chance is great with the right person. Maybe then, I can create a miracle. Lan Yunzhu didn't say anything. Dao fusion accumulation was merely a theory in the eyes of many people. The majority of cultivators had never even heard of it before. After almost scouring the entire base of the mountain, the 2 were still unable to find a suitable stone for Lan Yunzhu. Since it has come to this, we'll go up the mountain and look there. Li Qiye lifted his head to look at the mountain and narrowed his eyes to say, use the cyclical river of fate for your Dao foundation. As far as I know, there is a destiny stone very suitable for your circumstances. It definitely exists, but I'm not sure if it is still there or not. After hearing this, Lan Yunzhu angrily glared at him and said, What? You knew that there was a suitable stone for me on the mountain yet you didn't say it and instead made me foolishly look with you here? Li Qiye looked at her fierce appearance and responded with a grin, Girl, pay attention to your demeanor. You are a fairy of the river sect, someone famous for your beauty and your elegant, virtuous, and transcendent manners. Don't you feel like your reputation will be ruined with such a scary appearance? Lan Yunzhu almost vomited blood from his teasing. She gritted her teeth to say, Damn you, one day I'll properly take care of you. Li Qiye didn't care for her threat and leisurely said, I am only doing this for your sake and maybe to save you some face. It is best to find a suitable stone down here because if we go up there and that stone doesn't accept you, it would be very embarrassing. Everyone knows that you are a genius, a fairy, so if you get rejected by a stone, wouldn't that ruin your reputation completely? Another senior happily added, Indeed. Hu Zi will surely reach the heavenly sovereign realm 10 years from now. Destiny stones with 4 or more accumulations would pick their masters. The choosing process had no rigid conditions or special standards. Normally, cultivators with greater talents would be accepted by more stones, but this was only what usually happened and not an absolute rule. These stones had their own consciousness, especially those with 4 or more accumulations. They knew which masters would allow them to shine. Chapter 5:16. The stone at the peak. Lan Yunzhu's cheeks reddened from anger as she glared at Li Qiye and said, Uncle, you look down on me too much. In the past, back at the sacred lake, I was accepted by 3 destiny stones at the same time, and all of them had 8 accumulations. I am still very confident even if it is a 9 accumulations destiny stone. Li Qiye laughed and said, Like I said before, having more accumulations doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. Although a few stones might not have 8 or 9 accumulations, they are still very arrogant. A few special stones would not accept anyone no matter how great their talents are. Humph. How about we make a bet then? Lan Yunzhu snappily gave him a stern look and continued, Now, tell me where that stone is so I can take a look at just how amazing it is. Of course. Li Qiye smirked and said, But what do you want to bet? Don't cry when you lose. Lan Yunzhu suddenly withdrew her angry glare as a playful glimmer appeared in her round eyes. She was all smiles as she said, Uncle, how about we make it a big one? When we go up the mountain later, how about we bet on who will be accepted by more destiny stones? The person who is accepted by more stones will be the winner. What do you think, uncle? Wuxia looked at her and grinned as he replied, do you really want to bet? He then thought of something very interesting and asked, do you think you will win? While puffing her cheeks, Lan Yunzhu smiled and said, of course. Don't tell me uncle is too scared. Even a little girl like me dares to bet. If you lose, then just give me 1 drop of myriad star water. Wuxia chuckled in response and replied, ah, so this little girl wants my myriad star water. However, if you lose, what will you hand over to me? Lan Yunzhu arched out her plump breasts and said, uncle, I can handle losing. Treasures, immortal items, pills. Just say the words. If I have it, then I absolutely won't cheat you. Wuxia rubbed his chin, then stared at her from top to bottom and smirked in an obscene manner as he said, treasures do not appeal to me. How about this? If you lose, then will you undress tonight for my viewing pleasure? Undress my ass, you perverted scoundrel. The flushed Lan Yunzhu screamed, then tried to kick Wuxia. Wuxia couldn't keep himself from laughing. Then, he leisurely asked with a smirk, so do you dare or not? Lan Yunzhu's angry and blushing maiden face, combined with her gentle eyes full of watery sparkles, were movingly beautiful. However, before the two of them could decide, one person descended to the divine dragon mountain from the sky. New arrivals and cultivators that were already here all became shocked and they saw this person, the simple mountain immortal kingdom's descendant. Xiaofan. Lan Yunzhu also exclaimed. It was Xiaofan who flew down from the sky. He was still shrouded by his 5 elements immortal armor, so no one could see his face or figure. From beginning to end, no one knew whether the person inside was male or female. The only thing that they could tell was that it was indeed a human named Xiaofan, the descendant of the immortal kingdom. Even the most arrogant ghosts couldn't help but become anxious when they saw his arrival, an existence that can fight against Sir Dizwa. Both geniuses and older characters didn't dare to view him with disdain. A person gazed at the immortal armor and stated with fear, it is a shame that the grave opened so early. Dizwa and Xiaofan couldn't decide the victor since both of them had to run here. In the past, the younger generation didn't dare to challenge the prestige of the 3 heroes. Later on, Wuxia swept through the ghost race and massacred thousands to announce his presence in the sacred netherworld. People then knew that a ferocious monster had come from the human race, one that could challenge the authority of the ghosts. Now, there was also Xiaofan, someone who had been completely unknown. Xiaofan was different from Wuxia. Others speculated that Wuxia could challenge Dizwa, but Xiaofan actually fought against Dizwa. It was an extremely flashy battle and the victor couldn't be decided before both of them quickly headed for the prime ominous grave. Our human race's saint duo is no weaker than the ghost race's 3 heroes. We will not be weaker than the ghosts this generation. The future immortal emperor has yet to be decided. An excited human cultivator exclaimed while looking at Xiaofan, the ghosts have the 3 heroes while we have our saint duo. Recently, busybodies had nicknamed Wuxia and Xiaofan as the human race's saint duo. This title sounded very unpleasant to the ghosts, but the ghosts had been keeping quiet recently. Among the ghosts, Dizwa's prestige reached far and wide and never allowed for others to provoke him. Both the older and younger generations of the ghosts greatly valued Dizwa. Who would have thought that Xiaofan could fight evenly with Dizwa? Although this fight abruptly ended, people had to accept that Xiaofan had the ability to oppose Dizwa. Before this, the ghost race, especially the young ones, looked down on humans. But now, there appeared fierce Wuxia and then the mysterious Xiaofan. The young ghosts could no longer maintain their arrogance. Quite formidable. Lan Yunzhu looked at Xiaofan's state and whispered, even Dizwa wouldn't have any advantages against him. Lan Yunzhu didn't watch the battle between the two, but she could deduce the result of the fight after seeing Xiaofan's current appearance. It's nothing surprising. Li Qiye looked at the armor and said, obtaining this armor proved his extraordinary worth. This thing is very careful when it chooses its master because it is quite proud. This situation was completely within Li Qiye's expectations. There was no need to see Xiaofan's cultivation level or which emperor's law he cultivated. Just the armor adorned on Xiaofan's body told Li Qiye many things. The armor was a symbol of power. If one was not strong enough, they wouldn't be able to own this armor. Xiaofan reached the Dragon Mountain and immediately ran to the peak instead of stopping by the base. A cultivator murmured at this sight, could it be that he is also here for that stone? Possibly. The ghosts paused their business and gazed at Xiaofan. Xiaofan arrived at the top in one breath. He really is here for that stone. An aware old cultivator murmured while looking at the mountain, does he actually want to try it too? Another sect master added, it makes sense. Luanhui and Dizhua came along with the imperial descendants. Those who are qualified all want to give it a shot. What is at the top of the mountain? Lan Yunzhu didn't know anything, so she asked Li Qiye after seeing Xiaofan ascend to the top. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaofan before replying, a destiny stone. A unique stone of this world, a stone that no one has ever obtained since time immemorial. At this moment, all eyes were on the peak. A ghost cultivator asked, Tian Luanhui failed and the same goes for Sir Dizhua. Will Xiaofan be able to do it? I don't know, but it won't be a surprise if he fails as well. A tribe master from the northern misty field said, according to the records of the Nether Crossing Swamp, after ascending the throne, immortal Emperor Mingdu had also come here. Legend says that he wanted the stone to accept him as its master. Unfortunately, the emperor failed and that stone didn't leave with him. What? Even an immortal emperor couldn't get its acceptance. But he was an immortal emperor. Many people were shocked after hearing this. It would be understandable if it was a young emperor before his ascendancy. In the end, no one knew who would actually become the next immortal emperor until they reached the end of the road. But at that time, immortal Emperor Mingdu was already an invincible emperor, an existence that roamed free in the 9 heavens. However, that stone still didn't pick him, and this news came as a surprise to many people. What kind of stone is this? It didn't even accept an immortal emperor? Lan Yunzhu was also shaken after hearing this. There was nothing in this world that was stronger than an immortal emperor, yet this stone still didn't pick him. This was simply astonishing. It is indeed a very proud stone. Li Qiye murmured as he looked at the peak. Whether one was a human or a ghost, all eyes were on Xiaofan. The ghosts didn't want Xiaofan to succeed at all because Dizhua and Tian Luanhui, the two with the highest talents among the ghosts, both failed. If Xiaofan could do it, then it would harm the pride of the ghost race. In fact, since people knew that there was a stone that didn't even accept an immortal emperor, many geniuses all came to test their luck to see if they could get chosen by this rock. In the span of a few short days, countless people had come. Dizhua, Tian Luanhui, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, the Ghost Insect Evil Child, and other imperial descendants had all attempted to obtain this stone. Other prodigies and nameless juniors came as well. However, no one was successful in gaining the stone's acceptance. Lan Yunzhu's cheeks reddened due to anger as she glared at Li Qiye and said, "Uncle, you look down on me too much. In the past, back at the sacred lake, I was accepted by 3 destiny stones at the same time, and all of them had 8 accumulations. I am still very confident even if it is a 9 accumulations destiny stone." Li Qiye laughed and said, like I said before, more accumulations doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. Although a few stones might not have 8 or 9 accumulations, they are still very arrogant. A few special stones would not accept anyone no matter how great their talents are. Humph. How about we make a bet then? Lan Yunju snappily gave him a stern look and continued, "Now, tell me where that stone is so I can take a look at just how amazing it is." Chapter 5:17 Arrogant Stone. Xiaofan reached the top and found that there was a stone the size of a water basin. It was gray without any sheen and completely inconspicuous like a random pebble on the street. If this stone was located at a different location, no one would give it a second glance. Due to its ordinary appearance, nobody would think that this stone was very precious. Is this stone really as magical and amazing as what the legends say? It wasn't just a couple people who had this thought, since many felt that it was quite out of place in relation to its myths. Yes, it is. An older person said, not to mention anything else, so many have failed already, not just the group of Sir Dizhua and Tian Luanhui. 2 days prior, an ancestor of the Aulira's ancient kingdom came and wanted to forcefully take it away, but he couldn't move it at all. Having heard this, the group gasped and asked for confirmation. Even an Aulira's ancestor couldn't move it? The ancient kingdom had 2 emperors, so its ancestor must be very brilliant as well. An ordinary ancestor from a regular great power couldn't compare with him. However, even an amazing person such as this couldn't move this stone one bit. This was a very horrifying thought. The ancestor was for sure a virtuous paragon, but he still failed to move this ordinary stone. Is that stone really so heaven-defying? Lan Yunju had dual saint's talents and was very sensitive, but she still couldn't feel any special aura emanating from the stone. Li Qia looked at the stone and replied with a smile, "If you can obtain it, any price would still be worth it. This unique stone is different from all the other stones. Even the prosperous eras of the past would find it difficult to give birth to a stone like this." Immortal Emperor Mingdu tried to forcefully take it away, but he was not successful either. Even the emperor failed after using force? Lan Yunju's heart sank. She asked once more, "The tales indicate that emperors are the only existences that can forcefully take destiny stones away, is this not true?" "No, this is correct." Li Qia nodded his head and said, "However, this is not an easy thing to do. If an emperor does so too often, they would suffer a backlash. This stone over there may be unique, but if an emperor risks their life, maybe they would be able to take it away. However, the price is too high." At this time, Xiaofan was sitting at the top with one hand placed on the stone. His blood energy circled around his hand in the shape of a dragon and phoenix. Although this energy was not very dense, the roars caused people to palpitate. It felt like a divine wave smashing them into the air. Xiaofan's blood energy was indeed too powerful. These waves of energy caused others to lose their colors. No wonder why Xiaofan could fight evenly against Dizhua. This blood energy from his palm eventually descended on the stone, aiming to harmonize with it. However, this stone spared him no face and shot this blood energy right back at him. Nevertheless, Xiaofan was a brilliant talent and he did not give up very easily. His energy surged as a true dragon shot out from his palm while an immortal phoenix circled his wrist. The aura of the phoenix and dragon were extremely domineering. If this aura erupted, then even the sky would collapse and the stars would fall. Such a mighty and aggressive gesture caused others on the mountain to change their expressions. Xiaofan's power was enough to reign over the younger generation. Thunderous rumbles resounded as the entire mountain shook. The blood energy that danced on his hand was extremely aggressive, it smashed into the stone like a flood. Xiaofan wanted to harmonize his energy with the stone. Another loud bang came out as if the world was blown apart. Although Xiaofan's blood energy was overbearingly mighty, the backlash from the stone was even more heaven-defying. Xiaofan was forced to take several thumping steps back. Because of the armor he adorned, one couldn't see Xiaofan's expression. However, everyone could imagine his shocked expression. It was probably just like the rest of the spectators. "Amazing, that stone is really amazing. A heavens-proud child like Xiaofan would probably be happily accepted by a 9 accumulations destiny stone, but that rock denied him. A ghost cultivator nodded his head and commented, Sir Deezua's true fate weapon was refined from a 9 accumulations destiny stone. I heard that he was chosen by 2 9 accumulation stones, then he picked one afterward. Sir Deezua really wanted this stone, but unfortunately, he was rejected as well. What a shame. The human cultivators were quite disappointed at Xiaofan's failure. Meanwhile, the ghost cultivators heaved a sigh of relief because both Deezua and Tian Luanhui had failed before this. If Xiaofan had been successful, then it would be the same as slapping the face of the entire ghost race. This would have meant that the most powerful genius of the ghost race was not equal to that of the human race. Xiaofan couldn't help but become dejected after failing to gain the stone's recognition. He didn't linger for long and he didn't care to look at the other 9 accumulation stones before leaving either. Uncle, it is our turn. Lan Yunzhu smiled and said to Li Qia. Oh? You also want that stone? But I feel like you don't have a chance, and this is not just me looking down on you. That stone is very arrogant. Li Qia smilingly responded. Lan Yunzhu let out a light and charming smile and said, Uncle, never mind that stone. Although I am conceited, I do not think that I am better than an immortal emperor. I'm more interested in that other stone you talked about earlier. Lan Yunzhu then tilted her head in a playful manner and looked at Li Qia to say, Uncle, do you dare to bet on you getting the approval of that stone as well? You are a person full of confidence, right? Let us see if you are better than Deezua, Tian Luanhui, and Xiaofan by getting that stone's approval. Li Qia's interest was piqued as he narrowed his eyes to say, if that stone accepts me as its master, what will you do? Uncle is boasting again. Lan Yunzhu showed off another graceful posture and smilingly responded, rather, you should phrase it as what you will do when you lose. If I lose, then I will give you an amazing item worthy of someone like you. Li Qia grinned and continued, however, if you lose, then undress tonight so I can have a look. Lan Yunzhu chuckled and said while being slightly flustered, perverted uncle, wait until you win, then we can talk. Lan Yunzhu turned around and went towards the top. After taking several steps, she wanted confirmation so she turned back to ask, do you dare to take this bet, uncle? Sure, you think I'm afraid of you? Li Qia chased after her and the two walked shoulder to shoulder up the mountain. This attracted the gazes of many others. Li Qia and Lan Yunzhu had been staying at the base for a very long time, so this sudden climb garnered quite a bit of attention. One person speculated, could it be that Li Qia and Fairy Lan also want to give the stone at the top a try? This was reasonable because anyone who came here would want to give it a shot. Lan Yunzhu had even more reasons to do so. She was the river sect's descendant and someone with dual saint talents. Her talents had been discussed and praised by others for a very long time. Recently, Li Qia had also become famous for his ferocity and how he was quickly catching up to Deezua and Tian Luanhui. He was a gifted genius, so it was not strange for him to want to give it a try. A ghost cultivator sneered and said, humph. That Li guy has no chance of success. How could he be better than the likes of Sir Deezua? And even if he is Sir's equal, Li Qia absolutely will not be able to surpass him. Sir Deezua and Tian Luanhui had both failed, and even your human race's Xiaofan failed as well. That Li guy certainly can't do it. This was not the ghost race being conceited. It was just that their most wonderful geniuses had tried and failed, and the same goes for Xiaofan. They didn't believe that Li Qia could do it and felt that no matter how powerful he was, at best, it would be on par with Deezua. This was already a high evaluation for him. Meanwhile, the human cultivators hoped that Li Qia would be successful. Alas, they didn't have too much hope. Outside of Chanyang, all the best geniuses in the sacred nether world had tried to gain the approval of this stone. None of them had succeeded, and the human cultivators didn't feel like Li Qie could surpass all of them either. From the halfway point of the ridge and up, all the destiny stones were above the existence level. There were even 9 accumulation stones when Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu got there. Standing at the juncture, Lan Yunzhu said with a wide smile to Li Qie, "Uncle, ready? Let us see which one of us is more popular." Xiaofan reached the top and found that there was a stone the size of a water basin. It was gray without any sheen and completely inconspicuous like a random pebble on the street. If this stone was located in a different location, no one would give it a second glance. Nobody would think that this stone was very precious due to its ordinary appearance. Is this stone really that magical and amazing like what the legends say? Chapter 518, All the Destiny Stones Competing for a Master. Li Qie looked at Lan Yunzhu, who was overflowing with excitement, and said with a smile while waving his hand, "Ladies first. If I go first, you won't be convinced and will say that I am a bully. What an ego." Lan Yunzhu gave him an angry look. She then walked up towards the middle of the mountain and channeled the blood energy within her body. In an instant, this energy showed itself like flowing water. What is Fairy Lan trying to do? A curious spectator asked after seeing her flowing blood energy. They're trying to sense the destiny stones. A cultivator from the previous generation explained, the two of them are competing to see who would get accepted by more stones. Ha ha ha, I bet for Fairy Lan's victory. Her dual saint talents are famous. Another cultivator said right away. Another one added, I also bet on Fairy Lan. There's nothing more to say about her talents. Although she rarely takes action, in my eyes, she is a genius that can reach the top. Girls, especially kingdom-toppling beauties like Lan Yunzhu, were always welcomed, this goes without saying. Although it was just a friendly competition, the young cultivators was more biased towards Fairy Lan. With her blood energy being emitted, Lan Yunzhu began to walk up the mountain. It didn't take long for a series of thumps to appear. Several dozen 5 accumulation stones began to jump. Thump, she moved on and another dozen 6 accumulation stones jumped up as well. However, she didn't halt her steps. Even a few 7 accumulation stones showed her their adoration by jumping. 86 5 accumulation stones, 18 6 accumulation stones, 9 7 accumulation stones. As she moved up, a fun-loving person began to count. Continuing upward, thumping sounds rang out non-stop. Some 8 accumulation stones jumped a little as well. Although it was not too clear, this still showed that they had accepted Lan Yunzhu. 5 8 accumulations destiny stones. A person shockingly said after counting, worthy of having dual saint talents. She is not necessarily any weaker than the 3 heroes. It is too bad that she's battled far less than them. An admiring genius said, amazing. She was accepted by 5 8 accumulation stones. At this point, Lan Yunzhu turned around and charmingly smiled, Uncle, do I need to go further? I want to challenge some 9 accumulation stones for their acceptance. It is not too late for you to accept defeat, I won't let you lose too badly. The provocative look from a beauty was truly alluring. Li Qie laughed while looking at her sweet and playful side. He then shook his head and replied, Girl, I'm not trying to pop your bubble, but your level is truly far below my own. Li Qie then began his ascent and was met with a lot of enthusiastic gazes. Li Qie is going. Get ready and look to see if he will be accepted by more stones, or will Fairy Lan become the victor. A person prepared to count to see how many stones Li Qie would get. A ghost member remained unconvinced and said, Humph. In my opinion, Li Qie won't, however, his words were cut short. Thump thump thump. The sound of stones jumping sounded out alongside an unbelievable scene, causing everyone to become dumbfounded. Even those who had weathered countless storms and seen numerous miracles couldn't believe their own eyes. Thump thump thump. Stones started to crash into each other. When Wuxia walked by, all the stones jumped up. What was even more unbelievable was that they didn't only jump, they also started to roll after Wuxia. Clank clank clank. The higher up he went, the more stones followed right after him. They scrambled after him as if they were afraid that they would lose sight of him and competed with each other to be the closest to him. This scene stunned everyone on the mountain as their eyes opened wide and their jaws dropped to the ground. Lan Yunju had mentally prepared herself beforehand, but she still couldn't prevent her mouth from opening. She couldn't believe this frightening sight. This is preposterous, a ghost king murmured in a daze. Even a ghost king like him couldn't regain his composure. A person murmured in a foolish state, I've heard that destiny stones have the ability to run around, but who has ever seen them do so? This was common knowledge, but not many had actually seen it with their own eyes until this day. And it wasn't just one stone, it was a whole bunch. Countless destiny stones on the mountain were moving, causing all the spectators to stand there while looking silly. A cultivator thought that he was in a dream and told his friend who was standing by his side, "Hey, pinch me to see if this is reality." Shortly after, a scream resounded as he almost lost a piece of flesh from the harsh pinch. Now, he was certain that it wasn't a dream. Thump thump thump. Wuxia was now next to Lan Yunju along with a group of destiny stones right behind him. No matter where he went, all the destiny stones followed right behind him. This can't be real. Lan Yunju stuttered as Wuxia approached. She then uttered, "Are you kidding me?" Wuxia smiled at her and leisurely spoke, "Who do you think won this bet?" Lan Yunju became dejected and softly sighed, "You. Even my destiny stones are following you." She had no choice but to be convinced. "Then let us go to see if that arrogant stone will accept me or not." Wuxia smilingly responded before continuing his trek. Thump thump thump, Wuxia continued to go up the mountain. Not only did 8 accumulation stones chase after him, but even 9 accumulation stones followed him, prompting a scream. Even 9 accumulation stones are following Wuxia. Is there no justice in this world? All the stones are accepting him and only him. How will we nobodies live from now on? At this time, countless people shared the same sentiment and helplessness. They couldn't stop these destiny stones from choosing Wuxia. He is almost at the peak, he wants to give that stone a try. A cultivator shouted while watching Wuxia's climb. Oh God, so amazing. Maybe he is about to take that stone away. All the cultivators were aghast while the ghost cultivators were even more nervous. At this moment, even the human cultivators couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Wuxia. A bunch of destiny stones following him was really unfair. They were waiting for him to become frustrated in front of that stone. Wuxia was too devilish, and this spectacular scene overshadowed even Dizhua and Tian Luanhui. At this time, even his stern supporters, the human cultivators, were secretly jealous of him. He had now reached the peak. All the stones that were jumping right after him fell to the ground and didn't dare to continue further. It seemed as if all of them were afraid of the peak, the territory of that stone. Even 9 accumulation stones were no exceptions. However, they didn't want to leave since they all wanted to be picked by Wuxia. Many of them chose to lay there, waiting. If Wuxia didn't get chosen by that stone, then maybe they had a chance of being selected by him. It is so exasperating to compare oneself to him. Lan Yunju wryly smiled, I suppose everyone has their own fate. Others wish to be chosen by destiny stones while destiny stones wish to be chosen by Wuxia. Fuck. A human royal lord from the previous generation cursed, this brat is too heaven-defying. If I ever have a daughter, I would marry her to him right away. A cultivator next to the royal lord quipped, brother, you can also see how devilish he is. Even if you have a daughter, you can only wait for him to choose instead of your daughter choosing him. I'm still okay with waiting for him to pick my daughter." The royal lord couldn't help but murmur. When Wuxia was next to the stone, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths and quietly watch the scene. The entire mountain became silent as no one dared to make a sound, lest they miss out on this shocking event. Wuxia looked at Lan Yunju, who was overflowing with excitement, and said with a smile while waving his hand, "Ladies first. If I go first, you won't be convinced and will say that I am a bully. What an ego." Lan Yunju gave him an angry look. She then walked up towards the middle of the mountain and channeled the blood energy within her body. In an instant, this energy showed itself like flowing water. "What is Fairy Lan trying to do?" a curious spectator asked after seeing her flowing blood energy. "They're trying to sense the destiny stones," a cultivator from the previous generation explained. "The two of them are competing to see who would be accepted by more stones." Chapter 519, Don't do it, don't do it, he absolutely can't do it. Please don't succeed. The ghost cultivators were secretly cursing Wuxia since, at this moment, everyone was hoping for a miracle to occur. Before, it would be a miracle if the stone accepted a master, but now was a different story. It would be a miracle for the stone to not accept Wuxia. This was a stone that didn't care for an immortal emperor and had been tested by countless people in future generations. It would be a miracle of an entire generation if this stone accepted a master. However, Wuxia had reversed this today. It seemed very natural for the stone to accept him as its master. Wuxia went next to the stone and slowly sat down. Everyone had bated breaths as their emotions danced at each of Wuxia's actions. He simply sat down without any flowing blood energy and doing any impressive actions, he only gently stroked the stone. "Old friend, it has been a while." Wuxia smiled and said. His stroke caused the stone to slightly shake, along with the hearts of everyone else. "Please don't accept him," someone murmured. No one knew who said this out loud, but this was the general consensus in everyone's minds. Luckily, the stone only slightly shook once, then it didn't move again. People heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. It felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off their backs. However, they still didn't dare to make a sound while intensely watching the peak because they knew that it was not over. Wuxia smiled and said after seeing the stationary stone, "Such an arrogant stone, I wonder how long you intend to stay here." To everyone's pleasure, the stone remained quiet. One of the spectators excitedly uttered, "This is a miracle, the heavens have eyes." Many people nodded in agreement. The stone not accepting Wuxia caused everyone to become relaxed and excited. However, Wuxia was still very calm. He had a smile on his face with his hands against the ground while gazing at the sky. His demeanor was as if he was speaking with an old friend. "Do you remember when immortal Emperor Qianli came? You didn't accept him. I had always thought that maybe it wasn't the right time back then, not to mention immortal Emperor Mingdu before him. But today, I have personally come so the past doesn't matter anymore, right?" The stone was still immobile like before. The people on the mountain were still nervously waiting. They didn't know what Wuxia was saying to the stone, but they were waiting for a miracle to happen, for the stone to not accept Wuxia as its master. "I know you are very arrogant," Wuxia said with a grin, "but I've seen even grander displays of arrogance, you know? For me, nothing is impossible as long as I truly set my mind on it." The stone was still silent, but Wuxia was not in a rush. He continued on with a cheerful demeanor. "There are too many unbelievable things in this world, such as slaying gods and ending immortals. How do you feel about these matters? Or maybe you feel like massacring gods is nothing? Then how about killing an immortal emperor?" Standing by the side, Lan Yunju was very puzzled as to why he was telling this stone these things. Killing gods was already a terrifying thing, but killing an immortal emperor? Frankly, this was impossible. Or maybe you think that killing immortals and gods is nothing? Wuxia smiled and added, if I want to crush a rock, no matter what kind of rock it is, as long as I am determined, then I think I can find a few methods. Just as you think killing immortals and gods is nothing, with a determined will, crushing a rock is nothing to me as well. If I can't have it, then even the most precious and priceless item would not be worth a coin in my eyes. Since I can't have it, why hesitate in crushing it? What do you think about this? This time, the stone finally reacted by slightly fluttering. The distant cultivators from the ghost race felt their hearts beat faster after they saw the rock shake. Many prayed for a miracle, please don't accept a master. At this time, Wuxia cheerfully continued, although I am fierce, I am not vicious. He then proceeded in a calm manner, I adore talents and treasures, so I won't crush you today. The heaven and earth took countless generations just to give birth to a stone like you, this indeed was not easy. If I crushed you, it would be quite wasteful. Wuxia then patted his hands after standing up and said, if you want to continue staying at this damned place for this generation, then I trust that you will be missing out on the most brilliant and colorful era since the start of time. There has never been such an era before, and you would also miss out on the most supreme master across the eons. But if you're content and would rather stay here, then I don't mind. There are a myriad of weapons in this world, and if I so desire, then even the best weapons will eventually come into my hands. I don't need you. With that, Wuxia turned around to leave. All the ghost cultivators could finally breathe again. They were all jubilated, and the same applied to the human cultivators. At this minute, they felt as if this was the happiest moment of their lives. Ha ha ha, Wuxia is only a so-so, a ghost cultivator happily sneered. However, before he could finish, his mouth was opened wide again, it was big enough to fit a goose egg. Thump. Right when Wuxia turned around, the stone suddenly jumped up into his palm. No! Someone miserably bellowed. This howl was sadder than the cry of someone who had just been cut by a knife. Fuck, is there no justice in this world? An emotional genius pointed up towards the sky and cursed, heavens, do you not have eyes? Are you just bullying weak people like us? It would still be fine if you gave him all the destiny stones in this world, but just not this most arrogant one. How will we little cultivators live from now on? A miracle didn't happen. Damn! This world is not fair. A ghost cultivator exclaimed. The ghost cultivators were the ones who suffered the biggest blow right now. Wuxia had upstaged Dizhua and Tian Luanhui, the two biggest pride of the ghost race. In just an instant, Wuxia's brilliance had contributed to the momentum of the human race. On the other hand, the humans had mixed feelings, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In summary, a myriad of emotions ran rampant in their minds. A human sect master Riley said, the appearance of a heaven's proud son like him is indeed a source of pride for us humans. However, such a devilish monster like him will sweep through this generation and rend the path of all the other geniuses. From now on, anyone who wants to reach the peak must surpass this devil first. In this short period of time, everyone had different feelings. The human cultivators couldn't help themselves from becoming jealous of Wuxia. He was the favored son of the heavens, so unfair. This is the right choice. Wuxia rubbed the rock and said with a smile. He then put it away while others gazed at him with crazed and reddened eyes. However, it was meaningless to be jealous of Wuxia since one couldn't steal away a destiny stone. Even if it was successfully robbed, the stone would not accept them as its master and would just escape. Thump, thump, thump. All of the destiny stones right below the peak also jumped as if it was the happiest moment of their lives. The cultivators became quite lost when they saw such a scene. What is going on? One at a time, no rush, no rush. Wuxia smiled and said, then he spread his palm. He took in the majority of the 8 and 9 accumulation stones as well a portion of 5, 6, and 7 accumulation stones. He threw back a few 8 and 9 accumulation stones. Some of the 5, 6, and 7 accumulation stones were unwilling and looked as if they were staring at him in anticipation. Go back and grow with time. All of you will have a chance, and your future will not just end here. Wuxia said as he waved his hand. Finally, these unwilling stones bounced back to their original places. In just a moment, the divine dragon mountain became vacant. The 8 and 9 accumulation stones had almost all been taken by Wuxia, so not too many remained. This scene broke everyone's common sense as their eyes almost fell to the ground. Even Lan Yunzhu couldn't help herself from becoming astonished. Wuxia causing all the stones to compete for him was already shocking enough, but she became speechless after he obtained that other stone as well. A devilish genius was indeed different, they were way beyond one's imagination. And it wasn't just this, he even took away many stones. This also broke the common convention. Everyone knew that cultivators could only pick one destiny stone. Even if they were accepted by many, after picking one, the other stones would not follow them. Chapter 520, Flirtatious Banter. However, Wuxia now took a bunch of destiny stones at once. This miracle completely broke the common sense of the cultivation world. Such a thing simply couldn't happen. How could this be? At this point, someone let out a shrill scream since they were unable to cope with such a ridiculous scene. Only destiny stones chose their masters, cultivators didn't choose destiny stones. But now, Wuxia picked them as if he was selecting cabbages in front of a street vendor. In the end, the majority of the destiny stones had been purchased by him like cabbages. A cultivator's heart couldn't handle such a stimulating scene, so he screamed in the face of this impossible scene where someone was taking a group of high-level destiny stones away. Oh mother, what is happening? Has the heavens gone crazy? How could the heavens allow someone to take away so many stones? Oh heavens, do you not have eyes? At this moment, this cultivator was not the only one who suffered from an irregular heartbeat. This was definitely not a dream, it was real. Even Lan Yunzhu, who knew Wuxia well, found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Breaking common sense was not enough to describe this event, it was too bizarre. If it wasn't daytime right now, she would have thought that a ghost was playing with everyone. It is because I am too handsome. Wuxia replied with a smirk. He didn't tell her the truth that was only known by him. Handsome my butt. Lan Yunzhu angrily glared at him and retorted. From now on, she would no longer become shocked no matter what other strange events happened around Wuxia. After all, what could be stranger than what happened today? Wuxia selected a stone from a batch of stones and threw it at Lan Yunzhu as he smiled. You are quite lucky, the stone I talked about earlier is still here. You can have it. She became speechless when she caught the destiny stone that shone with a divine light. This was such a good stone, yet Wuxia was giving it away as if it was just a cabbage. What silenced her even further was that this destiny stone didn't like her and ran back towards Wuxia instead. Little guy. In the end, this lady still has dual saint talents. I'm a heaven's proud daughter, yet you dare to look down on me like this? Watch it or I'll skin you. At this point, Lan Yunzhu no longer cared about her ladylike image since she was quite hurt. These destiny stones all grabbed onto Wuxia as if he was a handsome man adored by flowers. Wuxia cheerfully smiled while he patted this stone and said, "This little girl isn't bad. She has dual saint talents and a heavens will secret law for her foundation. Don't worry, I'll protect this girl later on so you won't lose out." In the end, the unwilling destiny stone fell into Lan Yunzhu's hand. She didn't know what to say, this brat was too mysterious and downright scary. Why are you welcomed by so many destiny stones like this? Lan Yunzhu curiously asked because she was lost. This matter was completely irrational. Li Qie answered with a smirk, because I am handsome and loved by all. The phrase, flowers bloom on sight, was created to describe me. Bleh. Lan Yunzhu seemed as if she wanted to vomit and snappily retorted, if you are handsome, then every single man in this world is extremely dashing. Do you really want to hear the real reason? It's very simple, it is because I am the ruler of this world and the only one to sweep through the endless eras. Li Qie laughed before responding. Uncle, your face is thicker than a temple block. Lan Yunzhu gave him a look and continued, I can believe you becoming the ruler in the future, but to say you are the only one who has swept through all eras? Come on now, this is clearly boasting. How old are you? You're still just a brat. Li Qie couldn't help but smile before speaking, fine, the real reason is that I will build a stone sect. In the future, these destiny stones will be my generals. Under my protection, they will rampage in this world and bask in the worldly essence to become eternally supreme. Bah, who would believe you? She glared at him again and fiercely said while swinging her fist, Uncle, if you want me to believe you, then at least try to say something more serious, or else I'll really take care of you. Her appearance made him grin. He then gestured with his hand and slowly said, Be more serious? Very well, we will talk more seriously. Girl, don't forget about our bet. Remember that you have to undress completely for my viewing pleasure tonight, to let me see if your figure is top-notch or not. Damned pervert. Lan Yunzhu was both embarrassed and angry as she let out a cry, in your dreams. With that, she turned away and ran. Meanwhile, Li Qie leisurely caught up to her and quipped, Girl, one must keep their words. A gentleman's words are as heavy as mountains. The flustered Lan Yunzhu kept on running and exclaimed, Bah, I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a little girl. Li Qie followed after her with a smile. At the Divine Dragon Mountain, everyone quietly watched Li Qie leave as if he was a super freak. A long time after he left, someone tragically screamed, Damn, my destiny stones. I still want a 9 accumulations destiny stone. Looking at the bare hills left many older cultivators lamenting for the younger people who came here to test their luck. Being in the same generation as that devilish Li Qie was really saddening. The news of Li Qie picking destiny stone spread like a storm across the prime ominous grave. All 5 grave realms heard of this, and countless cultivators and lineages were shocked. Even great characters were startled. An ancestor of a great power couldn't believe it, impossible. A disciple reported to his ancestor and swore, Ancestor, this disciple saw with my own eyes, and my master was there too. This kid is too scary. How could this be possible? It breaks all common sense. After the news was confirmed, countless great powers were stuck in a daze. Then, this heaven-defying news entered the ears of the other geniuses. Both the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child were dejected. They secretly screamed in their minds and thought that, unless they eliminated Li Qie, there would be no day when they could rise. Inside the Wood Realm, Dizwa immediately stood up after hearing this. His blood energy erupted and rose to a terrorizing level, causing the sky to darken and the moon to shake. Very good, I need a supreme and untouchable genius like this to be the stone to pave my path towards becoming an immortal emperor. He declared as his tiger-like eyes swept through the plains in an overly domineering manner. He continued on with a deep tone, I initially wanted to slay Tian Luanhui as my paving stone, but now, I have an even better prey. As one of the top geniuses of the ghost race, Tian Luanhui revealed a dark smile while being shrouded in his mysterious aura. With an ominous glare, he smiled and said, When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman will catch both. He then closed his eyes with a detached attitude as if nothing mattered to him. Maybe it wasn't that it didn't matter, maybe it was because everything was within his grasp. Another top existence among the young geniuses, Xiaofan of the human race, was very shaken after hearing this news. That guy was successful? The 5 elements immortal armor accepted me, but that stone didn't. And yet, that guy actually did it. Too scary. After a long daze, he then reflected, amazing, there is always a higher mountain. It seems that this path towards becoming an immortal emperor won't be so boring after all. This shocking news stunned countless races while the glory of numerous geniuses dimmed. As the news spread even further, many people beat their chests and stomped the ground in anger. How could people not go insane when Wuxia alone carried out a whole bunch of 8 and 9 accumulation stones? Many young cultivators still hadn't refined a true fate weapon for themselves, and other cultivators wanted a better destiny stone. Cultivators must take the opportunity when they were still young to change destiny stones, since they wouldn't be able to do so at an older age. This was because, once they become old, it would take too much life essence to refine a new true fate treasure. Many young cultivators dreamed about going to the Divine Dragon Mountain to find a 9 accumulations destiny stone, but now, Wuxia shattered their dreams by taking away a whole bunch. Ultimately, the ones who were the most depressed were the ghost race. Recently, they had been severely suppressed. The 3 heroes of the sacred netherworld were their pride and future aspirations. And now, Wuxia crawling out of nowhere alone was not enough, even Xiaofan showed up. Wuxia was even more dazzling than Dizhua and Tian Luanhui, so the entire younger generation of the ghosts had been put to shame. If this continued, then the younger ghost generation would be oppressed by humans, so it was understandable that the ghost race became exasperated. Chapter 521, Diamond Carp. While the news of Wuxia bringing away a bunch of destiny stones spread everywhere, Wuxia and Lan Yunzhu had already left the metal realm. Although there were a lot of treasures, Wuxia didn't want to spend more time here. Lan Yunzhu went to look for some news and quickly came back. I've found some new information. The lost mythical island you're interested in is indeed at the Earth realm. Wuxia remained completely calm after hearing this, since it was exactly as he predicted. Before, he was sure that the thing he wanted was inside the grave. Now that the lost mythical island was confirmed to be here, he was left completely at ease. How is the island right now? He asked with a smile. Lan Yunzhu replied, I heard that it is no different from when it was outside at sea. It is still covered in mist. The mist has apparently become thinner, but one still can't see the entire island. I see. Wuxia knew that sooner or later, the island would reveal its true colors. Its appearance at the prime ominous grave was for a reason. Do we go to the island now? Lan Yunzhu inquired. In fact, she was already curious when they were together back at the Thousand Islands. She even suspected that the sudden appearance of the lost island had something to do with Wuxia. No, it will take some time. We can only wait until the mist dissipates. If it is here, then it can't run away. Plus, I have the prime ominous key, so time is on our side. Wuxia cheerfully replied. Lan Yunzhu curiously asked, what is on the lost mythical island? I heard people say that songs from immortal phoenixes and flying golden dragons could be heard. Could there be mythical beasts on the island, or maybe weapons left behind by these creatures? I'm not certain whether there are divine beasts or not. Wuxia smiled and narrowed his eyes, but one thing is certain, there is something very heaven-defying on the island. However, it is hard to tell whether this something is good or bad. It depends on the person, really. Just what is it? Lan Yunzhu continued. She could see that Wuxia was very interested in the thing on the island, and she knew that there weren't too many things that warranted his attention. Wuxia looked at the far horizon with a serious look, an existence. He became quiet for a while and then continued on, an existence that destroyed gods. Even immortal emperors were extremely wary of it. Destroying gods and feared by immortal emperors. Lan Yunzhu lost her colors and exclaimed, "Is there really such an existence in this world? Just what kind of existence could this be? Immortal emperors shouldered the heavens' will, and they could be called the true heavenly princes and princesses of this world due to the recognition from the heavens itself. Just what kind of existence could cause invincible existences like immortal emperors to feel dread? This is just my personal conjecture." Li Qiye said with a smile, "It's just a guess. If I'm not mistaken, then that thing is real and it has been sealed for a very long time. However, it is almost time for it to appear under the sun once more. There is another piece of news." Lan Yunzhu softly sighed and reported, "Rumor has it that the people from the ancestral city are here. Right now, there aren't too many of them, only a few came to check the situation. The Yin-Yang Master and several ancestral city ancestors personally came. Someone saw them going to the lost mythical island to take a look." Li Qiye was not surprised at all and coldly grinned, "Ha ha ha, this is nothing surprising. They have heard of a few things and would absolutely not let go of this chance to participate in these muddled waters." Lan Yunzhu shared the same opinion. If the lost mythical island housed the existence Li Qiye was talking about, then the ancestral city would not let it go. "Where do we go now? The fire realm or the wood realm? Or should we go straight to the earth realm?" Lan Yunzhu regained her thoughts and asked. "Where did Sect Master Bao Gui's group go?" Li Qiye asked. "While I was asking for information, I heard that Master's group was at the water realm. Since we are not in the same realm, it is hard to contact Master." Lan Yunzhu replied. Li Qiye stroked his chin and said, "The water realm. Very well, we will go take a look at the water realm. From my knowledge, it is not a bad place." Lan Yunzhu agreed since she also wanted to see if the Thousand Carp River had any luck. She followed him to a Dao platform in the metal realm, then directly ported to the water realm. With its blue sky and sea that spanned endlessly, this was a realm worth yearning for. One's soul would become relaxed while standing in the water realm. The gentle misty breeze could wash away the fatigue of life. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but exclaim while standing above the water, "I didn't expect the water realm to be one huge ocean. This is a sea reservoir, below are many secrets that can never be excavated completely." Li Qiye cheerfully commented. The elders of the river sect were at the water realm, so Lan Yunzhu quickly communicated with them before running over to them. When they met, the elders were all standing on top of a huge carp. They didn't move separately and instead continued to stay together. The huge carp swam quickly on the ocean as if the elders were chasing after something, prompting Lan Yunzhu's question, "Master, what are you doing?" "Chasing after a big fish," Taoist Bao Gui answered. A few high elders were gazing at the sea's surface while their heavenly gazes swept across everything in this realm. "A big fish?" Lan Yunzhu curiously inquired, "What kind of huge fish? A treasure fish?" Crash! A huge splashing sound came out as a monstrous animal leaped out from the ocean, causing waves to tower up high. A gigantic fish leaped out from the surface. Although the carp that the elders were riding was already very big, it was still smaller than this gigantic fish. This leaping fish's entire body was pitch black and its scales resembled black iron. When it jumped, the sunlight reflected off its body formed a faint halo. The curves of this fish appeared especially perfect under this sunlight. When it jumped, it gave off the illusion that it was a true dragon leaping out of the water with an indescribable momentum, shocking all spectators. So pretty. Lan Yunzhu had to praise this gigantic fish. "Stay close and don't lose it. We have been chasing after it for 9 days now," Taoist Bao Gui commanded. Crash! The sound of splashing water continued non-stop. The gigantic fish sometimes jumped up and sometimes dived down while creating a big pillar of water. This majestic and beautiful scene dazzled one's eyes. Its speed was very fast, but the river sect's carp followed it without failure. The big fish is here again. Everyone, quickly give chase. This fish that swam in the water had already alarmed many cultivators in this realm, so they started to follow it. Prior to this, it was not only the 1,000-carp river that chased this fish, many other cultivators also followed, albeit with a slower speed. Lan Yunzhu looked at its perfect curves and praised, "What kind of fish is this? Is it a kuanpeng?" "No, it is a diamond carp." Li Qia looked at this jumping fish and spoke with admiration, "Very beautiful, a timeless beauty. Young noble recognizes this fish?" Daoist Bao Gui was filled with interest and said, "I had to read a secret scroll from the patriarch before finding out the name of this fish. It is nothing much, I've only heard of it. This fish is unique in this world. I think one wouldn't be able to find another outside of the prime ominous grave." Li Qia did not only know of the diamond carp, he had even chased after it before. It could be said that this fish carried a heaven-shaking secret. It is indeed the one and only diamond carp. Daoist Bao Gui continued, "Just like you said, rumor has it that there is only one in this place. Why is Master chasing after this diamond carp?" Lan Yunzhu asked, "Do we want to catch it?" However, she could see that they had no intention of catching it at this moment. "No, we are trying to find its nest." Daoist Bao Gui explained, "The secret book of the patriarch contains a passage about the amazing nest of the diamond carp, about how it contains a very rare creation of the heaven and earth. This is why we are chasing after it, we want to find its nest." "Do you know where its nest is?" Lan Yunzhu looked at Li Qia and asked. Nowadays, Lan Yunzhu would first ask Li Qia about anything. He even knew about the secrets of the grave, so she felt that there was nothing he didn't know. "I don't know." Li Qia shook his head and said, "Just like what your patriarch's record stated, we can only chase forever until we find the nest because this nest is always moving. The only thing we can do is wait till the carp goes back to its nest." It's quite impressive that young noble knows so many things. Daoist Bao Gui couldn't help but praise, the patriarch's record does indeed say that. We have to give chase until it goes back to its nest. Couldn't find the perfect carp to match the next chapter, but I thought this picture was cool to show carps and dragons. Chapter 522, Wood Realm, but are you guys prepared? When the diamond carp goes back to its nest, you guys have to seal it. If not, then that carp will disappear after entering, and it will be very hard to find it again. Li Qia smilingly asked. Young noble can rest assured. The Daoist instantly replied, we have brought along a treasure of the patriarch. As long as we find its nest, we will seal it right away. Even if it tries to port away, we will still be able to find it immediately. Li Qia only smiled in response while looking at the diamond carp that swam in front of them. The high waves set off by the jumping fish combined with the reflected sunlight from its curves created quite a pretty spectacle. The elders were determined to not give up until they found its nest. After looking for a while, Li Qia told Lan Yunzhu, we'll go now. Lan Yunzhu asked in surprise, go? Where? Are we not chasing the fish to its nest? Li Qia shook his head and said, the fish will not return to its nest until it is tired, and there is still a very long time before it fatigues. We'll go take a look somewhere else. Go. Daoist Bao Gui nodded and said, leave this place to us. You guys can go test your fortune somewhere else. Lan Yunzhu felt that they couldn't really help even if they stayed here, so she said goodbye to the Daoists group and followed Li Qia. Where are we going now? She asked, to the Earth Realm? I've heard that something really incredible has been dug out over there. No. Li Qia shook his head and replied, you can indeed dig out amazing things at the Earth Realm, but you need to stay alive to use it later on. Oh? Our egotistic uncle is suddenly so timid? Isn't uncle unafraid of the heaven and earth? Lan Yunju gave him a look, then blinked her eyes before revealing a charming smile. If I remember correctly, uncle is always full of confidence, so why are you so afraid of death now? Li Qie flicked her forehead and said, don't tease me, girl. The earth realm is not enough to take my life. However, in order to take out the good stuff from there, one would need to go into the graves. This is a very time-consuming and complicated process. Moreover, I don't need those items. The things that I need are at many different places. For example, we are about to go to a very nice location. Where? Lan Yunju quickly asked. Li Qie gazed at the distance and answered, the wood realm. He then smiled and continued, don't you want to find a king medicine root or some kind of treasure tree? Lan Yunju's eyes lit up as she asked, is there a chance to stumble upon a divine tree like the golden divine willow? You can really dream. Li Qie chuckled and replied, a divine tree like the golden divine willow is unique. Obtaining such a tree is easier said than done. Your river sect's divine willow required countless amounts of effort and time to move it from its original location back to the sect. In addition to requiring a lot of effort to relocate such a tree, more often than not, something like the golden divine willow can only be met by chance. If you are lucky, you might be able to meet a similar divine tree. Li Qie smiled while shaking his head after getting to this point. Lan Yunju looked at him and curiously asked, Uncle, why do you know the matters of our river sect so well? Even though she was its descendant, she didn't know about this stuff. In fact, her master didn't know about this either, yet Li Qie could recall these things as if he saw them with his own eyes. He then teasingly responded, don't forget that I am your guardian. Your patriarch has appointed me as the guardian, so I'm naturally different from others. I have read a lot of books and there is nothing I don't know or can't do. Lan Yunju glared at him in response, Bah, uncle, please stop. Who doesn't know that you were lucky, super lucky to become our guardian? Although she said this, she clearly knew in her mind that the patriarch chose him to be their guardian for a reason, even though she didn't know the exact details. The wood realm was one of the 5 grave realms of the prime ominous grave. Inside were old sky-towering trees that were full of vitality. It could be said that among the 5, the wood realm was the one with the most abundant life essence. There were also rolling mountains surrounded by rivers and loud waterfalls everywhere. Life was in abundance here. Once one stepped inside, one would actually think that they were in a dense, old forest back in the sacred nether world. Beasts and birds were running around among these tall trees. There was nothing that couldn't be found here, including trees and grasses that knew how to run. To be more exact, they were king medicines and treasure trees that knew how to move around. This was the best location for those who wanted to find some pills and immortal grasses. Anyone who came here would become very excited because this realm resembled a large garden full of herbs, both good and bad. There were even king medicines. Each time the grave opened, many alchemists and cultivators loved to come to the wood realm. The dangers here were also more moderate compared to the other realms, but this was not to say that this place isn't a paradise for finding treasures. It was more suited for weaker cultivators, especially the vagabonds and those who hailed from minor sections. In the metal realm, one wouldn't know what they would dig out from under the sand. It could be a treasure, or it could be a nest of metal-eating insects, or it might be a different kind of dangerous, sinister existence. In the water realm, one wouldn't know what was under the water and what kinds of danger was below. Maybe as they were treading on the water, a water demon would come out and taste their flesh. The wood realm was different. If one had no ambition and only wanted to make a little money by lingering in the outer boundary to pick some grasses, then it was absolutely safe. Since this place specialized in producing medicines and grasses, even the entrance had a lot of them. Although they were ordinary, their freshness made up for this. Low risk and decent rewards meant that this was the haven for many weaker cultivators. Said cultivators often chose this place as their stopping point. Lan Yunzhu followed Li Qiye to this place where the medicinal fragrance blew into her face, causing her to take a deep breath. She then whispered, "Silver maple grass, pure dan fruit, 100-coiled grass. This place is indeed nice for growing medicine." Li Qiye then stared at her in surprise. Feeling his gaze, Lan Yunzhu gave him a look and said, "What? Is it that strange? Although I am not an alchemist, it is normal for me to know a few spirit medicines. Our river sect is an emperor's lineage, so we have a huge alchemy garden." Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. Lan Yunzhu couldn't contain her excitement and said, "This place has so many medicines, we should pick some and bring them back." Li Qiye slightly lifted his chin and said, "I'm sorry, but there is no silver maple grass or pure dan fruit left for you." Lan Yunzhu then shifted her gaze up ahead and noticed the barren hills. Outside of ordinary vegetation, the rest had already been plucked clean by people. There was no sign of spirit medicines. This place is indeed a medicine garden, though. Lan Yunzhu emotionally said after seeing a scene like this. Although the mountains had been harvested completely, by looking at the holes, one could see the signs of spirit medicines everywhere. The two of them went deeper into the wood realm. They went past 2 mountains to see a group of cultivators happily harvesting some grasses. A cultivator who climbed to the peak and then dug 1,000 feet down managed to find a medicine root. Another hung by the cliff with a bated breath, waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. A different person went deep into a cave and then baited out the snakes to dig out golden string grass. However, the majority of them were just picking spirit grasses normally on the mountain. The cultivation of these cultivators was quite shallow, and a few of them were only beginners. The spirit medicines harvested by them could be found in stores. However, despite these medicines being common, this was still a great harvest to these cultivators. How did they manage to come in? Lan Yunzhu puzzlingly asked after seeing these weak cultivators inside the grave. "You have never been in a minor sect, right?" Li Qiye shook his head and said, "You have been in an emperor's lineage since a young age, so you don't know that it is not easy to live as a vagabond or a cultivator from a minor sect. These spirit medicines are already very good for them. They risked their lives to enter the prime ominous grave, and although they couldn't make it alone, a group of them going together makes it possible. Among them, there will be 1 or 2 people who are quite formidable, so a group of them working together can ride the corpse blood clouds. Of course, many probably died during the process, but nevertheless, to these weak cultivators, entering the prime ominous grave is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If they are lucky, maybe they will be able to change their sect's fate." Thus, despite knowing how arduous it would be and how only 1 out of 10 would survive, they still risked it all and came. But are you guys prepared? When the diamond carp goes back to its nest, you guys have to seal it. If not, then that carp will disappear after entering, and it will be very hard to find it again. Li Qiye smilingly asked. "Young noble can rest assured." The Taoist instantly replied, "We have brought along a treasure of the patriarch. As long as we find its nest, we will seal it right away. Even if it tries to port away, we will still be able to find it immediately." Li Qiye only smiled in response while looking at the diamond carp that swam in front of them. The high wave set off by the jumping fish combined with the reflected sunlight from its curves created quite a pretty spectacle. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.